Hevolution, and we have the future in our sights, advancing our mission for a radical new tomorrow, and we will continue to build it together. In this future, where 2 billion people are over 60 by 2050, we see potential. Aging could define our experience, our lives, our economies, but rather than wait, we have a blueprint for change. We see an opportunity to invest in healthier lives now and reduce the burden later on, to plan lives that are brighter, bolder, more fulfilling. Creating a future that benefits the many, not just the few. Today we say, we won't settle. We won't succumb. We won't just survive. We will contribute. We will prosper. We will thrive. Together, we are redesigning how we age, building a radical new future. The health span of humanity depends on us. This is everyone's future, and we are the architects. Are you with us?
To officially open the Global Healthspan Summit 2025, please welcome to the Healthspan Arena Dr. Mahmood Khan, CEO, Hevolution Foundation.
Assalamu alaikum, good morning to everybody here in Riyadh, and for all of the numerous people that I know are tuned in to us from around the world. Before I get going, if you're wondering about the video and how much we paid for those movie stars, some of them you might recognize as Hevolution employees, because we don't just hire scientists, we require you to be movie stars as part of the job description. But really, wherever Khaldoon is, I'm really worried about my job, because he's really taking over the screen, and well done. First of all, let me welcome all of our international guests, visitors. Some have been here in Riyadh in the past, and for some of you, this is the first time. It's truly a pleasure to have you. I think you'll experience the amazing hospitality of Saudi Arabia, especially Riyadh, which has just become this amazing, vibrant city, and we are honored to host you all. I want to welcome our excellencies, our leaders, who have taken time out of their day and really join us for this event hosted by us, and we're truly honored and grateful for your presence. We're even more so want to acknowledge the support you give us all year round in the guidance that we have. I want to recognize our board members, both from our 501c3 and our LLC, who guide our operations across North America, both for our research funding programs as well as our investments. So thank you very much for traveling, but most of all, for the guidance that you give us all year round. Just over a year ago, we met right here in this building, actually in this location, and launched the first ever Global Healthspan Summit to be held in the world. At that time, the largest gathering of scientists and investors in the space of aging and health span around the world was about 300 to 350 people. We estimated at the time maybe 500 people would come to Riyadh. It's not a short distance, since the majority of scientists and investors at that time were in the West. We were pleasantly surprised. 1,800 people registered to come to Riyadh and attend the Global Healthspan Summit. This time, as you will see throughout the next 2 days, I got worried last night. Over 3,000 people have registered to come to this event today. That's approximately 10 times the size of the second biggest meeting. What is a moment of pride for us is that, as you'll hear and see for yourselves, this is a movement, not just an organization, it's a movement across the world that was launched from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and it was the vision, and I have to acknowledge first and foremost His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman, whose vision led to the creation of Hevolution and whose his unwavering support. I can tell you, as recently as just 4 or 5 days ago, he wanted to know if everything was on track for the summit. This is a key message of the importance this is to this. I must acknowledge His Royal Highness Prince Abdullah bin Bandar, who will be here this afternoon as chairman of our executive committee, and of course all of our board members that throughout the year guide us. I want to thank all of our partners. Today, we have over 20 partnerships around the world, many of whom are represented here right now. I want to thank the scientists, investors, venture capitalists, many of whom will speak. We will talk about all of their activity throughout the next 2 days. But let me reminisce a little bit and say, what was it like a year and a half ago versus now, and how the world has changed? Because you asked a number of questions of us as we were planning for this summit. One of those was, we want to hear what is the state of the field, the science and the business community in the field of health span as we stand today. Well, let's look back. A year and a half ago, this was still a conversation because the discussion up until now in most of this field has been about longevity. We at Hevolution do not like to use the word longevity. Let me explain. Most people that we've surveyed around the world actually don't want to live longer just for the sake of living longer. They want to be independent. They want to be functional mentally and physically. They want mobility. They do not want to depend in any way on their loved ones. They want to contribute to their loved ones. And all of that is their perspective of what health means. And so what they're asking for is, can I live healthy as long as possible, not just long as possible? And so we like to use the word health span far more than lifespan. What is important to humanity is health span. And so we kicked off last year this global conversation, and what is absolutely a moment of pride for our team is that has become the topic of this global conversation. It has moved away from longevity clinics. It has moved away from longevity research to actually health span research. And I'd like to think that we played a part in creating this conversation and scaling it up. We also heard you want to know, what does the future look like? What are the trends? How do we keep momentum going on those trends, whether it's in business or in science? We also heard that how do we communicate with the consumer? As you'll see from our soon-to-be published Global Healthspan Report, our second edition, coming up very soon, 1 in 2 physicians regularly get asked by their patients about lifespan and health span. So this is no longer a discussion for a few experts. Patients, and I like to use the word consumers, because we're in the business of maintaining them as consumers and not becoming patients. And in that sense, we have to change our language. Every one of us is a consumer. All of us hope we don't become patients. I have nothing against that. I'm a physician. I know we have a job to do. But the best job we can do is keep people healthy. Let's take a look at what has been happening. If we look on the investment side, between the year 2023, when we met at the end of the year, to 2024, venture capital funding in this field has more than doubled to over $75 billion in the last 12 months alone. This was unprecedented in terms of the scale-up of what's happening. Not only has the total funding in capital from the private sector gone up, this is all private sector money, which is economic activity, but we're seeing the size of each investment gone up by 77%, which tells you the confidence the investment community has to invest in these companies because they're willing to write bigger checks. And the fact they're willing to write bigger checks means they have more confidence in the fact that this will continue to progress. If we look around the world in the field of science, not only the activity we'll talk about Hevolution's funding, and by the way, Hevolution today, keep in mind, 4 years ago we didn't exist. 3 years ago we started operating. And in the last 2 years we started funding and investing in this field. Just 24 months. Today, Hevolution is the second largest funder of geroscience and aging biology on the planet, not just in the region. We are the biggest philanthropy funding this field, second to none. For an organization that's only been operating for 36 months, I would challenge anybody, say, there is no precedent for that, and nobody expected that, let alone the fact that we launched it from the middle of the world, because we like to think of ourselves as the Middle East. This is where the East meets the West, and we bring together the best of both worlds right here today. And that is the work you've done. So what does all that mean? What has Hevolution been doing the last few months? You're going to see it come to life. Let me give you some top-line numbers. We have now invested and funded over $400 million in research funding and investments in the last 20-some months. $400 million. And many more programs to come. We've already announced investments in 4 biotech companies, and we're on the cusp of announcing even more, several more companies in the days and weeks to come. The third is today, over 250 scientists around the world in over 200 laboratories are today Hevolution partners and Hevolution grant recipients, including 24 scientists right here in the kingdom, which are the first 24 scientists, by which we include this year's grantees, that have now started the journey of progressing aging science in the entire GCC. This is the first batch of scientists now who have chosen Healthspan Geroscience as their field of research. And we're honored to actually help develop their grants. But that's not enough. Why do I say that? If we compare the investment and research going on because of the consequences of aging, whether it's cancer, cardiovascular disease, degenerative disease, we are talking about funding and investments that go up 1 and 2 log scale greater, 10 to 100 times greater. We have to close that gap. Why? Today, we have 1 billion people on the planet that are over the age of 60. By 2050, that number will double to 2 billion people. The number of young people will continue to decline. Today, there are more people over the age of 60 than there are under the age of 5. That means we have more retirees than young children. That, if you project that to the future, the next 10, 20, 30 years, we will have a huge mismatch between those who are able to contribute actively and are healthy versus those who are recipients. That's if we don't do something different. Our goal is to change that future. That future does not include that just because you turn 60 or 65, a decline in health is inevitable. That is not the future that we're looking at. We can change that future. We are investing behind that future. We're communicating. So in closing, what do I ask of everybody here? First, my apologies to everybody who can't make it into this auditorium. For everybody sitting out here, there's 2 to 3 people sitting outside. Unfortunately, that is a limitation of capacity. But I have an ask, and that ask is, our goal was to convene you all, to bring you together from different disciplines, your scientists, your investors, your pharmaceutical executives, your business entrepreneurs, your policymakers, your regulators, your bioethicists. You're all here in this very unique gathering, which is unprecedented anywhere else in the world, either in breadth or in scale. This is your opportunity. And the opportunity is to communicate, to figure out how to collaborate, how to convene in smaller subgroups, and to push the boundaries of science, and from that, identify opportunities to create not only new policy frameworks, new regulations, new sources of funding, but new businesses. For the entrepreneurs in this room, There is no other business in the world that is going to affect every single human of 8 billion people. You have the chance to create businesses that will not only give you financial opportunity given the scale, but will touch the lives of every single human being. And we as Muslims, for those of my Muslim brothers and sisters, keep this in mind. We have a concept of sadqa jariyah. If we do this today, the benefit of this and the value of this will not only be seen in our generation, but for generations to come. That's a fundamental belief, not only of Islam, but probably for most of the world's faiths. This is something that myself and my team takes on, not just because it's a job, not just because it's a business, because we are changing the future of generations to come. The alternative is not acceptable. The alternative of a world's population that is sick, that we cannot afford to take care of, that we cannot support, is not an option anymore. This is something that brings together every single person from Hevolution, every single person at our board. And for those of you who were talking about this decades ago, the pioneers of this field, this whole world, my heartfelt gratitude, because you brought us here. Our job is to lift you from there. And with that, I thank you very much for your attention. I thank you for your being here, and most of all, your support and your hard work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Khan, for this magnificent opening for Global Healthspan Summit.
What a momentum. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Your Royal Highnesses, Your Excellencies, esteemed guests, pioneering researchers, investors, dedicated advocates for advancing health span, and of course, our audience who are watching us from around the world. Hello and welcome to the Global Health Span Summit 2025 by Hevolution here in the vibrant capital, Riyadh. My name is Wa'am Dakhil, and I'm a Saudi journalist and TV presenter, and it's my great pleasure to be one of your hosts for today. We have gathered the world's most renowned experts in aging research, medicine, biotechnology, healthcare, investors, and more, all united by a singular vision, extending not just the length of human life, but its quality.
And I am Mohammed Al Moussa, and I will also be here with you today as we stand at the threshold of a new era. We are witnessing unprecedented breakthroughs in our understanding of how we age. From epigenetic reprogramming to cyanolytic therapies, what once seemed like science fiction is rapidly becoming a scientific fact. But our greatest challenge lies not just in adding years to our life, but in adding lives to years.
Amazing, absolutely, Mohammed. And this is why this summit represents more than just a gathering of minds. It's actually a merging of possibilities. And over the next 2 days, you will hear about groundbreaking research from 6 continents, participate in collaborative sessions that bridge traditional boundaries, and also engage in discussions that have the real potential to reshape the future of health span.
But we are perhaps most importantly, you will be part of a community that dares to ask, what if we could maintain the vitality of youth well into later years? What if we could redefine what it means to grow older? The answer of these questions will not only shape or impact our generation, they will ripple through the centuries to come. That's the magnitude of what we are pursuing here today.
Indeed, and for that, we invite you all to approach these 2 days with both critical thinking and also boundless imagination. Challenge assumptions, forge new collaborations, and also ask questions, share your insights, and absolutely your doubts, because here in this arena and beyond, we're not just discussing the future of aging, we are actively shaping it. So let's dive deep right now and welcome Idi Lush and her esteemed panelists. Idi, welcome. The stage is yours.
Thank you so much. It is fantastic to be here. Good morning, everybody. How are you? Good morning. All right. Thank you so much for having us. As we just heard from Dr. Mahmoud Khan, we are living in such an extraordinary moment in time. Science shows us that we can measure biological age, target aging processes, and extend the number of years that we live in good health. But how do we move from research breakthroughs to real-world solutions that can benefit everyone? That is exactly what we're going to be tackling right now. We're going to be exploring the cutting-edge work happening in healthspan science, the challenges in changing some of this research into mainstream medicine, and what policies and investments are being made to make healthspan interventions accessible all over the world. I have with me some fantastic speakers here for you. Her Royal Highness, Princess Dr. Haya bin Khalid bin Bandar Al Saud, Professor Andrea Meyer, Dr. Laura Niedernhofer, and Dr. Sharon Rosenzweig-Lipson. Welcome. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
So, Your Royal Highness, let's start with you. Senior Vice President at Hevolution Foundation, you're driving healthspan research, accelerating discoveries that could change the way that all of us age. Give us an example about tell me where some of the gaps are in the field that Hevolution is addressing and what impact you could have.
Thank you so much for your question, but I just want to welcome everyone today at the GHS 2025 and welcome to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. So as Dr. Mahmoud mentioned at the beginning, we at Hevolution Foundation are really focusing on changing the views of multiple people across the globe, that the importance is not only in extending lifespan, it's how to extend the health span. And the way we really approach it at Hevolution Foundation, and we recommend approaching it, is really understanding the underlying biology of aging. And this is called Geroscience. Now, when you look at Geroscience today, there are multiple gaps that really need to be addressed. One is understanding the underlying biology of aging. We have leapfrogged today. We have identified multiple pathways. However, there is much more that needs to be done today and to understand further underlying biology of aging for the main reason of intervening. So we want to prevent the development of age-related diseases and decrease the number of age-related diseases. Second is Geroscience, or underlying biology of aging, is very complex. So it's multiple processes that
all
interact.
influencing each other.
They interact with each other in a very complex manner. So in order to understand this complexity and this gap, there are tools and technologies that have to be developed today. For example, AI technologies, computational biology, to understand this complexity. And third gap, which is, can we translate what we see on the bench in animal models into humans? Can we validate these results? There are promising results that are superb, but today we need to validate it in humans. So there's much more to do in that perspective. But then when we look at it as a conclusion or altogether, one of the biggest gaps is underfunded. Or health span is underfunded today. So Geroscience is underfunded. We are working extensively in Hevolution to fund more of this research and to hopefully excel and find multiple interventions that can prevent aging and age-related diseases.
Fantastic, thank you. We'll be hearing about some of that move from animals to humans just a little bit later on our panel here. Professor Meyer, welcome. So, as director for the Academy for Healthy Longevity at the National University of Singapore, I find it extraordinary you're already putting some of this science into practice with healthy longevity medicine. I'm not sure people understand what that is, so I'm going to get you to define that. And I'd love you to tell us, if I walked into one of your clinics, what are some of the assessments and treatments that you might be offering?
Yes, thank you so much for this wonderful question, and thank you to be here and for the invitation to speak. So healthy longevity medicine is reality at this moment in time. So we really went from geroscience to translational geroscience into research of how do we actually bring diagnostic therapeutics into clinical practice. And healthy longevity medicine is defined as optimizing health and optimizing health span while antagonizing aging processes across the lifespan. So what is it doing? What is the aim? The aim is to optimize health. It's to prolong health span. And how? While applying geroscience and in humans. And for whom? I think it's very important to define the target population well. It's in all of us, because I haven't seen anybody yet escaping aging. So it's for adults, irrespective of the conditions. And that's very important. So we brought concepts of geroscience into the clinical practice already, while applying gerodiagnostics and gerotherapeutics. So for the ones, gero is aging, so aging diagnostics, and gerotherapeutics. And gerodiagnostics are nothing else than applying biomarkers of aging. We now understand how to bring the biology of aging, how to bring that into clinical practice, how to test and diagnose where somebody is in the aging trajectory. And we do that while applying biomarkers of aging. And there are many, and they can already be applied in clinical practice, and they are evidence-based. That's very important. And while having the diagnostics to understand how fast somebody is aging and what the root cause of the aging is, we can then look at therapeutics to antagonize that aging process. So in a nutshell, that is healthy longevity medicine, and as it exists.
Fantastic. Well, you mentioned there gerotherapeutics, and Dr. Laura Niedernhofer, Director of the Institute of Biology of Aging and Metabolism at the University of Minnesota Medical School. You've been at the forefront of gerotherapeutics. Tell us about a moment in your research that convinced you that senolytics and other therapeutics could be really game-changing for health span.
Well, thank you, Edie, for this question. It's one of my favorite topics. So I guess my work is infinitely more basic than what Andrea is talking about. And it's just been a really exciting time, because I used to work in this field of DNA damage and repair, which is very basic research involved with cancer. And then all of a sudden I was being invited to aging meetings, because it's really become clear that DNA damage is one of those primary drivers of aging. And so that was an exciting moment. And our contribution from my lab has been to create preclinical models so that we can test drugs very carefully for their ability to actually suppress all sorts of diseases at once. So what's very unique about aging is you have multiple diseases kind of piling onto one another. So we have a very unique transgenic mouse model that's based on DNA damage in excess. And these animals age very quickly and spontaneously develop all sorts of diseases. So an aha moment was, wow, we have this great model for testing gerotherapeutics very quickly. And senolytics was the first one we tackled. So these are drugs that specifically eliminate senescent cells, which accumulate with aging in humans, in all of us, and they drive chronic inflammation that's going to make everybody vulnerable to multiple diseases at once. So we had these mice, we had these new classes of drugs, and it was just very exciting to see that if you administer in this model a drug to kill senescent cells, you would prevent or delay all of these diseases at once. And these are the same drugs that are actually used already in oncology, so they're repurposed, so they're accessible to humans, they could be repurposed, and we know that in human tissue they will eliminate senescent cells. So this really taught me that, yes, I think fundamental aging biology is the driver of all these different diseases, and there are ways to tackle them all at once.
Fascinating. Well, let's come to Dr. Sharon Rosenweig-Lipson. You're Chief Scientific Officer at Life Biosciences. You've had an incredible career. You've all had amazing careers. But your work on epigenetic programming, reprogramming, is really pushing some of the boundaries of cellular rejuvenation. So I'd love you to tell us about an example from your lab when you saw some of this technology restore function in cells in a way that felt really groundbreaking.
Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to be here at this incredible Global Healthspan Summit. Like many of us in the room, we believe that aging is a key driver of multiple diseases that have the ability to impact health span. At Life Biosciences, we're focusing on cellular rejuvenation technologies. That is to say, we're looking at partial epigenetic reprogramming to take a mature or injured cell back to a younger state. And we can do that by changing these epigenetic alterations that occur during aging and use this partial epigenetic reprogramming approach. We're using 3 transcription factors, OCT4, SOX2, KLF4, to take these mature or injured cells back to this younger state. And excitingly, we've already demonstrated in mouse models of glaucoma and aging, retinal aging, that you can reverse that. Excitingly, the key is really to drive that from mouse and translate that so we'll be able to do that in humans. We all know that mouse eyes are not human eyes, and it's important to make that transition. So really that transformational moment that you're asking about came at a point in time where we were able to take what we were doing in mice and translate it to non-human primates. And specifically, we were able to look at a non-human primate model of an optic neuropathy called NION. Basically, a NION, you go to sleep at night, you can see, and you wake up the next morning, and you've lost much of the vision in one of your eyes. What we've been able to demonstrate is that when we use ER100, which is what delivers OSK, is that we can improve visual function. So we can use a pattern electroretinogram to demonstrate this improvement in visual function. But even more excitingly, we can also show that we can increase axon density. So we have evidence that we can start to improve regeneration. And so taking all of that together and really giving us the opportunity to drive from this translational process was transformative, but also we're ready. We're ready to move this into the clinic, hopefully by end of year. So we're really excited about where we've been able to take this new technology and bring it forward.
It's really exciting. And just to follow up on that, when we spoke before, you mentioned that you're going to be able to deliver this into humans, we believe, at the end of this year, but via one injection, and then you can turn on and off the process with doxycycline, a very simple antibiotic.
Yes, basically what we're using is a dual vector system using AAV2, so we can inject just one time into the eye, and then it's a controlled system. It's an inducible system that allows us to use doxycycline to turn it on or turn it off. So if we give just systemic doxycycline, a common antibiotic, what we can do is determine when OSK is active and when it's not. And that gives us a lot of opportunity to use it at the appropriate times of stages of disease. We can do it once, we can wait months and later turn it back on again. So tremendous opportunities to control how and when we do this.
Fascinating. Let's move to looking at investment, innovation, and scaling some of the health span science. Your Royal Highness, Hevolution is investing heavily in health span research. Give us an example or a project that you're working on that you believe really has the potential to reshape healthcare.
Thank you, Eri. So I wouldn't say it's a project, it's a role. Hevolution Foundation is playing a very big role in reshaping how we think, reshaping healthcare. Hevolution is orchestrating an ecosystem that brings multiple stakeholders together. It's very important how we approach health.
And I think that's very unique. At the Health and Longevity Medicine Society, we are writing guidelines. We are writing how should somebody use biomarkers of aging in a clinical setting. What is healthy longevity medicine? So we defined that and wrote it up. We are talking to governments to see what is the scope of practice? What is the scope of facilities? What kind of education does a healthcare professional need to be able to say, I'm improving the health and the health span of an aging individual? And that's very important. Once we are really united, I think we are at the place to be in huge contact with, for example, the WHO. We are living in in the UN a decade for healthy aging. We can be very vocal together with the FDA, together with the EMA, to really drive changes. How do we actually forecast the health of entire nations? So I would say collaboration and open discussion is key to really bring health forward.
Interesting, and you mentioned there the importance of biomarkers and using them correctly. Dr. Niedernhofer, you've spoken about the importance of biomarkers in assessing aging interventions. Give us a case study when a biomarker study either advanced the field or produced something very unexpected.
It's a great question. So yes, in order to think about a therapeutic intervention that would extend healthy aging, you have to have the basic research in fundamental biology. What is it you're going to target? Mm-hmm. You need to have therapeutics that are targeting it, but you also absolutely have to have biomarkers because you want to find out if somebody, through a biomarker test, a simple clinical test, has a problem that can be treated, and then to know that your intervention is impacting that problem as you predicted. So in my case, I think one of the greatest advances towards getting senolytics, these drugs that kill off senescent cells, to the clinic, was work by Ned Sharpless. So he did this almost 15 years ago now, where he just did a simple blood test, and he could take out circulating blood cells, and he measured a key gene product called P16. So he identified P16 as a gene that was most associated with chronic diseases of old age. And so just measuring that in person's blood, he could show that the levels of senescent cells, or P16 positive cells, go up tenfold with every decade of life. So this says to me, there's a lot of power in this assay. We know senescent cells are there. He also was able to show if you smoke, you have more senescent cells, and we know that ages you quickly. Or if you exercise, you could lower the level of senescent cells. So that shows it's very modifiable and responsive to things that we know affect longevity. So this is a great biomarker, easy to measure, and it's very useful for determining whether this particular class of drugs is impacted by interventions. So this says this is all feasible.
Amazing. And I want to stick with you, Dr. Niedernhofer, because I know that you're doing work not just for the few and the privileged, but also work around trying to extend this to more people. So I'd love to hear about how your work, for example, in rural clinical trials, is making some of this more accessible and inclusive.
Well, we're really at early stages, but we have a plan that we're implementing. And I don't know, I'm sure Andreas had a very similar experience, that there is so much enthusiasm from the public over aging research. I get phone calls every day. How can I help? How can I be involved in this research? Which is tremendously exciting. But my concern is those are educated, privileged people for the most part. And so we want to make sure that this really, these ideas, this education, the thought process, and ultimately the therapies reach everybody. So what we've done in Minnesota is we've created a coalition of hospital systems so that we could reach all corners of the state and thereby really get a sense of how people are aging depending on their genetics, their socioeconomic background, their lifestyles, all sorts of things. And we're going to start with just biomarker assays, just observational studies to get a handle of this. And we really hope that this will help us simplify, deploy these assays to local hospitals and not have to always do this in really elite academic centers. And then also create a template that others can use if they are willing and able to tap into local resources and rural networks as well.
Fascinating. Professor Meyer, did you want to add something from what you're doing as well?
Yeah, absolutely. So networks are very important. To bring it into clinical practice, we are working with academic centers who are able to implement healthy longevity medicine already in their clinical settings. So we have a couple of countries working together, and we are writing the guidelines to see how would you start an outpatient clinic for aging individuals. How do you finance that? What kind of protocols do you actually give to it? And I think these academic networks or networks of outpatient clinics are very important. These are two aspects. The first aspect, we need clinicians and clinician scientists to work together to, in the end, to have a network to do trials, because we need to know what works in what situation for whom, with what, globally. And we are really at the beginning of understanding what works, what is clinically effective, and what is cost effective in the end, because that's very important to democratize it. So we need that clinical network of parties working together to trial it. The second thing, which is very important, we need academic centers to train future healthcare professionals in the field, because nobody can claim yet that they are a healthy longevity medicine physician because it's not regulated yet. We need education partners to bring it into medical schools, to bring it into schools, by the way, for the public. We need that education to be able to be successful. So on the one hand side, very strong evidence, and on the other hand side, the education, they have to work together in big networks to be able to accelerate the field, because the consumers are asking now, at this moment in time, what can I do? And we have to serve the nations and the public.
Fascinating. Let's talk a little bit about demographics. Your Royal Highness, we're seeing now birth rates around the world starting to fall, populations are aging. How do you believe that Healthspan research can mitigate some of the economic and social effects of these shifts?
Very important question. So just a fact that I want to say is everyone knows that we're living longer. Everyone knows that people above the age of 60 are increasing, but by 2050, it's going to double. And the observation that we see today is not that we're living longer, healthier, we're actually living longer and getting more sick. So it is a global challenge that we always advocate for. So let's take that as the main point. Now, let's assume that we're living a story today that we were able to extend health span. So what is the domino effect economically that's going to happen? One is we're going to be able to decrease healthcare cost. Healthcare expenditure is skyrocketing across the globe. So that's one very important, and I truly believe, immediate impact. Second is we're going to be able to address a challenge that we see today, is that there's a lot of dropout in the workforce. Workforce is decreasing today. So let's assume that we are able to extend the health span. So we're going to be able to make people live longer and being able to work for longer years in good health. And the last point is also social pressure. I'm sure a lot of you know that a lot of women drop out of the workforce because they're the main caregiver to sick people in their family. So we can still preserve and encourage women to stay in the workforce. But most importantly is, how do we look to the future? So what is the role of policymakers, governments? How do they build a roadmap that can address what we're going to see in 2050 if we don't really do anything? How can they use evidence-based policies from the research that we as Hevolution and the whole globe is supporting today? What is the roadmap? How do we prepare for 2050? And a lot of these questions are questions that we want to work with others to address and encourage others to work with each other to address.
Thank you. Dr. Rosenweig-Lipson, let's come back to you, because your work is around restoring vision at the moment. But thinking about some of these demographic shifts that we're seeing all over the world, it could be applied to other aspects of aging. And so I'd love you to share how you think what you're doing could be expanded to think more broadly about how to improve health span.
Yeah, it's a very important concept, and I think one of the things that's really exciting about where we are right now is really at a fundamental shift in how we think about all of it and all of the different diseases of aging and how we can target them. So we're using vision or optic neuropathies as a launching point. It's a starting point. But really the focus is on developing the appropriate delivery technologies that allow us to target multiple diseases of aging, multiple organ systems. So whether that's the liver, whether for liver diseases, whether that's hearing, whether that's neurodegenerative disease, all of those require different delivery systems that allow us to take it there and really take this cellular rejuvenation technology, this partial epigenetic reprogramming, which is applicable across this range to them. And so, but to do that, we're going to need to continue to work with regulatory agencies. We're going to continue to work with biomarkers. We're going to continue to work to transform the clinical settings to make sure that we have the ability to manage and take all of these opportunities and turn them into realities.
Fascinating. Laura, let's come to you briefly. We heard from Dr. Mahmoud at the beginning about the fact that aging is quite complex. And when you're taking different drugs to apply to different aspects of aging, sometimes they can work together, sometimes not. I'd love you to talk a little bit about the complexity of this and what we need to think about as researchers when we think about the future of Healthspan.
That's a very important point. So I could give you a kind of a case study from our work in senolytics. And the problem with targeting senescent cells is that not all senescent cells are bad. So some of them are needed for wound healing and very acute processes that are very important to our physiology. So there's a question of, would this be dangerous to give somebody a senolytic? And so one thought has been, could you deliver it locally? Exactly the approach that you're taking, as opposed to trying systemically right from the get-go. So I think that's a very wise thing to do, because we don't want to make a mistake at this point. We don't want to set the field back. We want to be cautious and thoughtful. The other thing is, we don't have a precise definition of senescent cells, so it's hard to find them and say, oh, you have a ton of them, they're all bad, we need to treat you. So without this information, you can get hung up on what's the right biomarker and should we proceed. But I would say with all of this pressing population change and illness burden, we can't let this get in our way.
Okay.
So we just have to be cautious, and I applaud you, the approach that you're taking.
Andrea, give us a sense of why it's important to think about regulation when we are thinking about this topic as a whole.
So health is our greatest asset. We already understand that we can manipulate positively the biological age, so therewith we should regulate it. We need to understand who is practicing at what stage healthy longevity medicine. We need to define what healthy longevity medicine is, and everybody should then actually apply these kind of rules. We have to make sure that if we are talking about evidence-based healthy longevity medicine, that we understand what kind of biomarkers to use and what kind of therapeutics to use. And that's what we are doing internationally with many organizations to really, and governments, the departments of health around the globe, to really define what it is to therewith then be able to change the health of many of us.
Thank you. Very briefly, Your Royal Highness, just what's your one message for the audience, what you'd like them to take away from the summit?
I would really recommend to convene and to catalyze and make use of this one place that brings people together. I think it's a chance to make a difference. We all believe in our mission. We all believe in addressing this global challenge. And I'm a true believer that always starts somewhere. And I think today is a very important day and tomorrow. Both days are very important to do so.
Perfect.
They're all contributors.
Thank you so much, and thank you very much to my fantastic panelists. Let's give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We're going to be turning our focus now to investing in Healthspan. We've already heard about some of the science around Healthspan, how it is developing, how scientists are running clinics to help us live longer and healthier, how scientists are helping us turn back the clock through cell regeneration, clearing aging cells from the body that can trigger the immune system and cause inflammation, which, as we know, makes people more susceptible to age-related diseases. And of course, how Hevolution is investing in the future of Healthspan. So we're going to stick with this theme of investment.
That we can only deal with in a passive manner, when in reality it's a variable that we can adapt to, adjust to. In the kingdom, we've taken that into account and embedded longevity into national planning. Even this week, or last week actually, we convened a group with the World Bank, a group of 14 entities, including public sector, NGOs, and others, to answer some key questions, including what does longevity mean for the kingdom, and are we ready for it? And the answer is that longevity is not valuable without vitality. So it's all about vitality. It's all about, as you know, the importance of, the real risk is not aging, the real risk is unhealthy aging. And that's what we're trying to address in our transformation, in Vision 2030, and in what we call the National Population Policy, as part of a committee that's chaired by His Royal Highness. We concluded a strategy related to population growth. We call it PGS 1.0. We're starting PGS, Population Growth Strategy 2.0, and it's all about trying to capture many items and ideas, including vitality. And actually, we started working on this. If you look at the healthcare strategy in the kingdom, it's focused on prevention. So moving away from treating diseases to predicting and preventing disease.
And I wonder how Saudi Arabia's young population and young demographic influences your approach to healthspan investment.
So I think the important thing also here to keep in mind is that there's a paradox. One, we're a young population, but two, we're not immune from aging, right? So in the kingdom today, around 60% of the population is below the age of 30, but in 2050, 1 in 5 Saudis will be at the age of 65. So it's important for us to keep in mind that this demographic dividend, what we call demographic dividend, is a window that's closing. It's not a guarantee. We can't keep saying we're a young population and just sit there and wait for miracles to happen. It's not a guarantee. It's an advantage window that's temporary that we need to utilize. And we utilize that by acting today. If we want to avoid chronic illnesses, if we want to avoid lack of productivity in the future, a lot of these proper workforce planning, we need to start acting today. And a lot of it revolves around national planning, but also investing in the right kind of technologies. Ultimately, we want to be a population that, when it starts its aging process in 20, 30 years, etc., we benefit from the demographic dividend up until that point, but continue benefiting from productivity as we grow, as we start our aging process.
I'd love to hear a little bit as well about how Healthspan fits into the Vision 2030 and the vision for Saudi Arabia's economic diversification.
So one of the key priorities of Vision 2030 is, of course, diversifying the economy. The other one is unlocking human capital potential. We're doing this by many things, including investing in human capital development outcomes. But actually, in of itself, diversifying the economy is creating high-value job opportunities that will keep the Saudi population and the population in the kingdom more productive and ultimately help us transition from a resource-rich, resource-led economic story to a productivity, knowledge-based, and productivity-led economic growth story. And it's not just about diversification, it's also about reinvention. We want a workforce that is healthier, larger, but more productive for longer. And today, globally, the longevity economy amounts up to $30 trillion. There's room for the kingdom, given that it's a global growth story. In fact, we believe the global growth story, but also one with a clear demographic dividend profile that we hope to and plan to capture properly and not miss out on, we're between stage 2 and 3, that the kingdom can really be a leader in this longevity economy. Investing in technologies related to life extension and longevity is not science fiction. It may sound like it to people who are just new to this, but it's really not science fiction. Cellnetics, investing in reverse aging, longevity biotech, all of these solutions that I'm not an expert on, combined are not just solutions that will take us or advance us in one research area or another. At scale, these are going to really shift radically productivity, work, and healthcare.
Interesting. You alluded to this, but I want to dive a little bit deeper. How do you think that Healthspan advances will shape Saudi Arabia's workforce development strategy?
So on workforce, if you look at what we've done with pensions, for example, that's a key pillar, right? Pension systems in the past focused on a model or a formula that says 40 years of work, 20 years of savings and retirement. But we're seeing life expectancy going up to 90 years globally. In the kingdom, one of our targets was to grow life expectancy. And of course, that was when Vision 2030 started. Today, we're deeper, we understand things better. So we're focusing on healthy average life expectancy. But we started at 78. We believe at the end of 2030, we'll be at 80 years. So we can't really just stay without restructuring some of these policies. That's why we went through a pension reform that can help us get more productivity from our workforce as we grow more senior, as we grow older. Another area related to this is, of course, viewing an aging population as a crisis. We can't view an aging population as a crisis. We should view it as an untapped labor market. Ultimately, in the future, when we address some of these challenges, including non-communicable diseases, which is today one of our leading causes of death, we will be in a better position or a stronger position to avoid chronic diseases, be ready for more productivity, and reap more of investments in capital infrastructure and human capital development outcome spend. So in that regard, it's important to keep in mind that things such as pensions, things such as preventative medicine, things such as careers. Careers, we used to view them as ladders. Today, they are continuums. In Japan, AI and automation is used to augment an aging population. And today in the kingdom, we've already tackled that through a biotech strategy, through investing in the fourth industrial revolution, through focusing on AI. One of the key things why the kingdom is focusing on AI is not just as a strategic or a financial investor, not just as a player in the global value chain, but because we want to be a power user. As government, as private sector, as NGOs, we want to be power users of generative AI, which will help us to always be more productive as we grow older.
Final question to you. How do you see Hevolution contributing to Saudi Arabia's economic future?
So I think the idea for Hevolution to start was, I think, something that just makes perfect sense. Given where we stand as a transformation story, 8 years strong, still the momentum of Vision 2030 is as strong as it was in day 0 or day 1, even stronger. This is a real long-term restructuring of our economy and society. At the same time, we don't want to miss out on the demographic dividend. At the same time, we don't want to miss out from being at the leading and cutting edge of investment in science and technology, including AI, that can help us in this transformation and in unlocking potential for human capital. So it makes perfect sense. Hevolution today is investing hundreds of millions globally in grants and investments, but also in the kingdom in terms of grants. And it's not only part of the conversation, it is today leading the conversation. And that's helping us as well attract that community to the kingdom, where we believe this is a real-life example of putting technology and research to work and applying it in if you want to call it, a large national lab. We're doing the national population policy, and we're working with several entities, including Hevolution, is trying to understand how we're always at the cutting edge of that. So that's important. Two, as we start looking at things beyond GDP, we're looking at things, leading economists today are looking at how can we include health average life expectancy metrics to complement GDP, to look at healthy GDP. We believe the kingdom will be at the forefront of measuring this, but also potentially one of the countries that could be leading in terms of our score, our performance as GDP that includes in it other metrics. Lastly, I'd say it's important to keep in mind that what we're doing today in Hevolution, we're acting now, we are future-proofing the challenges that the kingdom may face. The biggest risk is thinking that having a young population means that we won't have an aging crisis in the future. No, this requires work today, and the work includes both investing in research and development and technologies, but also embedding health span and longevity policies in our national planning. We don't want to, in 2050, to look at a 70-year-old Saudi and say this is someone who's in decline. We want in 2050 to look at a 70-year Saudi or someone in Saudi who's 70 years, to say that's someone who is very productive, who's contributing to the economy and society. And ultimately, countries that really get the longevity planning done right, including AI, will be the countries that will have an impact in the future. I'll quote one of our friends who quoted one of her doctors that she had to deal with recently. And this is not about adding years to life, this is about adding life to years.
Fascinating. Your Excellency, thank you so much for joining us here on stage at Hevolution. Absolutely delighted to have you. Thank you so
Appreciate
much.
it.
Thank you.
See you.
Thank you. So we're going to be moving back to the science now, looking at Hevolution's particular role. As we have heard, Hevolution's mission is to advance aging science and innovation by increasing the number of health span researchers around the world, as well as expanding the number of companies, attracting more funding to the health span field. We heard from Her Royal Highness a moment ago that there isn't enough investment going in. Also, collaboration, fostering collaboration to address the root causes of aging. We've heard about the gaps in some of the geroscience that exist. As we heard from Dr. Khan, over the past 3 years, Hevolution has committed over $400 million to advancing the field. 230 grants, 250 grantees, and 25 global partnerships. So we're going to hear more about the science beyond the hallmarks of aging. I'd like you to give a very warm Hevolution welcome to the Chief Science Officer from Hevolution Foundation, Dr. Felipe Sierra. Welcome.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks for coming. Thanks for being here. This is an exciting time for Hevolution, having the second summit. And we'll talk a little bit about where we are with the science. So it's a very exciting time to be in aging biology science. I've been in the field for about 30 years. These last 10 years have been amazing. The explosion of things that have happened. An explosion that has meant that a lot more people are interested in the field. A lot of people are now both scientists, entrepreneurs, all type of people getting into the field. And even getting one of our own, Gary Rapkin, get a Nobel Prize. I mean, this is big time for aging biology. What has spurred this change was two events that happened about 12 years ago, about the same time, both of them. One of them was a publication of a paper called Hallmarks of Aging. And the other one was the organization of the first summit on Geroscience and publication of the first paper on the concept of geroscience. Those two things at the same time galvanized the field, focused it, so that we could get more advanced in our knowledge and our comprehension of the science behind. Now, what I would like to talk to you today is that this has been 12 years ago that these two events happened. And it's time for us to reconsider where are we, both with the hallmarks and with geroscience. Is it time to think beyond what was originally done? So, starting with geroscience, which is the field that's closest to my heart, yes, there is a change in how it's done. When we first came up with the concept, we were claiming, okay, aging is a major risk factor for all chronic diseases, and that's why you should study aging. I think we're switching now and moving more towards health as opposed to diseases. Geroscience is saying now that aging biology is what keeps you young and healthy as you age. So the focus is away from diseases. Let's not worry about the diseases. Yes, they will come, and we do have to keep our geriatricians busy, basically. But let's focus on health instead of focus on diseases. In terms of the hallmarks, there's also been significant changes in the thinking. So the original paper was published in 2012. In 2022, the same authors, some of which are here actually, published a new version, adding new hallmarks. And I would argue that that's useful because it focuses the field, but it's not sufficient. Because what do we do with this? Basically, in the words of Luigi Ferrucci, he thinks, no, these are not really hallmarks of aging. They're hallmarks of life. Why? Because every molecular pathway that is necessary for maintenance of life will affect aging. And aging will affect that pathway as well. So these are hallmarks of life. So adding more hallmarks, at the end, we are going to end up adding all of biology. So what we really need is to see how do we interconnect those molecular and cellular hallmarks to the actual outcome, which is health. So there has been some advances on that as well, because now we are not the only ones that are trying to change the conversation from diseases to health. The WHO published things on intrinsic capacities. So there is a focus now on health. Intrinsic capacities are those things that allow us to do the things that we want to do. So it's not focused on diseases. We're not defining aging as an absence of disease. We're not defining healthy aging as an absence of disease. We're defining healthy aging as the ability to function. And I think that that's important. But the question now is, how do we correlate what happens at the molecular level with the outcome of intrinsic capacities being lost with aging? I would argue that the thing that joins the two things together is something we're calling molecular resilience. Molecular resilience is the ability of every cell in your body to react to a challenge. So when you get a challenge, every cell has to react and come back to homeostasis. So what we're proposing is that the hallmarks of aging, no matter which hallmark you're talking about, defined or not defined, all of them converge on a loss of resilience. Why do we say that? Because all these hallmarks talk to each other. They interact with each other so that as we age, there's a decrease in multiple aspects of our molecular machineries. And all of that gets together in a loss of resilience, in a lot of capacity to react to a challenge. And when that happens, that's what leads to a decrease in intrinsic capacities. And that's what leads to loss of health. Let me illustrate that a little bit. So any insult that your body has, say you get chemotherapy, or you eat a high-fat diet, or even positive stresses like exercise. That's positive, right? But it is a stress. It is a stress. It increases your heart rate. It does a lot of things that produce stress at the molecular level. What happens when you get those stresses is that you're going to have to react, right? And that ability to react is being lost with age. Now, why is it lost? That's a different question. We don't know why we lose it. Do we lose it just for wear and tear because the system gets tired of working? Or is there other things that make it get lost? The bottom line is that no matter what the stress is, you're going to get a response, and that response gets diminished with aging. So what is a response? It's when you are at the steady state level, you get a challenge, and then you return to a steady state. But that steady state is not necessarily the same one that you were before. So as time passes, your steady state keeps changing. I'm not saying deteriorating, but it changes relative to what you had when you were young. Okay? So as you age, things keep happening, and your ability to respond gets lower and lower to the point where at the end, when our system is at such a low level of resilience that even a small challenge, could be a cold, a flu, a fall, anything like that, is a challenge, and the body is not able to react anymore. And that's when death happens. So basically, what I'm trying to say is that we can spend a lot of effort and time and money trying to define how to measure each one of the hallmarks of aging, how to measure how this reacts to that, or relates to that. All of that, we should do it anyway, but it's not as strong as trying to focus on the overarching effect, which is this loss of resilience. Now, we have a little problem there because resilience is your response to challenges. Well, we can't precisely, ethically challenge our older people just to measure their resilience. So how do we measure resilience is an important area where we're still waiting to see how we do it. There's a possibility to do it with continuous measures, things like those rings and things like that, but we don't have the capability to do it yet. We are working on that, and I think that's part of the future of the field. So those are the ideas that I think that Hevolution is focusing on, that a lot of researchers are focusing on, and we're going to now have a panel to discuss other aspects of aging research that are timely and happening now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for staying with us as well. We're going to be diving now into the science behind the hallmarks of aging. And I'm going to introduce your moderator to you as well, Dr. Sebastian Tuot. He's the chief editor of Nature Aging. His interest in aging comes from his years of editorial work with neuroscientists studying neurodegenerative disorders, strokes, and brain aging. We have a fantastic panel collected from around the world for you. So stay tuned. We're moving from science to investment. Now back to the science. Stay with us. Coming up next.
So is this working? Yeah. Well, welcome to this session focused on science. We have a great panel of speakers today, scientific architects, I guess we can call you. And so today we are going to discuss recent scientific findings, emerging trends in the aging field, and how these are providing a more comprehensive understanding of the aging process. And we will discuss, of course, the implications for human health. But before we go through each panelist, I wanted to know if some of you want to react to the presentation from Felipe, the introductory comments. So one of the questions you asked was, should we move away from the hallmarks of aging, and how do we do this? And I thought maybe some of you could let us know what you think about this. Obviously, this has been a very influential framework that has shaped the field. And personally, I feel that we are still very much into this framework, and it's going to be very hard to move away from this. But looking at the future, what are you thinking?
Just to clarify, I didn't say that we should move away and forget about it. No, they're very important. They have been pivotal on where we are. And I think we should continue to do that. It's just that we need to think a little bit further away.
Yeah.
So I think that's a great point, Felipe. And parallel to the hallmarks of aging, I like to talk about domains of aging, like neurocognitive decline, metabolic decline, hormonal decline. And often all the components, all the domains of aging decline together. But in many cases, they don't. And one particular domain, for example, cognitive or musculoskeletal sarcopenia related, is far more advanced in terms of aging. And there's a situation where we'll need to develop approaches to target those domains of aging that are particularly affected in any particular individual.
Any other?
If I might comment on that. So I fully agree, actually, on that. That's a great point. What I've been saying in that domain is that basically you have all the hallmarks of aging, described or undescribed yet, okay? But they interact with each other. And aging is what happens when all of them decline. Because they're interacting with each other, they kind of decline altogether. When one domain declines at a faster rate than the others, that's called a disease. Aging is when they all decline about the same time. Now, what initiated might be different in you, or you, right? But it's a common decline of all the hallmarks at the same time.
I think the hallmarks have been a great roadmap to help scientists get started.
Yep.
But now we're kind of halfway through our journey, and we have to get kind of a more detailed roadmap, because they're all interconnected. There are these domains, subdomains of aging, and that's where the field has to go.
Quickly, Jim, and maybe Eric.
Yeah, I'd just say, as we're all aware, we're all aging all the time. A 6-year-old is older than a 4-year-old. And it turns out that a number of fundamental aging processes can be activated in women before they even conceive, and get passed on for generations. And that's been shown in humans now. And some of the things that we think as traditional hallmarks, as Felipe was saying, there are additional things that are very disruptive, that are coming around the corner, that nobody's going to expect, and they're starting now, and they're things that we just haven't thought about. And some of them are environmental things that are really, and especially in Saudi, some of these things are being found. I can't go into great detail
so we are
about
talking,
it.
A lot of people are talking about the exposome, for instance, as a way to refer to this. Definitely something that's developing, super exciting. I'm actually about to go to a workshop soon on this. Eric, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I think I agree with what's been said in terms of the hallmarks of aging, with an interesting way to organize the field. But we all recognize that all of these hallmarks are really deeply, intricately related to each other. And I think this is part of a movement that's happening right now in biology, which is to move from the single protein, single pathway to the integration of all of these pathways. And the study of phenome health that we are working reactively on is really a reflection of this, looking at the whole biological system, understanding the frailty point, the network, and so on. So this is really a movement that's not only happening in aging science, but in all of biology.
And along those lines, it's very interesting to ask how the different organs are communicating with each other. We have studied in isolation the brain, but what signals does the kidney send to the brain, the liver to the brain, the heart to muscle? That'll be a really important area of future investigation in aging. Is one organ determining the rate of aging for all, or do they act independently? Is there a master regulator?
I couldn't agree more with this. I think this is a fascinating scientific, a question of how the different organs are interacting with each other. Most of us tend to focus on one organ, and looking at this systemic communication is so exciting, so interesting. So Dina, I want to start the conversation, the panel, with you. So you're a physician scientist,
Yes.
You're a neurologist, so I imagine you see a lot of patients who complain about cognitive problems, probably dementia. But you also have a lab, and as some others on these panels, you do research in the lab and have this double hat. So recently I saw that you had this recent piece with a few of your colleagues, including Colin Murphy, Yusin Su, and Berenice Benayoun, on why biological sex matters in aging research and for resilience. So I was wondering if you could tell us a little bit about this and how it can inform the way we approach taking care of our health.
Sure. Thank you, and thank you for the invitation to be here. It's a real honor. Every cell in our body has a biological sex that is typically XX or XY. And that biological sex governs fundamental processes in the cell, in organs, and in the whole individual. And so the expansion of aging research to investigate male-specific biology and female-specific biology will herald advances in human health. Now, why do we care? It's because true sex differences exist. For example, women will live longer than men all around the world in every society that records mortality, from Somalia to the USA to Saudi Arabia to Japan. Women live longer than men. During pandemics, during famines, girls will live longer than boys. And so if we can understand some of this resilience in lifespan, maybe we could have new medicines for both men and women. And this also applies to the brain. So in many populations, women will show less cognitive decline than men, excluding dementias. And we have mapped this resilience to the second X chromosome. So what does that mean for biology? We have historically neglected studying the second X chromosome, but now we're finding that it may be a treasure trove of new therapies, again, to help both men and women. So again, if we can unravel the biology of sex difference, understand what makes one sex more resilient, we can have new pathways, new mechanisms that can be new medicines for aging individuals. The other thing to keep in mind is when we have these new medicines going forward, how are they affecting women differently than men? There are many current medicines, for example, even aspirin, that have been historically tested in men, and in some cases, like for primary cardiac prevention, actually don't work in women. Women are often over-medicated because medicines have been tested in men and not women. And so we have a gap in medicine where we're moving towards really more equity, more representation of women, and the aging field has a tremendous opportunity with new medicines to ensure equity.
I think this is so important, and it's great. I mean, we know about these sex differences. It's really great to see that some of the findings that are emerging, including from your lab, are really getting at the biology of this. So maybe if there's a bit of time, we'll have, maybe we'll discuss one of these studies. But I want to pivot now to Jim and Paul, and if they could tell us about senescence some of the recent development that happened. Obviously, we heard from Laura in one of the previous panels, so I don't think we need to go on the basic. But one of the things that I think would be interesting to hear from you is where we stand with Senet, so the Senescence Network, which is this large consortium in the US that develops atlases and tools to study senescence. It's a multi-year project, over $100 million, I think, are invested in this. So it would be great to hear from you about the latest development and also how the senolytics and xenotherapeutics are entering the clinical space and what we are learning, where we're headed in that direction.
Yeah, great. Thank you, Sebastian. So just to give a brief overview of senescence, so this is something that happens to cells when they become stressed or damaged. And we've evolved to have this process where these cells stop growing and they become inflammatory. They tell the immune system to come clear them so that we don't have these cells that become cancerous or cause adverse effects. But as we age, they start to accumulate and they start to contribute to driving aging. And so senescence is a hallmark of aging downstream from primary drivers of aging like DNA damage. And what's interesting about them is, unlike some of the other pillars, these are easily druggable. We can easily screen for drugs that will preferentially kill these senescent cells. So given this interest and work from Felipe and others, Jim, there is now an NIH Director's Common Fund, which the goal of this fund is to try to identify, characterize, and spatially map senescent cells in 18 human tissues with healthy aging. And this will give us a roadmap, hopefully, to identify what cells we should be targeting with drugs that try to slow aging, extend health span, and potentially treat certain diseases. And so we're kind of at that point where we're starting now to understand that senescence isn't just one thing. It's very complicated, and now there's the term xenotypes, and each tissue and each cell has different xenotypes, and they probably respond differently to drugs. And so we're now hopeful we can take this information and lead to development of the next generation of drugs that will kill or eliminate these senescent cells. And Jim could talk about the clinical trials
so
that are
it's
ongoing.
true, there's this heterogeneity that we need to understand, and clearly Senet is going to play a big role in trying to understand this. And I should mention that actually Felipe, I think, was one of the initiators and promoter of this project. So, I just want to acknowledge that.
It was 190 million, not 100.
Yes,
Okay. Sorry, I got that wrong.
And we're hopeful for a second phase that could be something similar too, is the hope. So,
right. It's up to you.
Jim.
Yeah, I just mentioned it looks like there are more than just drugs. There are some things coming out of left field that can eliminate tissue-damaging senescent cells, which can occur at any point during life, even before conception. So it turns out that Down syndrome, for example, where there's aging of the egg cell before it's even fertilized, is a senescence-driven disorder, and clinical trials are about to begin. But there are new interventions that are beyond drugs that look incredibly promising, including some mechanical interventions, electrostimulation, and these are going to provide ways of even imaging for senescent cells in people without radiation. So there are some very disruptive things that are coming. And another thing I'll mention to your point, across the trials and in preclinical studies in experimental animals, there are very big differences in response to senolytics between male and female animals, and this is occurring, we're finding now, in humans. And I'd point out in Saudi's got a huge, there are two main diseases in Saudi Arabia that are related to cellular senescence that are the leading causes of death of males and females. In Saudi Arabia, a leading cause of death of males is heart failure with preserved ejection fraction, for which there's no good treatment. That kills Saudi males. It's a senescence-driven disorder, along with fibrosis that's related to senescence. The leading cause of death of women in Saudi is triple-negative breast cancer. And there are new drugs now, senolytics, that can be given after chemo and radiation, plus a new class of drugs called senesensitizers, which Hevolution is actually funding studies of, that can perhaps make inroads on this deadly form of cancer that occurs in Saudi women. And the gap, and Saudi women especially, but also Saudi men, are dying in early adulthood of disorders related to the exposome, and the rate of these deaths appears to be increasing, although it's arguable whether that's a bias of ascertainment. And there's a great interest in oncologists within Saudi to try to figure out why, and there are 4 or 5 papers out now showing this, that Saudi has an increasing number, and this affects, with lower GI cancers, things that are driven by fundamental aging processes, more in women than in men who are middle-aged in Saudi.
So that points to another, way in which biological sex is important. And thanks for bringing up, some of these differences related to population and, specific diseases. Hasi, I want to ask you, sort of related to this in a way, if you could tell us about the role of precision medicine in aging research. So I know you've worked in the last several years on what you call microproteins related to mitochondrial function, and you found variants in some population that affect aging and health. So if you could tell us about this, and also, usually when we talk about precision medicine, we talk about some of the tools, the computational tools that are important to better understand patterns, and if you could tell us a little bit about the role of AI in that space, that would be fantastic.
Absolutely. So all the scientists that are in this meeting and funded by Hevolution have brought forward literally hundreds of compounds that show some promise in advancing longevity. And if even a fraction of those get approved, how are we going to approach an ordinary person who comes to their doctor and wants to benefit from all this science? We need to develop an approach that will individualize, personalize, and create a precision approach to selecting the medications that we're going to give people, the lifestyle interventions we want to promote. And clearly, one size doesn't fit all. And probably the best studied lifestyle intervention for longevity is the Mediterranean diet, which has tremendous effects when tested where it originated in the Mediterranean. Interestingly, in a study that was recently published from Sweden, where they prescribed Mediterranean diet, the effects were minimal, in fact, not significant. So I think we need to figure out lifestyle interventions, exercise intervention, nutritional interventions that are right for individual people and often for individual ethnicities. And drawing from our experience in our lab on mitochondrial biology, in fact, mitochondria are a unique part of the cell that has its own DNA that people haven't appreciated before, that in addition to coding for a few large proteins, encodes multiple small peptides. And when peptides, think of Ozempic, which is a GLP-1 peptide that has weight loss. And we've been seeing multiple defects, mutations in mitochondrial DNA that predispose people for advanced aging and diseases of aging that could be addressed by administering these type of peptides, which we've done in mice. And we've described a number of these, including one called MOTC, which has tremendous weight loss effects in preventing fatty liver. And then we discovered that Japanese people, 10% of them have a mutation there that leads to diabetes and obesity. And I'm particularly excited about a recent discovery where we've seen a gain of function mutation in a novel mitochondrial peptide that only affects people of Arab descent in the Gulf states. And people who carry this mutation don't get obese at all. And we've been able to synthesize the peptide that's affected, inject it into mice, and it leads to tremendous weight loss while maintaining muscle mass. And I think that obesity and the consequences of obesity, like diabetes, are becoming a major problem in this country and around the region. And development of specific interventions that will target that is very promising.
And so to design these interventions, we also need to understand the biology of the patient or the consumers, as I think Mahmoud was talking about. So I want to transition to what we refer to as the biomarkers of aging or healthy aging. And I was wondering if, Eric, you could tell us a little bit about where we stand in that space. I mean, obviously, biomarkers of aging have been around for a long time, and it's maybe worth mentioning the BLSA study. but we are in a new phase. Perhaps that's not completely mature. So I'd like you to get your take on where we stand and where you think the field is headed.
Thank you. I think this is a question that preoccupies us a lot. We all recognize that the chronic disease of aging that we all study are the results of a lifelong process. And so the question, as we're trying to change medicine from being reactive, treating these diseases when they occur, to moving and actually preventing them in the first place, there's an incredible need for good biomarkers that are predictive and that are early. So medicine has been doing this for a while, but typically your physician relies on maybe 100 different those biomarkers. Think hemoglobin A1C, your glucose, your number of neutrophils, and so on. This is 100 markers at a time when biologically using the cutting-edge technology, we can measure close to 100,000 different variables in the blood of anybody at any given time. So the Buck Institute actually, along with support from Hevolution, has really initiated a very large effort that we call phenomics in this area. One of the key step in this direction was the recruitment of Lee Hood, who has been a pioneer in the study of phenomics, and I'll define it in 1 second. We recently recruited another faculty member, Nathan Price, and the two of them together, along with many of our faculty, are really building what we hope will be a comprehensive atlas of all of the biomarkers that are potentially being used to assess health and to measure it. With the support of the foundation, we've also been able to start testing real hypotheses and hopefully to generate novel diagnostic biomarkers. For example, I'll give you the practical case that most people who are aged 70 years old do not respond to any vaccines. And we saw this really acutely manifested during the COVID pandemic, where the elderly were disproportionately affected by the pandemic. So the question that we asked is, are there any markers that we can detect in the blood in retrospective studies that would be predictive of how someone would respond to a vaccine? And we've identified a whole series of metabolic biomarkers with the support of the foundation again. And these markers, we think, are going to be highly predictive, but we think that they could be part of the answers. And we're right now testing the hypothesis that some of these metabolites that we know are either enhanced or decreased in the patients who do not respond to vaccine might actually become adjuvant in future vaccination efforts. So I think we are on the edge of a revolution where medicine is going to go from 100 biomarkers to thousands or 100,000s. And added to this is the integration of what we call the wearables, which I think will end up being biomarkers. They're not described as biomarkers, but all of the evidence point that they're highly predictive. And all of the other functional tests that we can discuss. So I think I will resist the temptation to go into the epigenetic clock or the proteomics clock. There's a proliferation of those.
We could have an entire session on those, right?
Yes.
And you mentioned the wearables. I mean, clearly the digital biomarkers are going to be part of, the future, right?
I predict they will be a huge part of the whole picture. I do work with a number of these companies, and I can tell you there's a lot brewing under the surface in terms of using them to be able to actually predict where you stand. Now, the beauty of those is that they're portable, they're available at home, they don't require a blood draw, and I think they will become a big part of the picture.
So, Felipe, I want to ask if you want to react to some of this. Are we designing the future of geroscience in the right way? Are we architecting that future? What are your thoughts on what was discussed on this panel?
I think we are architecting the future, definitely. I mean, the impulse that has been given to the field through Hevolution makes my heart melt to hear you saying, yeah, we're doing this because of Hevolution's support. Wow, this is great. I mean, this is great for us to hear. There are many aspects that are not present in the panel that I think are critical to continue investing in. Like, for example, we talk about the difference between the sexes. How about circadian rhythm? When do you take a senolytic? Doesn't matter if you take it in the morning or in the evening.
There was this work from Takahashi's lab also looking at food consumption and in the context of circadian rhythm. It's really fascinating. Yeah.
Right. So, and there are areas like that. There's a few other areas that we're looking for the future. And I think that, yes, as I mentioned in my little talk, I think we are at the verge of a new revolution. There was a big revolution with the definition of the hallmarks of aging because it concentrated the field. But we're on the verge of a new revolution because of all these omics technologies that are coming, and the support of Hevolution is going to be important to bring that second revolution into place.
That's great. Any other thoughts that the panel would like to share? We have very little time left, but if someone wants to add something. Jim, yeah.
I'll just mention one other initiative which is underway around the world, in which I feel the GCC needs to participate in and will, are Geroscience related clinical trials. So one thing the NIH has established in the US is the Translational Geroscience Network. Currently, there are 87 clinical trials underway through that network. Canada, 2 months ago, just copied it. The EU has just funded a network. And I think because there's so many differences, as we've already heard, in the GCC, especially in drug metabolism, that affects a lot of these processes, we need to, and I have a lot of Saudi contacts, we need to include Saudi in that network where we're doing clinical trials the same way, measuring the same biomarkers across the trials so we can find out things that are specific for populations, measure every domain in ways that are culturally sensitive. And there are already trials going on in GCC, like in UAE, but I think Saudi needs to be part of this. We need to train Saudi physicians in the basic biology of aging and bring them to other parts of the world so they can come back, and so that a biotech industry can develop here as well.
I mean, so it sounds like Hevolution is going to continue to support these efforts in the region and elsewhere. So I think we all look forward to seeing what's going to happen with this. I mean, I think we only touched on just a few elements of what's happening in the field. There's so much energy, so much excitement. Some of this is going to be on display at this conference, and I think we can all be very excited about the future. So thank you, everyone, for contributing to these great conversations.
Thank you. Thank you, Sebastian, and the eminent scientists we just heard from. The discussions on recent scientific advances, ladies and gentlemen, in the health span have given us so much to reflect on. Over the next 2 days, experts will share groundbreaking research from 6 continents with deep dives into translating lab work to real life. Hevolution Foundation, our host, is at the forefront of driving progress in aging science and investment, creating a vital bridge between scientific innovation and real-world application. Before we move into a discussion on financing the future of Healthspan, it's essential to first consider how balancing regulation and safety to ensure that we're not only innovating, but we are also protecting the public. With that, please join me in welcoming Angela Waniri, General Counsel of Hevolution Foundation, and her esteemed panelists to the stage. Hello and welcome, Angela. The stage is yours. Please, a big round of applause. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome. Welcome, Your Excellency. Angela, the mic to you.
Thank you. This is really wonderful. Standing on existing protocols, welcome everyone. I'm new to Hevolution here for 4 months and thoroughly enjoying this city. I hope the visitors, you get a chance. I hope you stay long enough to take some time to enjoy the city. It's really amazing. So before we get started, I have this amazing panel here. You know, everything we are doing, we can't get anywhere without regulation, right? I think we all know. So the regulatory folks I think the old story is that they are standing in the way, but hopefully at the end of this conversation today, we're going to see that maybe they'll be leading the way instead of being standing in our way. So I have the honor to introduce His Excellency, Professor Hisham Al-Jadei. He is the CEO of Saudi Food Authority. He is a member of several boards. I'm just going to name a few: the Saudi Health Council, the Public Health Authority, and the Saudi National Institute of Health, and many others. Previously, he was the Dean of the College of Pharmacy at KSU, King Saud University. And joining us is Dr. Ray, Amrit Ray. He's an experienced physician researcher, chairman and board director of multiple pharmaceutical companies. Previously, he was the global president of R&D at Pfizer Corporation. And before that, he was the chief medical officer at Johnson & Johnson, which is where we met. So help me in welcoming them to the stage. Everybody that has spoken today has mentioned regulatory.
Yes.
Yeah? So now you've got him. He's right here. So we're going to have you on the hot seat today. One of the questions I think most people are thinking about is what is the role of regulation in general in promoting healthy aging and health span in particular?
Thank you so much, Angela. And at the beginning, really, I want to thank Hevolution for this excellent summit and Dr. Mahmoud Khan and his team for this organizing and also all the discussion that we had this morning. So when we look at regulation, the traditional look at regulation is that they approve the new technology, approve medication for health span, approve smart health or medical devices. And really, there are role for regulator to play in the approval process and making these products available. But I don't think we should limit the role to help with the improving the health span and all the different projects that we are looking at for our aging population in just approving the products. We want the regulator, they have a huge impact in the whole life cycle of looking at the big picture of health span and the prevention of diseases. And when we look at the prevention of diseases, one of the things that it comes to my mind is food. So food is more than talking about new technology for treatment. I think it's two elements. One is food and the prevention with food, and the other one is new technologies, smart health, new treatments that also will help in preventing many of the chronic diseases. I think regulator also not limited to regulator that's regulating for products similar to the Saudi Food and Drug Authority, but also the wide range of regulators. And they need to be part of the journey from the beginning and support it. And the unique thing in Saudi Arabia that we all the time part of different innovative ideas, and the regulator need to be agile and also flexible without impacting the safety of public. So basically, regulator will look at the different dimension, look at the safety for public, but also look at the innovation and make sure it is balanced on that matter. So really, in Saudi Arabia, our involvement for regulator in the health span is really at early stages. We work a lot with the innovator, investors, and also new companies and biotechnology in also building our capability. So once you have new products coming to the market, as a regulator, you need to be ready for that. And also you need to bring guidance as early as possible. So the technology advanced very quickly, so need regulator to be at the same stage.
That's great. Dr. Ray, So from industry perspective, what's your sense on the role of regulators in the work that we're doing?
Well, thank you, Angela, and thank you very much to the foundation. Hevolution has done a terrific job here. It's a real honor to be part of this. So I would like to build on His Excellency's comments, and looking at this from the perspective of research and development and the perspective of an innovator. I would add that there are at least two elements, and I'd like to introduce two additional words to the conversation. So one of them is access. And I say that because this is a very international audience, and in many countries around the world, regardless of whether there is government-provided health care or whether there is private health insurance, the regulatory approval of a product is intertwined with the access to that product. And for that reason, the partnership with the regulator, the collaboration with the regulator becomes very, very important for pharmaceutical and other innovators. You know, in many industries around the world, they resent and want to minimize regulation. But actually in healthcare, regulation is welcomed and very, very important because it is tied to so many other processes in the broader system. And access and making sure that access is affordable, making sure that access is equitable, okay, becomes very, very important and is tied to that regulatory approval process. So that's the first thing. The second that I would also like to add is it's a very important broad concept, but that of trust. And trust in medicines, trust in interventions. And I say that because if we, for a moment, step back and take our professional roles aside and just speak as private citizens, then the majority of the information that we get on interventions related to health span, related to longevity, all of these related areas, actually most of that does not come from medical journals, and it does not come from summits. It comes from social media, and it comes from very simple, quick interactions. And with those interactions, there can often be misinformation, okay, or incorrect information. And the result of that is that patients or citizens who don't want to become patients can lose faith. They can lose faith in science. This is where the legitimacy of a regulatory body that is independent, objective, evidence-based, that can make a tremendous difference to making sure that the interventions that are being considered are trusted and are seen with a sense of faith by people who may not have time to go into great depth, but can rely on this seal of approval in many ways. So I hope access and trust can also be considered in that innovation in healthspan dialogue.
I think this morning we heard Dr. Han talk about reminding us that we have 8 billion people in the world, and so we have potentially a market of 8 billion people, right? 8 billion people living in all the countries of the world, and each country has its own regulatory authority. I guess one of the questions, His Excellency, is how are you going to interact and collaborate with other government agencies to make sure this solution we're creating that is going to be applicable to everybody everywhere around the world, that it actually gets implemented? Maybe we have to think outside of the box from the way we've always done it.
Yeah. So before I talk about how we are interacting with other regulators, I just want to mention that in terms of different products, and this is, I'm sure we have here with the audience, investor and also entrepreneur and also researcher and scientist. And the Saudi FDA, we really took it very serious, and we have innovation pathways for approving products. With it comes medicine, will be AI, or medical devices, or smart health. And we have a different pathway for approving this as early as possible and moving it forward. Yes, we do have interaction internationally, and today the Saudi FDA, for example, we have the maturity level 4 with the WHO, and we are applying for the World Listed Authority for vaccine and medicine. And this is give us the opportunity to coordinate with others. But also we are in the international community. We're talking about in the medical device, what we call the IMDRF. It's for the regulator for medical device. We are on the same table that we are trying to harmonize. With the medicine, we have the ICH. With the food, we have the Codex Alimentaris, which is put the standards for food. I think what we are trying to do at this moment is, for example, for food. We did a lot of intervention. We put the, for example, a number of calories on meals. We reduced the salt, for example. We banned the trans fat, and we were one of the top 5 countries in the world to get that target. And I don't want to talk about that we will limit more of sugar and salt and fat. I don't think this is the direction. What we look at is to look at the food as component of not healthy food and food. We eat because we're looking for energy, looking for different purposes from food. But if the food is not healthy, it's not considered a food. So it's not considered a food if it's not healthy and bringing the health for the consumer. So what we are trying right now is to work with our regulator and our counterpart regulator around the world, and also with the international organization, so to redefine the definition of food, where food will be a way to prevent a lot of chronic diseases and also other diseases, and including aging, and the idea from that we can then influence the industry, and then this will have impact on community and preventing individual from going to the hospital for a need for treatment. So really, where it starts, we need to start it from food. Then we go to medicine and other technology for treatment.
So it looks like it's a challenge to include the food scientists in this dialogue. So I have one other question that has to do with just bringing us back to remind us that what we're doing here is novel, right? It's radical innovation if we can crack this code. So it's new. Given that, what's our vision for the future for you on the regulatory side, from industry side? What is our vision for the future of regulation that can actually help what we're trying to do here, given that this has never been done before? We're trying to define aging as a disease, which is a collection of all kinds of things. Everything we've done before, one could almost say that we have to park them and create something that's going to lead this industry forward. So I don't know who wants to go first on that. Amrit?
Well, thank you, Angela. Look, this is a historic moment, and we have an opportunity now to put in place a few very pragmatic, very straightforward steps that I think would be helpful to innovators. I think there's a long list, but some of them, we can lay out as being quite universal, and I think most people will agree with. So the first is going to be to define aging clearly, because aging is not a disease, and there is 100% prevalence, as we were discussing in other panels, but we have to define what exactly that is. Now, I did a lot of my work in non-communicable diseases, and for each of those, there's a specific set of criteria, there's a specific set of biomarkers and so forth. And for aging, right now, that remains a cloudy space. There's a lot of high-quality content, but there isn't a universal clear definition, and that would be very helpful. Second, though, and tied to that, is that having clear biomarkers that can be accepted across the scientific community, I think that would also be very helpful. But third would also be stepping back to say that we have all recognized that this is a very long-term process. And when you look at these sort of long-term processes, what is a practical way to study a long-term process? Is it using digital technologies? Is it using particular trial designs that allow ongoing evidence gathering as you go along the years of aging and so forth? And at the moment, those things haven't been defined. I think we already spoke to networks and about encompassing wide groups of patients.
1 minute.
So thinking carefully about how do we include men and women, how do we include different age groups, different ethnicities, and so forth, so that we can get a holistic view on aging. If we could do those 4 things, I think that would be a very good start.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, can I add
yes.
on that? So from regulator perspective, we look at the future. We need to have regulators to be agile, flexible, and also need to be part of the laboratory where we are bringing new products for improving the health span. Thank you.
That's a challenge for us as we go forward. So I think there's a lot of thinking on all our parts, right? Both the developers of the solution, I don't want to say drug, because we don't know what the solution is going to be a combination of many things. But we need to involve the regulators early and really start thinking outside the box on how we define the regulatory pathway to get us to where we need to be. Thank you so much for your attention, and thank you so much for...
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, it's great to have you with us. I am Nisha Pillay, and it's my pleasure to be your next moderator. We're moving on from regulation and science to investment. Do you remember at the beginning of the morning we heard from the Hevolution Foundation CEO, Mahmoud Khan, that there's been a big explosion in investment in the healthspan sector. In the course of the last year, it's almost doubled to $75 billion. And yet that's almost nothing when you compare it with what's needed and when you compare it with, say, cancer. So we're going to focus now on how to make healthspan investable, starting off with, of course, Dr. William Greene, Chief Investment Officer of the Hevolution Foundation. Bill, please come and join me. So let's start with this fountain of money we've seen moving into this area. Talking of fountains, for centuries, human beings have searched for the fountain of life, haven't they? So is what we're seeing now, the investment flow into healthspan, really something different? Put it in context for us.
Well, I was taught in middle school that Ponce de Leon came and discovered for Europe, Puerto Rico and Florida, looking for the fountain of youth. When I studied history later in college, I learned that he was really looking for gold. So maybe things aren't so different today.
At the bottom of the fountain is the gold.
Exactly. There really is a palpable change in the interest in the investment world, in the pharmaceutical industry, and certainly in the biotechnology world, in thinking about investment in what we call healthspan, and in catalyzing a shift to more of a healthy rather than sick way of looking at disease and looking at functional status. And you can really see it.
What's the opportunity here? If it really takes off, let's say if you went back 30 years ago, people were terrified of cancer. Then a huge amount of money went into it, lots of new developments, and people are not scared to the bottom of the pits of their stomach anymore. What's the opportunity for healthspan, for investors and for human beings?
So it's been estimated that if we could add 1 year of healthy lifespan to the longevity that we're achieving, that would be worth $40 trillion in increased domestic product, productivity, and decreased healthcare costs. Now that's a big number, but if you break it down, individuals, their families, their communities and societies all benefit from people living longer, healthier, and being productive. And if you add up each of those, they overlap, and it is just tremendous.
For sure. The productive potential that could be unleashed is really the prize at the end of the day. Having said which, in terms of the investment horizons, it's still relatively early days, isn't it? Some venture capital firms are getting involved, some bold life science entrepreneurs are investing, but the sector as a whole has not. What is it going to take, in your opinion, to make Healthspan investable?
I'm really encouraged and excited by the change we've seen even in the last couple of years. As we build our portfolio within Hevolution of investments, it is really quite remarkable how the number and quality of potential co-investors, other venture capitalists, and potential CEOs and entrepreneurs has really increased, and they're bringing really good ideas. Having said that, at the end of the day, there is lingering skepticism that this will be as easy, if you will, or as straightforward as cancer and infectious disease and things like that. And what we need are practical examples of companies that develop drugs and therapeutics that have potential in healthspan, that make it all the way and get to people, and that create value for pharmaceutical companies and for patients and physicians. We have to build those companies, foster those companies, and help them be successful, and then people will come.
So the Hevolution Foundation has already done a tremendous amount in just a few years. The convening power has been tremendous. Look at all of you here from so many different sectors speaking together, breaking down the silos. What is the Hevolution Foundation doing in this investment space? You're the Chief Investment Officer. What are you doing to contribute to de-risking the sector?
So we talk about risk all the time. We embrace risk, and we try to reduce risk. So in the world of biotechnology and pharmaceutical company development and drug development, it's fashionable to talk about the valley of death. There's actually many valleys of death, which is why it's so hard to take a scientific idea and turn it into a drug. We're investing across the value chain from idea all the way into clinical trials and beyond. In particular, I'd point to a couple things we're doing that are a little bit different. One is we're actually identifying really interesting scientific ideas that could be companies, and taking those ideas, maybe from academic labs, and studying them in a really rigorous, more industrial setting to demonstrate whether the observation that was published holds up, can be extended, and turns into something practical. We're doing that with collaborators from the pharmaceutical industry, from other venture capitalists, and from academics and others who really can bring intellectual capital to us and help us make good decisions. And when those work, we'll start companies from them. And secondly, we are starting companies ourselves in our office from bold next-generation ideas that are quite risky in the beginning. We're putting in the first money, doing the work, and then we're inviting investors in once it's a little more pragmatic.
It's a really interesting model, Bill. Thank you for explaining it to us. So this is not just a talking shop. It's also an action shop and a money shop. And they're making sure that these ideas come to fruition at the end of the day, or at least some of them do. Let's put our hands together to say a big thank you to Dr. Bill Greene.
Thank you.
We're going to widen out our discussion now into a panel discussion. I'm going to introduce you to a number of different venture capitalists and early-stage life science entrepreneurs. Some of them are absolutely devoted to this idea. Some are rather more skeptical. Shall we hear what they have to say? Come on in, dear panelists. Make yourselves comfortable. With your permission, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to introduce our panelists as we go along, rather than all at once at the beginning, so you really have a sense of who they are. And I'd like to start by introducing you to His Excellency, His Royal Highness, Prince Khaled. Now, Prince Khaled is founder and CEO of KBW Ventures, a very successful venture fund with a track record across different fields, agnostic across different fields, you might say, not particularly devoted just to life sciences. So what are your thoughts then, Prince Khaled, on how to de-risk life sciences so that a very nascent field, a fledgling field like Healthspan, becomes investable?
Sure. Bismillah, alhamdulillah, salatu salam ala rasulullah. Thank you very much for having me. I feel absolutely honored being in such a esteemed panel like yourselves. Hevolution, thank you very much for this first event. We're really excited to see where you're going to go in the future after this. But from our standpoint, at least from venture side, I don't think if you want to de-risk something, then you can definitely look at the different asset class, because there are people who are specialized who actually want to be in areas that are really not risk averse, simply because you have to push the boundaries to get results. And if you're looking at everything as a de-risking standpoint, then definitely this industry is not for you.
Did you hear that, ladies and gentlemen? If you're interested just in de-risking, maybe you should stay away from Healthspan.
I mean, honestly, yeah. At the end of the day, I think when you think of the construct of de-risking, you have to look at it from a bouquet standpoint. So you have regulatory obstacles that you have to go through. Then you have to go through the integration of technology and AI to accelerate the results that you can get from these bioscience companies that are out there. So from our standpoint, I don't think you need to de-risk it as much as you need to teach people that failure is an option, and you learn from your failures, and then you go through other trials and errors so that you get to the results faster.
Well, that's a great attitude, but you need a strong stomach for it, right, Prince Khaled?
Yeah, for sure.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm now going to introduce you to someone who is all in for this area of technology, and that's Dr. Greg Bailey. He's executive chairman and co-founder of Juvenescence. You may not have heard of Juvenescence, but you probably will very soon. He's got a massively successful track record as a life sciences entrepreneur, bringing a couple of blockbuster drugs to the market, but now he's pivoted and is investing in early stage research into what he calls preventable aging. So why? Why are you all in for this then, Greg?
It was interesting in the previous companies, you sort of try and find an opportunity where the market has moved away from it. So the first time it was Alzheimer's drug and it failed, but we then pivoted to oncology, and now it's the #1 drug in the world for prostate cancer. And then the next one was neurology, and at the time, which is 2013, 2014, the major pharmaceutical companies were ceasing to pursue neurology and psychiatric disorders. So we were fortunate enough to in-license a drug from Bristol Myers, and we paid $10 million, gave them a double-digit royalty and a little bit of equity, and that drug sold for $11.6 billion 6 years later. So now I think the opportunity is in anti-aging. The science is coming of age. Very soon we're going to see a drug that legitimately modifies how cells age. But right now, I can look at the audience today and I can tell you that we already have our first anti-aging drugs. They're called Ozempic and Mounjaro. Not because they slow cellular aging, but because they decrease the pathology so people live longer. It's a preventative medicine that has an astonishing effect. We're going to find out more about side effects. We also now define the size of the market. So to go back to what Khalid said about risk-reward, that market they anticipate to be $100 to $150 billion annual sales. So as far as taking shots on goal, what I would tell you is your chance of having a successful proof of concept trial ranges from 22 to 54%. So it means you should...
Say that again, Bill? Greg?
An 8-year retrospective study found out that we have a 22 to 54% chance of having a successful phase 2. If you have a successful phase 2, the valuation of your company can go up anywhere from 10 to 30x. I know none of you gamble, but if you did, and there was a table that delivered 20 times your money every third hand, how long would you play? But you can't play once, because then you have a 66% chance of losing. So that's how you mitigate the risk. That's what we did at Medivation. That's what we did at Biohaven. And you can skew it, but your point is very well taken. But you need to have this differentiated portfolio. But now is the time, and we have 7 to 10 drugs at the company, Juvenescence. We're just trying to be right on one. We'll deliver an extraordinary return and hopefully give you, your friends, family, and loved ones an extra 10 healthy years.
Thank you, Greg Bailey. So he believes that Healthspan Science has come of age, to coin a phrase, but do other venture capitalists believe that too? I'm going to introduce you now to Jim Scoper, who's at the end of our line there. You're a director of Hevolution, the US LLC, a very experienced venture capitalist, advisor to the foundation. What do you think most mainstream investors will be looking for when evaluating whether these novel biologies are really worth investing in?
Well, I think we saw this morning some evidence that the biology, some novel biology and pathways are getting elucidated, that there are opportunities for intervention in identifiable indications that we know and love already. And these are some opportunities early on. And to Greg's point, the desire is to, after doing that, perhaps try to move earlier and be preventative in introducing those therapies. And that's sometimes where the venture capital model has gotten harder.
So venture capitalists are sort of still sitting on the fence. They're not quite ready to jump in on scale, right? Would it be fair to say that?
I think we are still early, but I think there is great interest in pushing this field forward in ways that are more recognizable to conventional venture capital. And I think it will happen in the next few years, and Hevolution will be part of that.
Okay, thank you very much, Jim. So the forward front of the wave, as it were, the investment wave. I'd now like to introduce you to Werner Landhaler, sitting in the middle there, from Austria, who is CEO of Velan Holdings and also AgeX Partners. They're both investing in the life sciences space. So Werner, let's just step back for a moment. We heard this morning about some very interesting technologies, cellular rejuvenation technologies. I couldn't wait to hear more about that. Senolytics, which are targeting the root causes of aging. But what does all this mean for drug development, which is, after all, what an investor is interested in, right? To make this investable.
Thank you so much. So I'm really smiling a bit when I hear all the time, now is the time. But when we then look at the statistics, what this now is the time means for actual drug discovery and drug development, it still takes long. It still takes 14 years to bring a drug from discovery to the market, and it's still
14 years.
14 years if you take the average, and it still has an average failure rate at phase 1 entry of 50%. So coming back to your roulette table, it's still red or black after 4 years of experimental work. And bringing this to this experimental point, I think we always have to go back first before we go into these novel technologies and ask the question, is it true, is it reproducible, and is it the correct data that we are investing in? And Bill said before, the value of death starts when you know that 67% of the data that is published out there can effectively not be reproduced for drug discovery and drug development purposes. So you have to eradicate that mistake at the beginning to start to invest, because otherwise everything that is happening the 14 years down the line will lead to failure, latest in phase 3, which we have seen so often in Alzheimer's, in Parkinson's, and other diseases, where 12 years after starting a project, we fail.
Yep.
So curing data that we work with is an immensely growing field, in my view, and it will be investable. Looking at the right data to start with is where we make money better, predictable in its outcomes, and that's why all the prediction technologies and all the curation technologies that we are now using at the beginning, I think will be very interesting.
So necessary condition, from what I'm hearing. Right, excellent. And finally, let me introduce you to Helmut Schüssler, who is looking a bit skeptical sitting there, if I may say so.
Just because
he
he's
is
next to me.
chairman and CEO of
By
TVM
nature.
Capital Healthcare, based in Singapore, but also here in the kingdom. Very senior venture capitalist, 25 years of VC experience, but who's shifted his focus from molecules to care, to the delivery of healthcare systems, clinics, radiation services, diagnostics. So what is the healthcare infrastructure angle in the healthspan space? May I ask you that, Helmut? Is that an investment angle that's promising?
Yeah, well, thanks for the question. I feel very much at home surrounded by VCs and entrepreneurs, because that's what I've been doing most of my life. All life sciences, all highbrow science, and going for the unachievable. And at some point, you get it done. But sort of the last 15 years of my life, I've spent thinking about how do you actually give care? How do you translate all this science into reality? Reality at the bedside. And I think that one of the biggest challenges that I see with this whole discussion about what you call it, longevity, health span, whatever it is, in my view, only partly a technological one. I believe that one of the stickiest things that we as societies have to deal with is our regulatory environment, our business environment and vested interests in industry, and our own awareness or unawareness or failure to understand what it takes to stay healthy. Because as far as I can tell, at least half of you in the audience, if asked, would probably say, I don't want to know. If you could know what your genome predisposes you to, you may decide not to want to know it. So we have all lived our lives, and I'm not an exception. We are healthy until we are not. And I think that, if we are serious about all of this health span discussion, I think that needs to change. But I think that is actually more difficult than scientific discovery, because in science you have a lot of people whose job it is, whose life it is, whose vocation it is to discover the new thing. As a society, nobody forces us to do that unless somebody does. So I believe that the future of this segment is actually not so much in longevity clinics for the people who can afford it. It's a necessary step in the development of the process, but I think it's ultimately a governmental task. It's about productivity. It's about governments realizing where their investment dollars should go, and really change this mindset from let's take care of people when they're sick to let's make sure they never get sick,
or much, much later. It sounds like Greg Bailey agrees with you there. I really want to ask you a little later on about how you see the role of governments. Thanks very much, Helmut. So there's one small point of agreement there, but by and large, I would say your fellow panelists are still rather more skeptical than you are, Greg Bailey. So what do you think is vital, the necessary steps, ingredients, you may say, to make HealthSpan investable?
So the key to unlocking this, obviously, is capital. So how do I convince people to invest? The number of times I've approached an investor and said, would you invest? And they go, don't do biotech. I don't have an MD and a PhD. And Warren Buffett says, you shouldn't invest if you don't understand the sector. But I happen to know that many people have invested in NVIDIA and they couldn't make the chip, or a bank and they can't run a bank. So you have to get over that hurdle to get the money. And how do we do that? We need a success. You know, the minute you see a product that is anti-aging and it legitimately adds health span and makes people healthy, then there'll be a stampede. And we got to get the VCs, who are definitely sitting on the fence at this point in time. Many of them have swam upstream and they won't do anything unless it's a crossover round to an IPO. I need to drag them back down. And we also need management teams that have been successful. Because to invest in NVIDIA or JP Morgan or whatever bank you choose, you basically want to see management who've been successful. So we need that group that's been there, done that. We need a successful product, and those are the key implements to bring in the capital, and that unlocks everything.
And you need someone who can persuasively put the argument, I think, ladies and gentlemen. So, Jim Scoper, I wonder if I could pull you in over here. We heard in our previous panel, which was about regulation, how regulators view this health span aging science area as somewhat cloudy. The endpoints are not so clearly defined. The target populations are much younger. The trials could go on for even longer. So can I ask you how you see the role of regulators in getting this field off its feet? Are they being more flexible?
I think there's evidence that they are willing to be more flexible. But it would help to go back to something Greg said before. If you start with something that looks tractable in terms of a clinical trial and endpoints that have been used previously, and then maybe based on your phase 1B or your phase 2 results, you can monitor some of the biomarkers that were relevant to that indication. And I think the hope would be that if you could maintain those biomarkers in a range that avoided the disease in the end, I think that the regulators would go with that. I think they would accept that. Maybe they wouldn't take that as the approval endpoint immediately, but I think it would certainly be part of their analysis. And that's where I think people should go to sell the package, if you will, to the regulators. Whether the payers will pay for it is another issue. But I think that is, we've seen a lot of movement at the FDA on endpoints in neurodegenerative disease and in a way that's very constructive.
Okay, so can you give us an example?
Well, I think people are now, using digital endpoints for patients in, say, Parkinson's, where there's really strong evidence that before you see the cognitive decline or the factors that are incorporated in this scale called UPDRS, which is the endpoint that's used for approval at the FDA, that you see some other changes in gait and in movement, and that may be actually more relevant to patients' quality of life than the scale that even the patients and clinicians are not very satisfied by.
A great point. Thanks for making it, Jim. So regulators are beginning to look at this area in a different way, perhaps taking quality of life metrics into account. Werner Landhaller, you were talking to us earlier about a 14-year period for drug development, which is kind of scary, right, ladies and gentlemen? But are there any low-hanging fruits that we could invest in now and that might bring some more confidence into this area?
So as this is probably not about individual companies that we are picking, but let me for a second go out of the drug discovery, drug development world and just have the following picture that I want you to see. When you would have walked into this conference 5 years ago or 3 years ago, that didn't exist 5 years ago, 3 years ago, how many people would have had wearables to track their health and their life? When I was going around today, it's amazing how many rings, bands, and watches I have seen where people have started to adopt a completely new lifestyle.
So wearables.
Wearables where I think you are probably the group of the top 5% on the planet that has started to early adopt. And if you now imagine a world of 95% other people with affordable wearables to track, and with this become much better in diagnostics, and with this become much better in prevention, that's one thing. The second thing for me, where I see a huge short-term low-hanging fruit, is the democratization of existing drugs. Because I think we all have to face a world where it can't be true that health span expansion is the privilege of the rich and it's not there for everyone. And I think that has to be our mantra. And with this, it becomes a good business to expand to patient groups who are truly in need and where there will be payers, because it will be productive to pay.
Without
so
a doubt.
That's why, for example, going to the generics industry or going to the use of existing drugs in other indications, yeah, we will see a lot of movement. The third, for me, is we will see the century of the cells and the cells that we understand. So everything that will be induced pluripotent stem cell derived and measurable with omics technologies. So where we understand where along the continuum of a disease where we are, and with this we will make drugs precise, and therefore every precise drug will be high priced, and that's why it will be a good investment. And there I could now go on, but
you've given us 3 ideas
to
take away.
I can, but it's not fair to the panel here. But the point I'm trying to make is we first have to understand what we have in our hands and create business models around them.
Yes.
Because what is so disappointing is, for example, this whole wave of AI in drug discovery and drug development and no business model behind it. So we have a technology, cannot use this, have no business model. So the innovation that is investable has also to be a business model that is investable. And I think here it's not only biology that has to be challenged, but also simple finance that has to be challenged and brought into business plans.
We hear you loud and clear, Werner Landhaller. Thank you. Helmut Schüssler, you said something at the beginning which is kind of intriguing, and no one else has mentioned, which is the role of governments. And I don't know if any of you were wondering about this, ladies and gentlemen, but we had the Saudi economy and planning minister here at the beginning of the morning, His Excellency Mr. Faisal, and he was talking about the impact of longevity, healthy longevity, on workforce development strategies. So it's very much linked to economic growth and strategy, right? Tell us what you were meaning to say before I cut you off about the role of governments in bringing this area to life.
I think this whole discussion about health span and longevity comes at the right time, looking at the reality in today's world, where we have reproductive rates in the developed markets between 0.7 and 1.3, which means that in 200 years we'll all have died out. So there is no future for mankind in this model, right? Because we simply don't have enough children. And that development goes around, and the last place where it will probably take root is Africa, which is still growing very much at the moment. But as Africans become more affluent, it's expected the same development will happen. So we are today in a situation where we are becoming fewer and fewer people, and the healthcare systems are already, generally speaking, unfinanceable. And everybody who is in healthcare today and who runs a hospital or a clinic knows that the reimbursement discussion that they are having with Medicare in the US or in Abu Dhabi with the TICA program, or in Saudi with the insurance company, it's going to be a nightmare because there's not enough people paying for the elderly that are sick. So what can you do? Living longer is not the answer, as a matter of fact. The only answer to solve that problem is to live longer, healthily, active, vital, and contribute to people's GDP, to countries' GDP, be productive, which means it's the exact opposite of what obviously French unions want, because they want us to stop working at 57 and have a 3-day week.
The French.
This is not going to work in this model, and I think we all have to face up to reality. We have to stay vital, we have to stay mobile and active, because nobody will pay for our old age pension, and therefore we all have to expect to work longer. And where I come from, as a coincidence, it's the same country as Werner, from Austria, for people who are a little younger than me, the retirement age has been increased to 67. And when I entered the workforce, for men it was 63 or 62.
And it's going to go ever upwards, I suspect, Helmut.
So,
thank you very much for bringing to our discussion the importance of the role of governments in investing in this area.
Yeah.
and investing in productivity. Your Royal Highness Prince Khaled, I'm going to give you the final word. You've been listening to our conversation very patiently.
Sorry to disappoint everyone.
What do you think is missing? We haven't spoken much about technology, for instance, or AI. What do you think could make all the difference in boosting investor confidence?
Regulatory obstacles need to be removed. Making sure that we get to invest in moonshot ideas, 10, 20, 30 moonshot ideas, and keep investing in them, because at the end of the day, as you said, we're investing in the first, second, and third phases of these companies. These companies might fail in the first and second and third trial, but then eventually the end goal is huge. And we're not talking about lifespan, we're talking about health span. We're not talking about just getting people to live longer, we're talking about the quality of life at the end of the stage. Of this stage of their lives. So for us, I think we have to adopt different technologies. AI could definitely be a part of it. Definitely reforming government approvals. Having countries like Saudi Arabia with Hevolution leading the way is an enormous opportunity for these companies to tackle and actually move forward heavily and put their feet on the ground, put boots on the ground here in Saudi.
Your Royal Highness, I couldn't have done a better summary myself. Shall we put our hands together to say a big thank you to our investors and venture capitalists?
Well done.
Please.
Thank you. Thank you, Nisha, and to your esteemed panelists for shedding the lights on the dynamic and evolving landscape of investment in health spans. And that brings us to a crucial discussion, the ethics of health span science. As we advance in this field, we must ask ourselves, who will benefit? How do we ensure these big breakthroughs reach everyone? Next session will dive into ethical, social, and economic implication of advancing in health span science. How can Geroscience be a force of global equity? Advancing health span science will force for global equity, ensuring that this innovation doesn't just benefit a select few, but all of humanity. Leading this essential conversation, we have two distinguished experts in medical ethics and legal frameworks for health span science. Please welcome with me Dr. Salman Al-Asiri, Vice President of Legal at Hevolution Foundation, and Dr. Arthur Kabalan, Head of Division of Medical Ethics, NYU Grossman School of Medicine.
Good morning, everyone. It gives me a great pleasure to welcome all of you again here at Hevolution Global Healthspan Summit. It's exciting to get together to discuss ways forward, how to improve the field, especially from the ethical and regulatory and justice standpoint. When Hevolution started, it's deeply grounded in a set of principles, the primary one of which is absolutely ethics. Initially, we started internally looking into ways to embed ethical review throughout our grant-making process and investment. We were successful in that, but definitely that wasn't enough. We had to be supported and guided by a number of leading bioethicists to help us navigate through. And for that, the foundation formed the Ethics Advisory Panel led by Professor Arthur Kaplan and also Professor Julian Sfalescu. Actually, in the primary meetings, we were discussing the focus area for the ethics within Hevolution Foundation. We held the first webinar in collaboration with NYU, where we invited a large number of ethicists, scholars, scientists from all over the world to discuss that concerned with us. And that was an eye-opener for us. It was thought-provoking, and fortunately, we came out with more questions than answers. We decided to be more proactive in the sense that we get a broader, let's say, community to help Hevolution build its ethics and regulatory frameworks, primarily around science and geroscience. And this is only the beginning of it. We always take into account that we have to bring to the table some of the ethos of the knowledge that this part of the world has produced, and which also influenced human civilizations across the globe and also across the centuries. So Professor Kaplan led that work, and also thanks to Professor Julian as well. So please join me in welcoming Professor Kaplan to give us some insight into these reports and what that means into Hevolution Foundation.
Thank you. So let me begin by saying how grateful I am to have the opportunity to speak to you. And thank you, Selman, for moderating and having me talk. I want to repeat one thing that was said. I believe when Hevolution began, Dr. Khan had me on as, if not the first outside person, but close to it. And it was a commitment to run the foundation in a manner that was following the highest ethical standards. And for those of you who think the ethics is over here, and the foundation is over here, and the science is over there, that is not how Hevolution has evolved. We are paying close attention to when people apply for support, want to disseminate information, are they following the standards that the foundation has, both for conducting research and for thinking about a commitment which has been made over and over again. I don't think I see Dr. Khan speaking on the internet without regularly saying, we have a commitment to benefit everyone around the world with the work that we do. And so when we look at a proposal to do research, the question in the side is, yes, is the science good, but can it help fulfill the commitment to benefit all? And that is a remarkable thing, makes the foundation, in my view, almost unique in the way in which it drives forward what its work is all about in terms of making this commitment both to following research standards and standards about what does it mean to say that we're going to commit to benefit all. And that's what our committees that we've had in place have been thinking about. We have reports on both. We'll talk about that in a second, at least one of them. And they're going public today. You'll get to see them and discuss them here and subsequent to the meeting. I want to say two other things, if you'll indulge me. One is, we have a commitment these days to ethics, not just because it's important to do the work in a manner that respects the requirements to respect human dignity and make it possible to recruit people to want to be involved in studies, which has been a difficult problem in trials forever, for my 40 years of thinking about ethics and regulatory science. Getting people to be in research is a challenge that you fulfill by assuring them that you're following high ethical standards. But we also have to understand we live in a world now where there is distrust. There's miscommunication about science. And in this field, too, we have to attend not only to internal but external messaging about why what we do is trustworthy, why what we do is accurate, why what we do is deserving of the involvement of people around the world. You can see a legacy from things like COVID, where that is a problem. And it's a problem in many parts of the world, and it is hindering in many ways, the acceptance of important science. I sit here before you as a person who had polio, and you all know what the vaccine discussions are going on around the world. It's a lesson that we must be careful in communicating what we do and why it's important to all to gain support and trust so that we can make the progress that Geroscience holds. The other comment I want you to understand is people have said today, and I heard the last panel, do we have any example of the breakthrough? Well, we have one right in front of us. It's the injectable drugs for obesity. And we have the first pharma state, Denmark. Some of you know the gross national product of Denmark is now run by Novo Nordisk, which has made a fortune selling injectables to control obesity. That's remarkable. Ethical questions can be asked just about that case. Who has access? Are people ever going to be mandated to have to use those drugs for work or to serve, say, in the military to make weight requirements? What are we thinking about in terms of long-term risk? One of the big challenges in our field of geroscience is that the interventions may often have to be done on young people, maybe even children, to see results far and away later. Here comes injectable drugs. Are we going to use them on adolescents? They are already being tried on some, but we have to be alert to the fact that we have an example, a primitive one, I will grant, but it's in front of us and we should pay attention. When you have a drug that might wind up costing the world $1 trillion, if widely used, you have access issues right in front of us. We don't have to guess, we can start to think. So some opening thoughts about how the ethics really integrates.
Interesting, thank you so much. If we can pull up the slides, please. So there are two remarkable aspects of the report that I've looked at and I found extremely interesting. And also, they add to the conversation and they shape different understanding all over the world. I mean, the first one is about the scientific rigor, which is the very first point. How to go about scientific rigor, looking into it more from an ethical standpoint, take into account, human bias all the time. Scientists are always known for being biased towards their own science. How to make sure that we have the ethical boundaries within which scientific and research rigor can be operated and used.
So our committee, in thinking about this area, was alert to something we haven't said much at the conference yet, but the history of efforts to deal with aging, slowing aging, reversing aging, healthy aging, have often been fraught with quackery, with false promise, with dead ends, and attracting people often who want to take advantage of our hope that we can achieve this quickly. That means that many in the public, or many even people who think about investment in geroscience, maybe they are alert to this history of, shall we say, not so reputable investigation. The foundation has to commit, and is, to solid science in everything that is done. It balances this history that often has been a little haywire. I'm talking about things like, we'll all go to Switzerland and get a monkey gland injection or whatever it is that's the fountain of youth promise. So we've been insistent that one of the ethical norms is good, rigorous science. What does that mean? It means trying to be transparent, trying to share data as much as possible, trying to make sure that when work is done, we try to commit to long-term follow-up, to registries of what is happening to subjects, making sure that subjects are fully informed about what's going on so they continue to participate. Many of these efforts are going to involve longer-term exposure to different things. So scientific rigor, absolutely a key ethical norm for foundation efforts.
Another question is about human rights and the right to access and then equitable distribution of potential drugs and interventions and what have you. This goes hand in hand with the value of the organization to democratize knowledge in general and to make drugs and medical interventions as accessible as possible. To what extent do you think this objective is achievable, and how to go about it?
So this is a very difficult challenge. We say at the foundation and mean that we want benefits to be widely available, trying to help not just the privileged, not just undertake efforts that will wind up being available to the very wealthy, that the foundation has made an amazing commitment to try and do work that will benefit all. But as our Committee on Ethics and Justice looked at that question, we tried to say, well, how do you cash it out? Yeah. What does it really mean to say benefit all? So let me just give you a little bit of ethics elementary. One is to say, well, we have to give all of the work that we do to the poorest, because that's the just thing to do, help the worst off. But that probably doesn't work in practical terms, because the poorest probably won't be able to avail themselves, and it's not fair to everybody else. Some people say, well, then you have to give the same amount to everybody, more an egalitarian stance. But again, if you give the same amount to everybody, you're not really maximizing the benefit of many of the things that would work, because not everybody's going to respond in the same way or be in the same position. So what we have recommended to the foundation, that we take a stance when we talk about commitment to benefit all, that we call sufficientarianism. What is good enough? Think of it this way. Everybody, no matter where they start, should be able to benefit by the same degree as everybody else. Make it incremental and say that if you're poor, you will be better off in terms of healthy aging by the same degree as maybe the richest people would be. That seems to us to be equitable, fair, and achievable. It also means, again, that the foundation is looking now to see when people seek support, how's that going to cash out in terms of access? Do you have a system idea how to deliver it? Is it usable? Is it something that might be cheaper as a way to go than something that might be very expensive, like some of our current boutique gene therapies are? So we think we can cash out the promise and make it sensible.
Great. And also part of the conversation and the thoughts that Professor Julian shared was always about the future and how to look into future generations, and then making sure that everything that we are looking into is taken into consideration the long-term implications. To what extent do you think this should always be the case in all of the endeavors that we are currently taking?
So from a justice point of view, we always have the claims of the people here and now. Yeah. But most of our geroscience is looking toward the future, trying to get healthy aging for future generations, and that has to be weighed in our ethical calculus in a way that is not familiar a lot of times to medical research, which is thinking, if I do this, can I benefit this patient soon? So there is some discounting, and I think that has to be part of our ethical commitment, that we understand that that's going to happen. It also requires something else. If we say we're going to benefit the world, even in a way that is incremental for all, we also have to continue a commitment to involve the world in the research. There are pressures and pushes these days, perhaps, not to recruit broadly or not to have everyone involved. But if you're going to help future generations everywhere, then thinking about how to do trials and studies at the earliest stages, maybe not phase one, but pretty quickly into the development of drugs, vaccines, or other agents that might be sponsored by the foundation, we're really going to have to make sure that we keep things available both at the research level to benefit future generations widely, and that we monitor widely so that we know if there are bad effects or benefits that seem to go. We can hurry things up. Not enough time to talk about that today, but...
Perfect. Thank you so much. And for those of you who are interested in the reports, both of them will be available on Hevolution's website. We look forward to getting your insights. These reports are meant to be living documents. We reflect on them. We enhance them as we get along, so we will benefit from your support and insights. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Dr. Al-Asri, Dr. Kaplan, thank you so much. What a fascinating discussion that we've had from each of them. Hello, everyone. I'm Declan Curry, journalist and broadcaster. I'm going to continue our discussion on health span equity and justice later this afternoon. That will take place in the forum that's in the Healthspan hub next door. We will have a debate entitled Who Owns Healthspan? Who is responsible for promoting and protecting health? Is it individuals? Is it government? Is it pharmaceutical and biotech firms? Is it investors? What is the balance that we strike across all of those partners in the healthspan sector? That's at 3:45 this afternoon in the forum. You are welcome to join us and to share in your opinion as well. Now, as we develop our partnerships and make progress towards those longer, healthier, more fulfilling lives, there is one critical question, and that is just how long can that life be? Now, with his answer to that question and many other thoughts aside, we're delighted to welcome to the Global Healthspan Summit the celebrated author, a key influencer on global public policy, and a leading expert in the social and economic implications of aging populations. Please join me in welcoming from the University of Illinois at Chicago, Professor S.J. Olshansky.
First of all, I want to thank the organizers for having me here. Absolutely delightful scenario, and I actually really appreciate the fact that those of you who are here are still in the audience, recognizing that there hasn't been a break in this time period, so I'm greatly appreciative. I've got a great story to tell. It's one that you've heard, hopefully for quite some time. I'm actually going to be using slides, which I think you haven't seen very much today. Most of this is going to be an interesting story designed to answer one primary question, which is how long can we live? Now, what I'm doing here is I'm going to show you, first actually I'm going to answer the question. I'm going to do it as quickly and efficiently as I can, and then I'm going to provide you the scientific or empirical evidence to support the conclusions that I've come to. So what you see here is a very simple image showing the historical trend in life expectancy for humans, going back to a little more than a century ago to now. The argument that I'm going to make is going to be a bit unusual. I'm going to suggest that the natural limit to human longevity, the upper limit to human longevity, isn't ahead of us. It's actually behind us by decades. We think the natural limit to human life expectancy is somewhere in the 30 to 60 year range. And if you withdraw all medicine, all public health, all interventions of any kind, and you let the human body live out to how long it can naturally live, we think it would be somewhere around 30 to 60 years. What we have done during the course of the 20th century is we have allowed people to live beyond what I refer to as our biological warranty period for our species. We've added about 30 years to life expectancy. It's been absolutely dramatic.
I would venture to say that the vast majority of the people in the room here and those that are listening are alive because of medicine, because of medical technology, which has manufactured time for us, significant amounts of time for us. We broke through that first limit in the early part of the 20th century when life expectancy was somewhere in the 30 to 60 range. We now have another limit that stands before us today, which is currently a life expectancy of somewhere around 80 for national populations. The key thing to remember here is that we are not moving towards the limit, we are moving away from it. This is why it's become increasingly more difficult to extend life further, even with advances in life-extending technologies that have occurred in the last 30 years or so. It's like stretching a rubber band. The further you stretch it, the more difficult it becomes to stretch it further. That's where we are today. I think this is a soft limit that's in front of us now. We can break through it. That's what Geroscience is really all about, is to break through this second limit, and I believe we can do it. How much longer we can live, I don't know, frankly, and nor does anyone else. And if somebody actually gives you a number associated with how much longer we might live as a result of a gerotherapeutic, well, in all likelihood, they're making that number up because we simply don't know. So, how did we come to this conclusion? I'm going to take you back to an article that my colleagues and I published in Science in 1990. This was a lead article estimating the upper limits to human longevity. This is fairly straightforward, but I'm not going to go into detail except to say we weren't expecting to see this. This is an answer to the question, how low would death rates have to go to get higher life expectancies? We estimated to get a life expectancy at birth of 100, you go up from age 100 to the vertical axis, and you conclude that the death rates would have to decline by about 85% at all ages from all causes to get a life expectancy of 100. Quite implausible, given that cures for cancer would only yield about a 3-year increase in life expectancy. Cures for cardiovascular disease would yield about a 4 to a 4.5-year increase in life expectancy. So the question is, if we cure everything, why aren't we immortal? Now, the answer came to us sometime later once we realized what we were looking at. And I can tell you that several years ago, the editors at JAMA asked me to give a lecture very much similar to what I'm talking about here about geroscience and where this is all headed. And after I was all done, they asked me to write a paper to explain to physicians where the world is headed in terms of longevity. And this is the image that I created for that JAMA article. The title was From Lifespan to Healthspan. It was basically an argument that to suggest that we won. We won the battle for human longevity. We succeeded in dramatically extending life, but we now need to turn our attention to extending the period of healthy life. This is critical. This blue line, so for those who aren't familiar, this is called the distribution of death in a population. If you took 100,000 babies born in a given year and you applied to them the death rates at all ages and you plotted out those ages at death, you would get this blue line and the black line. The black line represented the distribution of death in 1900. The blue line is the distribution of death today. This is what it looks like in all developed countries. What did we do? We succeeded in dramatically reducing early age mortality. We shifted the distribution of death to younger and older ages. It was a remarkable public health story. It was a remarkable story in medicine. But what we did was we pushed people into older and older regions of the lifespan where they became exposed to something that they hadn't been exposed to with regularity, which is the basic biological process of aging. I refer to it as the red zone. Now, the red zone is actually easy to understand. I'm from Chicago. We have a football team in Chicago called the Chicago Bears, and for the most part, when the Chicago Bears get to the 20-yard line, which is the red zone, it's impossible to score a touchdown. The reason why they can't score a touchdown is because all the defenders are clustered in a very short distance between the 20-yard line and the end zone. That's where we are in the modern era. Basically, the diseases and disorders associated with aging cluster in older regions of the lifespan. It's called competing risks
in epidemiology, but it's nothing that's new to any of us. When people get older, they face multiple disease endpoints. The older you get, the more diseases there are. It's like a game of whack-a-mole. You attack one disease, it goes down, 2 diseases come up in its place. The older you are, the older you live, the more moles there are, and the faster they come up. That's the game that we're playing today. So we pushed out the envelope of survival into this red zone, and we succeeded, and it was really quite remarkable. Medical science today, zeroing in on one disease at a time, is designed to only push out the blue line. Geroscience is not focused on the blue line. Geroscience is focused on compressing the red zone, making us healthier for a longer time period. Fairly straightforward argument. So we hypothesized back in 1990 that once about 85% of the population made it to the age of 65, life expectancy would level off at about 85 for men and women combined, about 88 for women, 82 for men. A lot of people disagreed with us. We waited 10 years, published a second article in Science, decided to look at data from the United States, from France. I think the third country was Sweden, came to the exact same conclusion. We saw something in 2001 that we anticipated we were going to see in 1990 in that original Science article. It was confirmation of a slowdown in the rate of improvement in life expectancy. So I'm telling you now, we knew in the year 2001 exactly what we were going to see in the year 2024 when we published our next article on this particular topic in Nature Aging. This came out just a few months ago. Implausibility of radical life extension in humans in the 21st century. I'm going to argue, by the way, that this particular manuscript represents, in my view, the strongest rationale possible for why geroscience is so critically important today. So here's the evidence, fairly straightforward. This is what actually happened to life expectancy in long-lived populations in the last 3 decades. It didn't accelerate, as many people anticipated. It, in fact, decelerated. The rise in life expectancy slowed down when it shouldn't have. It should have gone up. Life-extending, life-advancing technologies accelerated dramatically in the last 3 decades. But yet the rise in life expectancy slowed down. There's no ambiguity here. This is exactly what happened. The worst conditions, as some of us anticipated, occurred in the United States, but in long-lived populations, this is what we saw. This is called entropy in the life table. This is nothing more than an explanation of why it's more difficult to raise life expectancy at birth today than it was 20, 30 years ago. Basically, death rates have to decline by about 11 to 12% just to yield a 1-year increase in life expectancy. It used to be only about 9%. Prior to that, it used to be 4%. So it's become increasingly more difficult to raise life expectancy further. Now, I want you to take a look at this. I'm almost done, by the way, with my presentation. This particular figure comes out of the Nature Aging paper. It's called Lifespan Inequality. So you remember I showed you that distribution of death and the blue line above the red zone? Lifespan inequality is a measure of the change in the distribution, the shift in that distribution, or whether it's compressing. When lifespan inequality goes down, the mortality distribution is compressing. Now, if lifespan extension was occurring, especially if it was occurring in any sort of radical way, that blue line that I showed you would be shifting to the right. We now have 70 years worth of data in long-lived populations telling us one story, and one story only, and that is the mortality distribution of our species has compressed. We now have definitive evidence that there is a limit, we can see it, and we are approaching it. Here's the image on the right side. That blue line is not shifting to the right. Even with advances in life-extending technologies, it's compressing. This isn't hypothetical. This is what has actually happened. Now, on to the economic value of health extension. Look, Dana Goldman and colleagues published an article in Health Affairs several years ago. We estimated about $7.1 trillion over 50 years. Well, a wonderful paper by Andrew Scott, who's here, by the way. I would encourage you to talk to him. I was able to get a copy of his latest book. Estimated that one year of healthy life would yield about $38 trillion. I talked to him this morning about whether or not that was an underestimate, and his response was, it doesn't matter. It's a big number. I agree with him. It might very well be an underestimate, but there's extraordinary value associated with the extension of healthy life. Keep in mind, when we saved the young to create the first longevity revolution, that 30-year increase in life expectancy that happened in the 20th century, all the benefits occurred at younger ages and it reverberated across the age structure. Keep in mind, if you eliminate all death today before the age of 50, life expectancy rises by 1 year. All death before the age of 50. So all the action is on the right side of the distribution. That's where we are today. It's the blue line. This is why a gerotherapeutic, some sort of intervention that modulates or slows the biological process of aging, will have enormous economic value and social value to the individuals that live to older ages and carry with them those additional years of healthy life. I think we don't quite understand and comprehend the importance and the value of what is going on here in the world of aging science, but it is enormous. I'm going to end with a brief video which shows you an interaction that my colleagues and I had with the Food and Drug Administration in the US, and I want you to zero in on some of the language that occurred.
Today, Dr. Barzilai and his colleagues will try to convince the FDA to consider their study. In advance of their critical meeting, they gather to prepare.
We are here representing the field of the science of aging, and we think that this is a historical day for us because we're going to offer something that we believe is paradigm changing. I really want to frame the discussion today as what would we need to show in a clinical trial that would allow the FDA to approve a new indication for metformin for delaying multiple morbidities related to aging. Because we think metformin is the first one, but there are others that could be better than metformin, and we want to make sure that that's the template.
We have that hypothesis that metformin is one of those rare opportunities where it might act in a general fashion. It's an attractive hypothesis. The trial is required to see if it's true.
It started with a conceptual innovation that aging can be modified. Then years of work by a growing number of scientists in labs around the world and years of convincing people of their ideas. Maybe this is what a breakthrough looks like. If the FDA accepts that aging can be treated, the scientists believe it will forever transform healthcare and medicine.
I don't think that there are too many interventions in history that would rival the type of intervention that we're talking about here. It would influence almost everyone.
As a matter of policy, the FDA does not allow cameras into official proceedings. But they did agree to an interview immediately following their meeting.
We have lots of experience with claims to decrease the rate of heart attacks, to decrease the degree of dementia, drugs that prevent strokes, drugs that treat your diabetes. We have lots of experience with all that. But what's being sought and being talked about is a more broad claim to prevent a lot of the consequences of aging. So the question for us is, how do you show that?
We gauged their willingness to accept the general approach of targeting aging, something that they said right off the bat, we've never done anything like this before, and they were very receptive.
Their hope is that a wide variety of age-related problems, loss of muscle tone, dizziness, falling, dementia, loss of eyesight, all of those things, to do them all at once with a single treatment, that might make a convincing case that you're doing something beyond just treating the disease. That would That would be something never done before.
They didn't have any problem with the general approach. And I asked them specifically at the end, this is what I think I'm hearing. You don't have any problems with the general approach. And they basically said yes. So I don't think we could have had a better outcome.
If you really are doing something to alter aging, the population of interest is everybody. It surely would be revolutionary if they can bring it off. There's no doubt about it.
We always thought...
All right, I'm going to stop it there. I'm going to end the talk, but the reason I wanted to show you that video is to emphasize how revolutionary this entire process is. This whole concept of Healthspan extension and Geroscience that we are pursuing here. Look, we're in the process of manufacturing the most precious commodity on earth, healthy life. I think folks don't quite understand or appreciate the revolution that is happening now with Geroscience. I'm delighted, of course, that Hevolution is driving this so rapidly, but it's important to understand and appreciate the value of what it is that we're creating, because this really, truly is a revolution in public health like nothing we have seen before. I'm going to stop there, and thanks for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Olshansky, for the thought-provoking presentation. Your insights have truly sparked important questions for all of us when we think about life expectancy. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we invite you to join us for lunch in the Healthspan Hub, where you will not only enjoy a delicious meal, but also get an exclusive look at brand new scientific posters from Hevolution grantees, and you will also find the authors around there outside the Foundry stage, and much is happening at the Healthspan Hub. I encourage you to spend time there, and looking forward to welcoming you all back here at 1:30 as this arena will be closed. Enjoy your meal and see you soon. Thank you. right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you had some time to recharge, network, and explore the Healthspan Hub. Our afternoon sessions promise to be particularly engaging, with deep dives into emerging therapeutic approaches and their practical applications. You know, it's great to see the fascinating discussions since this morning continuing over lunch, and that's exactly the kind of intellectual exchange we hope to foster here, a global dialogue that will resonate far beyond these walls. So let's get started. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Vadim Gladyshev and his esteemed panelists to discuss the latest in comparative biology. Hello and welcome, Doctor. The stage is yours.
Good afternoon. We are here in the best session, I think. It's going to be really a cool panel. It's comparative biology, what can I not log? So my name is Vadim Gladyshev. I'm a professor of medicine and center director at Harvard Medical School. And we have our panelists, Vera Gorbunova. She is a professor and director of a center on aging, University of Rochester. Steve Horvath. He is a principal investigator at Altus Labs, UK and US. And João Pedro Damgalés. He is a professor also at the University of Birmingham in the UK. And Ashley Zender, she is co-founder and CEO of Fana Bio. It's a biotech company. So there is a huge variety in lifespan across species. And even across mammals, it varies over 100-fold. Some mammals, like shrews, they live only 2 years. And some mammals, like whales, more than 200 years. So nature has done experiment for us, changing lifespan back and forth, decreasing and decreasing many times. So we learn from these natural experiments, we as a community of scientists in this field, trying to unlock mechanisms that would allow radical changes in lifespan. So our prestigious panel published many papers in top journals and uncovered many mechanisms of longevity across species. Across many long-lived species and short-lived species. And so we are going to discuss this in our panel. And first, I have a question to each of you, like what are the comparative biology approaches they use, and what do you find? Vera?
Well, we use multiple approaches. We study species that are exceptionally long-lived and resistant to disease. This includes naked mole rat, which is a small rodent that lives more than 10 times longer than a mouse. These rodents can live more than 40 years. They are resistant to cancer. They are resistant to age-related diseases. And we are finding genes that are responsible for this. And then we succeeded transferring these genes to mice and actually making mice live longer. And of course, the next step is to transfer the same strategy to human patients. We study animals such as whales that live twice as long as human beings. And then we also compare many species to identify common pathways among long-lived ones. And here, what's really amazing about long-lived species, and because the topic of today's conference is healthspan, wild animals need to stay extremely healthy to live long, otherwise they would not survive. So those adaptations that we discovered can be directly targeted to improve healthspan.
Yeah, Steve?
Yeah, in our past work, we looked at epigenetic determinants of maximum lifespan in species. I started the mammalian.
From a basic biochemical perspective, mice and humans have. From a basic biochemical perspective, mice and humans have similar biology, similar physiology. Yet mice age 20 times faster than human beings. And bowhead whales, as Vera mentioned, they age slower than human beings and they're resistant to diseases. So why is that? And that's something I've always found fascinating. I love animals, so I've always been fascinated by this difference in lifespan. And we don't understand why, but clearly these differences in species aging must be seated in the genome. for some reason, we don't know why or how, but evolution selected for genomes that in turn determine vast differences in lifespan, in health span, and in aging. And so a lot of what we do is in terms of evolution and comparative genomics. So I see the genome as the common language across species. And so we've been involved in different sequencing efforts of naked morads, whales, monkeys, and so on, and then comparing across species to try to understand or to try to identify genes that could be responsible for the longevity and disease resistance of some of these long-lived species. We also do studies in primates because if you think about it, it is part of what makes us human, our longevity and our health span. And so but we live much longer than other primates. You know, a chimpanzee is considered geriatric about age 35. So I also think that's very important to understand why we are the way we are and develop these diseases at the age we do, is to understand the evolution of longevity and employ, again, evolutionary genomics to try to understand why we live as long as we do, and ultimately, can we learn secrets from these long-lived species to live longer, healthier lives?
Thank you. Ashley?
Thank you so much for the invite to speak today. So we at Fauna Bio take a slightly different, but I would say very complementary approach to a lot of the folks that are working on this panel. We look at species that, through their natural evolution, have evolved ways to resist and heal damage to many different tissues in the body. I'm an exotic animal veterinarian by training before turning to biotechnology. My CSO is a hibernation biologist, and so we actually study species who hibernate throughout a large portion of the year, up to 6 to 9 months out of the year. During that 6-month hibernation cycle, many of these species actually go through these really rapid rewarming periods that happen in about an hour. And so they go from being almost frozen, heart rate of maybe 5 beats per minute, to being back up to normal body temperature in about an hour. And that natural rewarming period is actually pretty damaging to many tissues in the body, including the brain, the heart, many major organs. So we can then actually use more of a transcriptomic approach, so building on work that we're doing in terms of looking at the whole genome. What are those genes that are being changed actually doing when these animals have to repair damage that happens during these hibernation bouts? So it allows us to look at a natural animal system that's been evolved over hundreds of millions of years to be able to repair damage. For example, we can then look at how they're repairing damage that happens to their hearts. Through that process, then we can map directly to small molecule compounds. Through that process, we've been able to identify a small molecule that's currently our lead program. It's a really novel mechanism of action for heart failure with preserved ejection fraction, which was mentioned earlier on a panel today, that we hope to put in the clinic in the early part of 2026, that came directly out of looking at biology from a species called the 13-lined ground squirrel, which is a highly studied hibernator. And so, like I said, slightly different approach. We're looking directly at tissue gene expression when we know that there's repair happening. And it's a really interesting approach compared to how people think about studying aging and age-related diseases, where often we're doing longitudinal studies to try and see how do organisms age over time. We take kind of the opposite approach and say, where can we find natural examples of healing and tissue repair? And it turns out that these animals are often upregulating pathways that are known to be protective against aging. So there's a lot of overlap between the pathways that we can examine with hibernation and aging pathways that are studied in other model systems.
Thank you, Ashley. And I will mention also our approaches in my lab. What we do comparative analysis of species, like we analyze maybe like 40 species of mammals, trying to understand gene expression patterns associated with longevity. It's not age-related changes like in many other talks that you will hear at this conference, but changes associated with the potential of the system to live long. If you modify the system according to in this direction, the system is going to be longer lived. And therefore, these patterns, these longevity signatures, can be used to directly identify new interventions that extend lifespan, if these interventions change the system in the same direction. So this way, we identified several new interventions, actually, that extend lifespan. Second, we compare these patterns, omics patterns of longevity across mammals with patterns of longevity across interventions, because we already know in many model systems how to extend lifespan, like calorie restriction, acarbose, gliflozin, rapamycin, growth hormone receptor deficiencies. There are many approaches we compare. And what we find is really amazing that longevity across species is largely different from longevity across interventions. So to me, it represents the untapped potential of this comparison across species to achieve radical change in lifespan. This is something not yet possible, but many labs, including all of the groups here in this panel, actively work on really trying to achieve this radical change in lifespan. Not something that is like 10% or 15% that is achieved with most other longevity interventions. And the third component that we build biomarkers of aging based on the transcriptomes cross species, on cross organs, because most of the data sets currently are based on gene expression. It's very convenient to predict biological age in tissues and in response to all kinds of situations. And this is very complementary to what Steve, for example, does at the level of the epigenetics. So as you can see, the area is really has diverse approaches, and there are many interesting leads. Many of the scientists published, I know Vera published several like Nature and Science papers to identify interventions, new like genes and variants that, in long-lived species that achieve longevity. In that sense, I wanted to ask actually Vera the next question. What do you think are the advantages of long-lived species? What can they tell us about lifespan which cannot be understood from like other model approaches?
Yeah, thank you for this question, Vadim. This is a very important point because traditionally, aging research was focusing on model organisms that are very short-lived and can be easily analyzed in the laboratory, like flies or worms. And there was a period of time when it was difficult for people studying long-lived species using the approaches we just described. It was very difficult for us to obtain funding because people would think, oh, no, this is not serious. You cannot possibly find anything useful. But things started to change, and I think one of the important reasons is that you may play with flies or worms and identify variants and mutants that will live longer, but very often this will come together with certain disadvantages that would make these type of modification detrimental for life in the wild. They could be susceptible to infection, they could be susceptible to cold. So this is not, it would extend lifespan, but not necessarily health span. But what we are identifying in long-lived species are interventions, or I would call adaptations, that were already tested by millions of years of evolution to be actually quite compatible with both long life and healthy life. And this is what we are finding in these long-lived species. So I mentioned the gene in the naked mole rat that makes them, even mice live longer, and then it also has cancer protective effect. We found in the bowhead whale that they have very efficient DNA repair, which is again a strategy that would positively impact not only lifespan, but would slow down cancer progression, would prevent other diseases of aging. So this is, I think, the main advantage of comparative biology, that we come up with strategies that were already tested by millions of years of evolution, and they would affect both lifespan and health span.
Yeah, thank you, Vera. Steve, what are the challenges in the field? I mean, there are, of course, you have many species to work on, and you yourself analyzed over 300 species, multiple organs at the epigenome. What are the challenges, you think? What do we need to solve?
Yeah, I'll start with the conceptual challenge, which is the fundamental question that Vera and Andrei Salyanov answered. But can we learn something from very long-lived species, such as the bowhead whale or even bats? And these animals are, of course, very impressive from a lifespan perspective, but they have very different ecological niches. Bowhead whale swims in ice-cold water, bats fly. And the question is, can we learn something from these animals? And again, Vera and Andrei and others in the field make a very strong case with highly impactful publications. But that's challenge number one, because the opposite view would be, well, why don't we focus all our attention on the one species we really care about, which is humans, really study humans in great detail, you know. So challenge number one. Challenge number two is, should we go beyond mammalian species, you know? So arguably, we can learn a lot from mammals, we share a lot with them, but what about way more exotic species, reptiles, tortoises, birds, fish, a certain fish species live 500 years. That's the next challenge. The third is decide on what kind of omics readout to look at. DNA sequence, epigenetics, transcriptomics, proteomics, where do you want to look? You know, so I feel a lot of work needs to go into developing technologies that really apply to different species.
Yeah, thank you, Stu. Pedro, let me ask you this question. So you developed an amazing database in age. Actually, we use it on a daily basis, and I know it's the best database in the field on all of the life history traits, lifespans, gestation period, and so across, you know, species. And but what are the like? Let's say if you have unlimited resources, so what model organisms would you study? How would you extend this kind of database?
So let me just first, before I answer your question, just take a step back to emphasize what Vera was saying and you mentioned. Because the way I see these long-lived species is complementary to traditional biomedical models. So I see traditional biomedical models, like Steve was saying as well, as models of disease, models of a short lifespan, models of cancer like mice, and then I see these long-lived species as models of disease resistance, models of health span, models of lifespan. So I see them as complementary to traditional biomedical models. They have their own challenges, of course, as you mentioned. Now, I think, you know, given the lowering cost of sequencing and our ability to generate lots of omics data, not just DNA sequencing, transcriptomics, epigenomics, etc., you know, obviously we want to sequence everything and then have a better picture of how evolution works to extend the lifespan of species so much, which of course would be fantastic if we understood that. I think there is a challenge, and to pick up on the previous points on human translation. I mean, I think obviously there is a very high reward, you know, because, you know, I'm from the Mediterranean, and the Mediterranean diet is fantastic, but, you know, what we really like is to have the DNA repair system of the bowhead whale. That's what I would like, right? I mean, so that's what we would aim to do. But it's quite complicated, I think, on a technical perspective as well, because, of course, there's other differences between species we are not aware of. So to give a quick example, we know that genetic background plays a role in humans, across humans, in responses to drugs or in epistatic gene interactions. So when you're looking across species, even if you find something that extends the lifespan and, you know, prevents cancer in whales, you don't know for sure it's going to work in humans. So that's the big challenges, I think. But on the other hand, there's this use potential. So it's a much more potential than the Mediterranean diet, which I love, by the way. You know, but there's a huge potential to it. So it's a high risk, high reward approach.
Yeah, thank you. Ashley, you run a company, and what are your approaches to translating the findings from comparative biology to actual impact on human health?
Yeah, no, I think the translation question is really key, particularly when you're speaking about species as diverse as bowhead whales and naked mole rats and 13-line ground squirrels. I think where fauna really focuses is directly on that question of translation. And so what our platform really focuses on, it's called convergence. It's called convergence for a reason. It's built on a couple of different key data sets. One of them is a large data set of comparative genomics data from a group at the Broad called the Xenomia Consortium. So this is a group that's aligned 452 mammal whole genomes at a very high resolution, so we can see, even from the outset, are the genes and pathways that we're finding in, say, a species like the ground squirrel, are these not only highly conserved between, say, ground squirrels and humans, but are they generally conserved across mammals? Are they particularly conserved in animals that hibernate? What's interesting about hibernation as a discovery system is that it happens in almost every major group of mammals. So aside from some of the marine mammals and some of our hoof stock, every other group of mammals has species that hibernate in a pretty similar way. These are bears, these are bats, these are ground squirrels, these are lemurs. So there are primates in Madagascar that hibernate pretty similarly to ground squirrels. So we really view this as a way to tap into essentially our own hidden potential in terms of our own human genomics, looking back at these highly conserved pathways. So we start with highly conserved pathways. We then overlap the genes and pathways that we're finding are modulated at these really precise time points where we see tissue repair happening in the heart, in the brain, in the liver, in the kidney. And we can map that directly to data from humans. And so we look at, say, for example, we do work with Eli Lilly for looking for novel targets for obesity. For that work, we also pull data sets from humans with metabolic syndrome, humans with liver derangements related to metabolic disease, so MASH. And we can overlap the gene signatures we're finding and transcriptomic signatures from the ground squirrel at time points where we know they're massively increasing metabolism or where they're changing their metabolic rate, to data sets we find from human beings, and we can literally build up this protected versus non-protective signatures, but using human data. And then we can then test things in human cell lines. So we take things, all this kind of theoretical in silico predictions, we reduce them to bench. We'll test our theories and our therapies in human cell lines. So for our lead program, which is in the cardiac space, as I mentioned, we then tested those compounds in human models of cardiac damage. So taking human cardiomyocytes, damaging them similarly to what happens after a human heart attack, and seeing that we could double cell survival in these human cells using the compounds that we found looking at ground squirrel genetics. We integrate all of this data then with data, for example, from the UK Biobank, so looking at humans that have mutations in the targets of our programs. Do they have a higher predilection for cardiovascular disease, for example, or higher predilection for obesity or metabolic disease? So every sort of step in that process is really using human data to figure out what are the right disease correlations, and are we looking at highly conserved pathways, because translation is super, super important. We know that natural disease resistance is a really powerful drug discovery mechanism. That's how we found drugs like PCSK9 inhibitors for cholesterol, was by looking at humans that naturally had very low cholesterol. So really everybody on this panel is really expanding that universe of disease resistance discovery into all of these other species. But it's really the omics data that has been enabled by the drop in sequencing costs that's allowing us to make those translational discoveries that'll impact human health.
So we have only a few minutes left in the panel, so I wanted now maybe ask each of you questions, but just very briefly answer. So first, I want to ask Vera about funding of this area, because it's known it's not easy to obtain funding simply because we hear it's, I guess, more risky approach, but the goal is really a grand goal of achieving much longer lifespan compared to very small interventions, small lifespan extension like in response to traditional interventions. Could you comment on the funding and what the approach is and what does the field need?
Yeah, thank you, Vadim, for bringing this up. Yeah, I hope we convinced you that there is tremendous potential in comparative biology of aging, and we are already making big strides. Like you heard people on this panel, Vadim has done amazing research on multi-omics of aging. Steve has developed biomarkers that are applicable to a wide range of animal species. Pedro developed this database that everyone uses. And then Ashley is translating it now to the biotech. But there is really not enough funding for this, because initially it was even difficult to obtain traditional modes of funding like small individual grants. But right now we are at this stage where we need more consortia, we need groups of collaborators with all these complementary expertise. And what is really missing is a type of funding that would fund a big effort in comparative biology of aging that could bring all these experts together to work and to really create progress and to this kind of leap into improving health span and lifespan.
Yeah. Thank you, Vera. Steve, what is the future of this field of comparative biology?
Yeah, well, our mammalian methylation consortium developed methylation clocks for all mammalian species. But the next obvious frontier is to extend this to all vertebrates. I mentioned vertebrates because vertebrates have cytosine methylation. It's very easy to measure it. And so it's a logical step. Now, vertebrates encompasses amphibians, that can regenerate all limbs, axolotl, frogs, and birds, which are very long-lived. So a lot can be learned from vertebrates and epigenetics, I would say.
Thank you. And Pedro, what is possible with these comparative biology approaches? What would be our goal? I'm sorry that I'm asking these very difficult questions.
No,
but
well, we need to ask difficult questions in the
Yes.
field for it to advance. Very briefly, I would say on what's been mentioned already, trying to identify evolutionary innovations for health and disease resistance and longevity. And as I touched upon earlier, understand why humans, why we are the way we are, why we live as long as we live, why we have susceptibility to certain diseases at certain ages and not earlier or later like other species of mammals. So I think that's fundamental to understand human biology.
Yeah, thank you. Ashley, what is your vision for the field? I mean, you run a company, you organize the company in that area. I mean,
Yeah,
it's a major...
it's been really interesting starting to work more with big pharma companies who a few years ago, or even when we started the company, were not seriously looking at aging as a way to approach improving human health, and that has really dramatically changed just in the past, really 2 or 3 years. I think there's a recognition now that aging pathways are going to impact so many large disease areas that are impacting millions of people around the world. And so for us, I think we do ourselves a detriment, honestly, as a species, if we ignore our connections to other species. We don't take advantage of learning from how, as Vera rightly stated, hundreds of millions of years of evolution have gone into perfecting some of these solutions. And a lot of them are essentially laying there undiscovered because of a lack of awareness of the use of these species, because of a lack of data and data sets around these species. But there's a lot of biology that's being put to the side because people are not aware that the data is there and they're not aware of the ways to translate it. But that has really changed very dramatically even in the past 2 or 3 years. And so there's really a huge universe to be explored in how other species are using essentially the same genes that you and I have, but in very different ways.
Thank you, Ashley. So now we complete our sessions. Hopefully you learn a little bit about comparative biology and you join us as a community in really achieving radical changes in lifespan in humans in the future. Thank you very much.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, wasn't that an amazing session? When Professor Vadim said you're going to be blown away, I thought, oh no, I don't think so. Comparative biology? Come on. Why are we interested in that? But wasn't that just fascinating? I never thought that the life story and life history of the naked mole rat would teach us so much about prospects for our own species, right? Let alone the bullnose whale. And the very last speaker that we heard from America, Ashley Zender, telling us how you can take this from lab to drugs. Wow, the future is great. Ladies and gentlemen, prepare to be blown away by your next session. I'm going to hand over now to my colleague, Nina Huga.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very glad to be here at this exciting summit. Thank you very much. There is an injection to that. I'm delighted and proud to be able to talk to an exceptional scientist about the central topic of this summit, and I think we cannot repeat it often enough. How do we find broadly effective injections as quickly as possible to extend the health span globally to avoid age-related diseases for everyone? He is the leading researcher in the field of obesity and nutrition science, and also, but among other things, an expert in experimental design of laboratory animal research, of design and analysis of human randomized clinical trial, and of promoting rigor, transparency, trustworthiness in science. So that's what he did and what he brought to the forefront of international research. He's the person who does not tell us what we want to hear, but he tells us what we need to hear. He is the Dean of the School of Public Health at Indiana University, Bloomington, and incoming president of the Sigma Xi, the Scientific Research Honor Society. That's it. That's him. Professor David B. Ellison. Welcome. Thank you. In a moment, we will discuss the injection, but he will start with a little introduction. Thank you.
Well, thank you for those very kind words. I'm not sure I can live up to that, but it is truly an honor and a privilege to be here. I thank you for those kind words, and I thank the organizers for inviting me and treating me so well. The word injection comes from the Latin, in, meaning in, and yacare or yasare, meaning to throw. Injection is to throw in. We can think of it in the literal. It is to throw a substance into the body through a needle, or it is metaphor. It is the throwing in of new ideas that come from new conditions. The literal is spurred by the new drugs, relatively new, GLP-1 agonist-related drugs. There are already several on the market. You've probably heard of them. They have names like semaglutide and liraglutide and tirzepatide, and there are many others on the horizon. It's a very exciting time. I've been in the obesity field for 30 plus years, and many people say and have said over the decades to persons suffering from obesity or who wanted to lose weight, I know how you got there, I know how to help, and I can help you. And most of the time they were wrong. They were either honestly wrong or dishonestly wrong, but they were wrong. Other than surgery, until recently, we could not look a patient in the eye or a person who wanted to lose weight in the eye and say honestly, I know how to help and I can help you lose weight on the order of magnitude that you want to lose it. But now we can with these new drugs. And they have swept the world. They have changed economies. Novo Nordisk is now the biggest economic player in Denmark. The Novo Nordisk Foundation is the largest foundation in the world, as I understand it now. Eli Lilly and Company has done tremendously with their drugs. 1 in 7 Americans have taken an anti-obesity GLP-1 agonist drug. So it's just a tremendous growth. These things lead to many new questions. Years ago, when we think back now to the injection as metaphor, I remind you of the song by Joni Mitchell, Clouds. I've looked at clouds from both sides now. It's a beautiful song. Many of you know it. The line, I've looked at clouds from both sides now, derives from an individual who, with the power of human-engineered flight under his wings, says, I have seen clouds. I have looked at clouds from both sides now. I've seen the world differently because of technology. We see this over and over again. And this new technology injects new ideas, new questions, new possibilities, new moral concerns into our environment. Who decides who gets these drugs? Who pays for them? Should a person be able to choose to take one of these drugs for their benefits that they perceive, even if it's not judged by mainstream medicine as a medically indicated outcome? Not to treat a disease per se, but just to feel better, to live longer, to be more vital, perhaps to look better. Are these viable endpoints? These are important questions. The libertarian would say yes. The paternalist would say no, or might say no. Who pays? The libertarian who says allow access does not necessarily imply you must have a third party pay for it. We should not take that as given. Who benefits? We heard earlier about the tremendous cost savings that could be accrued if, in fact, we extended health span. But that's only from one point of view. If you're in the business of selling healthcare every dollar someone else saves is a dollar you lose. Who benefits? Who decides? How much evidence is enough? If I want to take one of these drugs, not because I'm obese or diabetic, but because I think it will make me live longer, is that okay? Some would say, only when we have the evidence to show that it will make you live longer. And I say, well, I'll be dead before you get that evidence. Because if you want to do a human randomized controlled trial that lasts 30 years or more, I'll be gone by then. Can we take it now? And what evidence is adequate? How do we reduce the stigma that comes along with needing to take these medicines? How does it change the social dynamic whereby thinness, which now is easier to achieve when you have a little more economic standing, becomes easier for everybody? Maybe being thin won't be so cool anymore. It won't signify your status so much. So there are many interesting questions, but particularly in the vitality space, for those of us who want to live longer lives, but also more vital, more energized lives, where we're not just living longer, but we're living stronger. Are these viable alternatives? And should we have the right to access these drugs to live stronger or longer and not just treat or prevent FDA-identified diseases? These are some of the questions and ideas that have been injected.
And now we have the answers from you. The GLP-1 receptor agonists could be the solution against the pandemic obesity. How could we bring it into a status of a mass injection?
I think that's a very good question, and there are obviously economic issues. If by mass injection we mean many, many people taking these drugs to prevent or lose weight, prevent weight gain or lose weight, or prevent other things, who's going to pay for that? Right now, people talk about how it would cripple the economy. But these are predicated on assumptions that the price doesn't come down. And we know that. Pocket calculators were very expensive in 1970. Now you give pocket calculators away. Prices will come down when the market increases and patents wear off and so forth.
But there will be also pills, not only injections.
Oh, yes, there'll be oral medicines as well.
Cheap?
Possibly. So there already are oral medications in development as GLP-1 agonists. So yes, there could be better delivery systems, less expensive things. And again, the payment system may change. It may be that we should not assume that this all has to be underwritten by insurance companies or third-party payers. Somebody might say to someone like me, well, you're not obese and diabetic, we're not going to pay for it. But if you want it to feel better or look better, or you think it might make you live longer even though we haven't proven it, well, then you pay for it, David. Okay, fair enough.
We want to extend Healthspan for everyone in the whole world. So we have to bring down the price of GLP-1, and we have the solution, or do we have to do more? I think about ultra-processed food. If we are surrounded by that, that's not the solution.
Clearly, there's going to be no one solution to the betterment of life. There are going to be social, economic, dietary, and other solutions. A single injectable drug is unlikely to be the solution for everything. But we should not be dismissive of pharmaceuticals, nor should we a priori assume that certain things will benefit. So we often hear about changes to the food environment, changes to the way we live, public health measures. But in fact, while I believe it is very likely and possible that there could be effective public health measures to reduce obesity and diabetes, to date, we have not been successful. And we have tried all the obvious things. People keep saying they work and we need more of them, but they refuse to look at the evidence. Back to saying what we need to hear, not what we want to hear. The evidence consistently generated to date shows that of the public health kinds of interventions we've tried so far for obesity prevention or treatment, they have either no effect or limited, extremely limited effect. Now, that doesn't mean we can't develop new approaches that will be better, but we have to acknowledge that that's not the world we live in today, even if someone might think we should live in that world. We do live in a world today where we've developed very safe, effective pharmaceuticals that really help people.
What would be your injection, together with all possibilities you have now to fight against obesity? There's also metformin, there is acarbose. That isn't cheap, could be available for everyone. So what would be your injection nowadays, which is working?
I think that's a fun question. So I think in the very immediate term, there is a role for all those things. Most of my friends who are scientists, physician scientists, particularly diabetologists, endocrinologists, and so on, who are all in age, plus or minus 5 or 10 years from me, are all hacking. Over dinner, the truth comes out. What are you taking? All right, I'm on the acarbose, I'm on the metformin, I'm trying rapamycin, so on. I think people have a right to try these things. I think it's fair game. But many of them have small effects, and some of them have unknown long-term effects, but we can keep trying, and I think that's fine. They add to things. Some of the other things, like the GLP-1 agonist drugs, have much more profound effects in some cases, and so I think those are things we really want to be looking at now for longevity promotion, as well as other benefits. They seem to have extraordinary breadth of potential benefits, ranging from addictions to quality of life and so on. But I also don't think we want to forget the social environment. There are two studies that I often like to cite that I think are very compelling. One is called the Moving to Opportunity Study. It's a very large study done by what's called HUD, the Department of Housing and Urban Development of the United States. It was a randomized controlled trial in which some persons who lived in so-called poor neighborhoods were randomized to receive housing vouchers, so not cash, but housing vouchers to live in less poor neighborhoods. And the control group wasn't. And it wasn't meant to be a diabetes or obesity study. It was meant to be about other factors. But they followed people up 30 years later. And what they found decades later is people who were randomized to live in better housing conditions, especially women and girls, were less likely to have obesity and diabetes decades later. That's interesting. It's not the provision of cash to buy food, it's the provision of perhaps security. A similar study was called the Abecedarian or ABCD study, done by the Rameys, R-A-M-E-Y-S, R-A-M-E-Y, husband and wife team. And they used something that was like a Head Start program, early intervention, but super intense. Again, it wasn't mainly or primarily about obesity, diabetes, nutrition. It was about good parent training, good education, extra tutoring. And what they again found decades later is women and girls in particular were less likely to be obese if they received the treatment group. Both randomized studies. So what does this suggest? To me, it suggests maybe we're looking too much under the lamppost, where the light is good, but not where the thing we lost is. We keep talking about minor changes in physical activity, physical education in the school, things like that, even though time after time we found that those don't make much difference. Maybe what really matters is not nutrition education, is not walking trails. Maybe what really matters is equity, security, general education. I'm going to repeat that. General education, especially for women and girls, seems to be a powerful thing to reduce the incidence of obesity and diabetes. Maybe we need that.
What about genetic factors? We now know that round about 100 genes are associated with obesity. What means that everybody should take a genetic test. They are going to be cheaper and cheaper, and then prevention could be personalized.
Everybody could take a genetic test now. It's relatively cheap already. Question is, what do you do with the results? So we know that there are strong genetic influences on the propensity toward obesity. In most countries, it looks like about 2/3 of the variation among people in how fat they are tends to be due to genetic variations among people. And that seems pretty stable. But that doesn't necessarily tell you what to do. I don't really need to give people a genetic test to predict whether they're going to be obese. I can just predict everybody will be obese, and I'll be right about half the time given current circumstances. And if I want to be a little more accurate, I can ask if your parents were obese, and then I can do about as well as the genetic test in prediction. So the question is, what do we do with those genetic tests? Now, if we get to the point where we say, if you have this genotype, treatment A will be really good for you, and treatment B really bad. But if you have that genotype, the reverse is true. Now that's powerful information. There is some evidence from some model organisms like Trudy McKay's flies, Drosophila, or Ted Garland's mice that have been bred for increased running, that you get these radically different patterns of treatment effects in the different groups as a function of genotype. But in humans, we've not generally identified a lot of that. In humans, we talk a lot about how different we are, but maybe we're actually a lot more like each other than we are different from each other. And maybe if treatment A is better for you, it's probably better for me too. And we should not assume a priori that there won't be general treatments that work better than most for most others, and that will need the genetic test. The only way to know is, as John Hunter famously said to Edward Jenner in the development of the vaccine, do the experiment.
Mm-hmm. So we have only the personalization which can help us, because there are so many causes for obesity, and personalization is expensive.
I think personalization is most important and a neglected factor in the personalization of the choice of outcome and the valuing of risks and benefits. Somebody might say, that drug will give you a likelihood of dying 5 years earlier. Yes, it'll make you stronger and better looking and feel more vital and energized, but you're likely to die 5 years earlier. So we don't want you to take it and approve it. Someone else might say, I want to live stronger, be better looking, feel more energized, be more excited, do more things, maintain my cognitive function, and I'll die 5 years earlier. It's okay. And who's to say which is right? That's personalization. And then it may be, you take treatment A or lifestyle A, you take lifestyle B. Things are neither good nor bad, but thinking makes it so, as the saying goes. Things are neither good nor bad for everything. It depends what you want, and that's true personalization that respects the autonomy of the individual.
Short answer, but it's important. If you would be the next and the new Secretary of Health in the US, what would you do? Prohibitions? To ban ultra-processed food? Or perhaps, like in Australia, young people under 16 may not watch or use social media and not sit around like a couch potato?
I like giving things, not taking things. I like freedom. So no, I would not do any of those things. I would try to take government action, just as we did with COVID-19 and vaccines, to try to make them as available and inexpensive as possible, and try to help people understand the value. And I would do that with anti-obesity medications. I would make them more freely available with adequate informed consent. I would fund research to help people really understand how we have truly informed consent, so people can know the risks and benefits, or understand the risks and benefits and the scientific evidence supporting or not supporting something, and make their own individual decisions. And I would fund general education studies, especially for girls and women, and I would look at the results on health, obesity, diabetes, and longevity.
Now we know what to do. Thank you very much, Professor David B. Ellison. Thank you.
to Nina and to Dr. David. Let's give them another huge round of applause. Well, good afternoon, everybody. It's wonderful to see. I feel so invigorated by this morning. I think I've taken 5 years off my own life already, just through the ideas and energy of it, because we're now going to be thinking about the future of health span medicine and specifically interventions beyond the clinic. So one of the backgrounds to all of our conversations is data. How do we get a handle on exactly what is going on? Well, to help us set the scene and to think is somebody who knows a lot about that, because they are leading the UK's largest ever health research programme. The organisation is Our Future Health. Their role is as Chief Executive, Chief Investigator and Chief Medical Officer. Please welcome to the stage Professor Raghib Ali.
Assalamu alaikum, and thank you to the organisers for inviting me. It's been a great morning so far and beginning of the afternoon as well. And much of what I'm going to say has already been covered in some detail by the speakers before me. And particularly intrigued by the session before, just after lunch. And we heard about a fish that lives for 500 years and what we can learn from that. But of course, it's important to know the quality of life of that fish, particularly after the first 100 years. I wanted to start by reflecting a little bit on my own kind of journey to, as Ollie said, to leading the world's, actually said the UK's largest health research study. It's now the world's largest health research study, Our Future Health. I mean, for me personally, 25 years ago, almost exactly 25 years ago, is when I started work as a junior doctor. So I just graduated, started working in the emergency department. And I realized very early on in my career that what we were doing as doctors was good. Of course, we could treat our patients. Most of the patients we were seeing, whether with heart attacks or strokes or cancers that had already spread, with kidney failure, diabetes, etc., all the diseases that we're familiar with. And these diseases had developed over decades. And if we could have found those patients or those people much earlier in the natural history of disease and intervened earlier, we could have prevented or at least delayed those diseases to much later in life. Many of you will know that in the UK, and we're very proud of the fact that we've had a national health service for the last 75 years. But it has become, and has always been in many ways, a national sickness service. So more about treating disease than keeping people in good health. Over the last 25 years, of course, there have been significant advances in diagnostics, in treatments, etc. But at the same time, population health, if anything, is getting worse. We're beginning to see decreases not just in healthy life expectancy, but in life expectancy as well. Increasing multimorbidity in older ages, increasing both physical and mental health problems in working age populations, and increasing inequalities across different parts of the population. And these are common to many parts of the world. So we know that we need a new approach to how we deliver health and healthcare across the world. There are many new technologies, some of which we've heard about today. New biomarkers that we can look at, polygenic risk scores, proteomics, looking at screening based not just on age, but the whole risk profile. There are new diagnostics like circulating tumor cells, new interventions, digital lifestyle interventions, non-pharmacological interventions, as well as medications and new vaccines, including for cancer, for example. So we are seeing a move towards a new approach which can be described as precision population health or precision public health, where we have an individual approach to people so they can stay in good health for as long as possible. And as we heard earlier, to compress morbidity so that people have a long life, and then of course at the end, to compress that morbidity to as short a period as possible. So we know where we are in relation to the status of health at the moment. We know what the challenges are to get to a new approach, but we need to know how we get there. And for that, we need a better evidence base, particularly in humans. A lot of the research that's been done has been done in animals, and of course that can be helpful. But we have actually fairly limited evidence and data in humans, particularly for prevention. We've known for hundreds of years that prevention is better than cure, but if you look at the evidence base, particularly for non-infectious diseases, it's actually quite limited. We need to know which approaches and interventions will lead not just to better outcomes, but also cost-effective, and so that they can be adopted by healthcare systems around the world. And for that, we needed a new type of health research program or study. A huge cohort of millions of people, ethnically diverse, socioeconomically diverse, of all ages, including much younger people, so that we can understand both what's driving this increase in multimorbidity over the lifespan, but also how to improve health span and which interventions will work. And that's why our Future Health was set up, to be that new cohort, but not just an observational cohort, but a cohort where people consent to receive information about the risk of disease and to take part in interventional studies in the future. A cohort where we supplement the basic kind of data, questionnaire data, blood genetic data, with wearables, with digital biomarkers, and link to our NHS data sets, which are really one of the unique features that we have in the UK. So our Future Health, as you heard, was set up to establish that new evidence base, this huge data set that we will have of millions of people. We can use AI and machine learning now to analyze these huge data sets, to find new approaches to early detection, early intervention, and prevention. It's a unique public-private partnership working with government, industry, and the health system. We heard this morning how hard it is to persuade people to join the study, but fortunately in the UK, over the last 2 years, we've seen over 2 million people have joined the program already. Over 1.5 million people have given their data, 1.3 million people have given their blood samples, and we've done this in a new way, asking people to join the program primarily digitally, but to give their blood samples in the community, in supermarkets, in community pharmacy, in mobile clinics, and in their homes. And our Future Health has now become, as I said, the largest health research program of its type in the world. It's a unique translational or unique resource of discovery and translational research, and it will allow us for the first time to understand the impact of these interventions and policies at the individual level. So I'll just end by saying many of you here are researchers. You know, the resource is available now with data on over 1.5 billion people. It will rise to over 5 million people in the coming years, and we encourage all of you to use it to help us to understand better ways for people to live longer, healthier lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Ali. That was first class. Please come down here with me. I hope, and I'm confident that what you've said, Rahib, will seed some international conversations. I mean, we don't like to brag as Brits, but it does seem pretty world-leading in many ways.
Yeah, that's very true. What we've done through our Future Health is really unprecedented globally, and we have been able to go much faster than previous studies.
Yeah. Well, thank you for all that you're doing. I've got about 50 questions, but instead we're going to put you on the spot. We won't let you escape, because I'm going to ask now the Vice President of Medicine for the Hevolution Foundation to come and join us and maybe have a seat and fire a few questions of her own. Please, honoured guests, welcome Dr. Sophia Patai.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. It's very nice to see you here. Allow me to extend my welcome to Riyadh as well. So, Professor Ali, thank you for setting the scene for us. I live in Riyadh now. I'm very blessed, but I'm a Londoner, born and raised. So let me dig in a bit more about how you have managed to bring data to people, not patients. I think what's critical for us is to know how can we get my mom, my aunt, your mom, to provide these data. And I was just super intrigued about how you've worked with supermarkets, pharmacies, to make sure that you can get access to these data. So tell us more.
Yeah, no, thanks, Sophia. So we were very keen in our Future Health to make sure that the program was available and accessible to everybody across the population of all ages, all ethnic backgrounds, all socioeconomic backgrounds. And there is a danger with these types of studies that you just attract the worried well. People are already interested in their health. And then you only discover, make discoveries in that population, and then they're not generalizable to the whole population. And even more problematic is that can increase inequalities. And one of our key objectives with our Future Health is to decrease inequalities. And so the approach that we took was that we would make it as easy as possible for people to join the study. So as I said, you join digitally. In the UK, as in most countries now, people of all socioeconomic backgrounds have good digital access, but also to make the clinics very accessible. So within, ideally 5 miles of where they live, easily accessible in terms of public transport links, as I said, in supermarkets, community pharmacy, mobile clinics. So we go to the people. And also for those who may not join for financial reasons, we also provide reimbursement to cover their kind of travel and other costs. And we've seen out of the first 2 million participants, about 10% are from the most deprived kind of fifth of the society, and about a fifth from ethnic minorities as well. And by the end, we will have a cohort which is really an order of magnitude larger than any previous cohort of all of these underrepresented groups. As I said, ethnic minorities, more deprived populations, and younger people. And younger people are particularly important for prevention, of course, and for keeping ourselves in good health for longer. And there's very few cohort studies in the world who have people in the age group 18 to 40, which is really the key kind of stage of life that we need to bring people in. And in our cohort, we have about 500,000 of those now. So this is really an opportunity, as I said, for researchers to make use of the resource for these new approaches across all of these segments of society.
I think what's key, you mentioned about this age group between 18 to 40 and how can you really harness the opportunity to gain their data. Now, you've talked about this being an enormous cohort, and we're very sort of enthusiastic about the data it's going to reveal. But I know for all big projects, there are always really good things that you've achieved, and there are also hurdles. So as we try and learn from what you've done, can you share any pearls of wisdom, or maybe reflect on if you could do it again differently, what would you do?
Sure, so I won't pretend it's been straightforward. When Sir John Bell, who some of you know, he was Regis Professor at Oxford, he was really the brains behind his project. When he first told me in 2019 that he wanted to create a cohort of 5 million people, I thought it was probably not possible. The largest cohort at that time was 500,000, UK Biobank, which had been very successful. But to persuade 10% of the adult population to join a study in the UK was really unprecedented. And even the US hasn't done it, China hasn't done it. So it would be a tall order. But as I said, we've had a very good response from the British public. I think in some ways, although we heard earlier from Professor Kaplan, in general, people are less likely to take part in research studies over time. Because of trust issues, because of access, etc. I think in some ways the pandemic in the UK, and the UK very much led again in development of new treatments and vaccines for COVID, it made it easier for people to understand the benefits of taking part in this type of research. So the biggest challenge is always recruitment for these kinds of studies. But as I said, we've had a very good response so far. To go from 2 million to 5 million will not be as straightforward as getting to the first 2 million. I think what will particularly attract people to take part is the opportunity to find out about their own risk of disease. Because it's by telling people, and being able to predict what the risk of disease is, that they can take action, whether it's pharmacological or non-pharmacological, to change the natural history of disease. And that's a great opportunity for all of our participants.
And when you talk about people having these actionable insights, learning from the data, do participants have concerns about data sharing? We see a lot in the media about data being shared with big companies. The UK public in particular, I know, are pretty skeptical sometimes. So how do you manage expectations versus the opportunity here?
So this was one of the concerns. RFUTL was set up as a public-private partnership with government and industry, including the pharmaceutical industry and diagnostics industry. And people sometimes are, or often are, suspicious about how the data will be used. But again, we explained, and maybe it's easy for me as a medical doctor to explain that nearly every treatment that we have for our patients has been developed by collaboration between academia and industry. And we saw it, of course, with the Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine, for example. So people understood that. But you're right, not everyone will join because of that reason. And that's why even the people that do join, we have to be very transparent with them as to how their data is being used, and that when they consent, they know exactly what the uses will be, what the benefits will be. But we have found that about 80% of the general population, once they understand that it's important to work with industry, that they're willing to take part.
And maybe this is a slightly sort of tough question, but when you think about the data and what you'll do with it, what's your aspiration? Like, what would be the best use case? Because what I think about is that in some ways, you're collecting data from people who want to come and share their data, right? And you talked about the potential for widening disparities. So could that be a reality, that you're actually learning more about the worried well, effectively? If I reflect on my time as a clinician, people who would come to a clinic are those who were concerned, whereas those who really had bad problems, they were at home. So how do you manage this?
So the inverse care law, as you've described, is very common, that people who need treatment the most are least likely to come. There is a similar problem in research, the inverse research law. Those who have the most to benefit from this type of research are least likely to join these kind of projects. I think for the first time, actually, in the UK, we have found that we have been able to attract people from those underrepresented groups. And they're not very healthy, actually. If you look at the baseline characteristics of the cohort so far, they have levels of disability and disease that are similar to the general population. So we're not attracting that worried well cohort. And people as you said, what we're trying to achieve through this is very ambitious, which is really to transform the way that we deliver healthcare in the UK, to move from that treatment of late-stage disease to early detection, early intervention and prevention. And people are very much invested in that concept, and they can see the value of it for themselves, for their families, for the community, for the country. And the government can see how important that is for the whole system, not just the health system, but for the economy as well. So it's a very ambitious project. I'm not as worried now as maybe if you asked me that before we started, that it's going to lead to inequalities. If anything, I think it will, for the first time, allow us to decrease inequalities because of the people that have taken part.
And maybe one final question, as we think the theme of this summit is architecting the future. So I want to learn about some of the cool diagnostics in tech that you're doing, and a complete bias here. Some of you know that I'm an ophthalmologist and eye doctor by training. So what are some of the cool tech, or we talk about the intersection of tech and health all the time. Tell us something about some of the diagnostics we may not ordinarily have heard of that you're implementing in the study.
I mean, at baseline, we're particularly keen to make sure that we can get data that's accessible to everybody. So it is relatively simple measurements that we collect at baseline, but we also want to supplement that in the future. But again, that data is fairly easily accessible, particularly using smartphones. So everyone has a smartphone. You can get good information on heart rate, on physical activity, even other measurements in the future that we will make use of. But there are additional tests. So, for example, we can look at people's retinas through, for you as an ophthalmologist, you'll be familiar with the OCT scan. And that can tell us information not so much about eye health, although that's important, but also about cardiovascular disease, about dementia, risk of dementia, etc. In our blood samples that we've collected, we're particularly interested in genetic susceptibility to disease using polygenic risk scores. So these are the common variants that we all have and what they will tell us about future risk of disease. Proteomics, looking at the proteins in our blood. So that combination of all of these newer technologies, including wearables, digital biomarkers, etc., will allow us to have much more efficient ways to understand these new approaches.
Okay. Thank you, Ali, very, very much. Thank you, Rakib.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Safir and Dr. Rahib. Now, I had remaining questions because you've got us all thinking. Let me ask you a question, both of you. The theory goes, Dr. Safir, that what we have here is a pioneering piece of work with the potential of international cross-pollination. What will it take to be the pollinators, to give the chances of that word spreading a greater chance? What does that require in practice, and what would your encouragement be, not just with Professor Ali's words here, but also for so many of the things that we're hearing on this stage? How do we make sure that those ideas take flight?
It's a big question. I think just by being here together and thinking beyond clinical medicine and thinking like we've had a very rich discussion, we're both doctors, but actually the broader, more enriching discussions come from those who are at segments adjacent to us, so technology, AI, ethics. So I think it's being here and being able to have those conversations. For me, what I've learned is there's always an aha moment that comes from not having your regular conversation. And I think that's what I would encourage. And that's why I love to take meetings with people who talk about space gravity and longevity, because I'll learn something new, but that's where that aha moment comes.
Right, so to infinity and beyond.
Absolutely.
So Professor Ali, on that theme then of unlikely alliances, to what extent have they already been part of your Our Future Health journey? To what extent are they already embedded? And I am putting you on the spot for examples, because it helps us to think.
I mean, we work closely with industry, with the pharmaceutical industry, with the diagnostics industry. We want to, we want to bring benefits to the population as a whole. Yeah. And if we only restrict ourselves to academia and the health system, we're losing out on where there's a lot of the innovation and a lot of the capital. But that's, where we get these new discoveries. So we haven't found it's been an issue for us in Our Future Health. As I said, people understand the importance of that collaboration. And to answer if you don't mind answering your first question as well, I think the evidence that we'll generate through Our Future Health is applicable to the whole world. Yeah. But at the same time, we do want countries, including Saudi Arabia and countries in this region, to have their own evidence base, to collect data from their own populations, because every population is slightly different. And by collecting your own data, you'll have the opportunity to improve your population's health the most. Yeah. So as I said, please use our resource, but please create your own as well. I'm happy to help if I can.
Yeah, well, that's a generous offer and will resonate in this summit. Even pioneers have to stand on the shoulders of giants. So on your journey so far, Rahim, who has inspired you? Where have you looked to? Because you are breaking ice, and yet you must be looking around for those dots of inspiration.
No, you're right. I mean, I'm certainly standing on the shoulders of the giants. So the first project I mentioned, which I worked on, was UK Biobank back in 2004. And when I started working on that as a very junior researcher, my first research job, and we said we were going to get 500,000 people, we thought that was probably impossible. And of course, that was successful, but I was in Oxford at the time, and I'll maybe finish with this, that Sir Richard Doll, who's really one of the pioneers in epidemiology who discovered the link between smoking and lung cancer, he said to me that there were no prospective cohort studies in the Arab world at that time. He'd recently won the King Faisal Prize for Medicine here in Saudi Arabia. He came back, he was 91, still riding on camels, so we should study his life as an example of living in good health until a very old age. But he said we need cohorts in the Arab world, and that's why I actually spent 7 years in the UAE setting up the first prospective cohort study there, and I've traveled widely in the region. As I said, I understand the need for data here and the challenges here, the public health challenges, but also the opportunities. And as I said, you can learn from us at Our Future Health. We can learn from you what you're doing here. And actually, one of the advantages you have here is not having that kind of legacy healthcare system of the NHS.
And I was seeing actually on that, Professor Sir Jonathan Simmons, chair of GSK, on this stage last year, actually pointing to that opportunity to leapfrog, in his words. You must think about that, I mean, with that global perspective, for fresh thinking to be unencumbered, I suppose.
Absolutely, and that's what we're doing in my team at the moment. Very much so.
It's such a pleasure to get you here. You've given us the perfect sort of warm-up, if you like, to thinking way beyond the clinic. I'm going to ask you a final question, and then I've got something up my sleeve for our honoured guests. Professor Ali, anything you need help with for Our Future Health, a type of collaboration, perhaps, that you're particularly inviting, and we'll try and be the helpful community that I know us to be?
I mean, in terms of my own research interest, and the reason I was in the region, these very high rates of diabetes and cardiometabolic disease, despite similar levels of physical inactivity and diet to the US, for example, but the rates are roughly double. We don't really understand what's driving that. And of course, with GLP-1 agonists, we're addressing some of that challenge. But I think for the long term, and for these are young populations here, we need to have approaches that combine pharmacological and non-pharmacological interventions.
Well, that is the perfect rumble of thunder for the next panel conversation beyond the clinic. So, Dr. Zafir Patay, but also Professor Raghib Ali, thank you very much indeed. Let's give them a warm round of applause.
Thank you.
First class. So much food for thought today. I feel my ChatGPT account is going to say I've made too many inquiries and calls on it today, and we hope you're feeling equally stimulated. Many more conversations and announcements to come. But first, let's see a short film to remind us what this is really all about.
If we think about adding years to life, we envision people living longer, but spending the most of that increased life with declining physical health and mental health. That's a very negative perspective of adding life. We think about adding health to those years. We think about functionality, independence, people being able to not only take care of themselves, but giving back to the society and the community where they live and work. That's a very different, positive perspective. Our mission is to extend Healthspan for the benefit of all.
Saudi Arabia is currently positioning itself as a leader in the region and across the globe in biotechnology. Over the past 2 years, Hevolution has funded over $400 million in multiple programs, including partnerships, supporting science and impact investment. For example, Ayovian Pharmaceuticals, Buck Institute, Saudi-specific postdoctoral program, and Northwestern University. And these are just only a couple, and there are many more.
Hevolution was created to advance geroscience and aging biology broadly, to translate that science into therapies that can actually help people, and to really work on the best way to deliver these therapies to people. So our approach to investment in general is we're investing in the science, we're investing in investigators, we're investing in translating the best of those ideas and those outcomes into new companies. And we're investing in developing the best companies to create novel approaches.
What's clearly needed when we started looking at this as Hevolution was, how do you bring everybody to the table? So they're not talking at different time points at each other, but they're actually talking together. And that requires us to convene. In fact, we started that last year with the Global Healthspan Summit. For the first time on a single panel, we had a regulator, we had a venture capitalist, we had a scientist, we had the biotech startup CEO and a big pharma company chairman talking, debating at the same time. The ideas that that generates, as you can imagine, are lots of future work streams. So in February of 2025, we're convening again. We have more people wanting to come and speak than we have slots.
Unlike pure financial investors who fundamentally have to assess how risky is the science and could this translate into a drug, we care about that. We are aligned with the biotech and pharmaceutical communities because that's the best way to drive outcomes for people. But we can take more risk on the science. In fact, we should take more risk on the science to demonstrate how to de-risk that science into potential therapies. That will attract hesitant investors to join with us, and we'll teach the pharma companies about our approach, and they can see the outcome of that work and get excited about developing these in a later stage for broader populations. We look at the impact of our investments in both science and companies as an opportunity to change the conversation in the biotech and pharmaceutical world from symptom-driven therapies to intervening earlier in the disease process, hopefully before these devastating diseases become so entrenched.
Every single human being on the planet is experiencing aging. The changing demographics in the world already indicate that the population over 60 is going to double from 1 billion to 2 billion people by 2050. We tend to hear, well, if a lot of old people live longer, it's just going to be a greater burden on society. Nothing could be further from the truth. If we could keep people healthier longer, not only do they need less resources, they're actually contributing back, either through formal work or informal work.
Hevolution is here for a purpose, and our purpose is to touch every single individual across the globe and to really contribute towards general health and wellness of the global population. Everyone has a sick member of the family. Everyone wants to help that sick member of the family, and I think through our contributions, we will be able to prevent age-related diseases.
We need to align everyone on both the urgency of the conversation, but also the need to take an integrated view on developing the science, translating the science, and bringing it to people, as Hevolution was chartered and built to do.
Humans don't want to just live longer for the sake of longer. They want to remain independent, physically, mentally, and financially. And so our mission is to enable that through scientific breakthrough, for this ultimately to be available in the clinical environment, and ultimately to every human on the planet.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain in your seats. We're gonna commence shortly. Thank you. حضورنا الكرام، الرجاء الجلوس في مقاعدكم. سنبدأ بعد قليل. شكرا لكم. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain in your seats. We're gonna commence shortly. Thank you. حضورنا الكرام،
الرجاء الجلوس في مقاعدكم، سنبدأ بعد قليل. شكراً لكم.
أهلا وسهلا بكم من جديد. ما زلنا مكملين في أحداث اليوم.
We are continuing with the events of Health Global Span Summit. It's our pleasure to welcome His Royal Highness Prince Abdullah bin Bandar, Minister of National Guard and one of the board members of Hevolution. Welcome, Your Royal Highness, at this exceptional conference, bringing together investors, innovators, scientists with the aim of increasing longevity.
Your Excellencies, esteemed guests, it's our great pleasure to welcome to the Global Health Span Summit 2025 His Royal Highness Prince Abdullah ibn Bandar ibn Abdulaziz Al Saud, Minister of National Guard, Saudi Arabia, and Executive Chairman of Hevolution. We're honored to have your esteemed presence, Your Royal Highness, and thank you for your continued support and guidance. We will shortly be hearing from Dr. Mahmoud Khan, the CEO of Hevolution Foundation, but first, let's remind ourselves why architecting the future of health span is so essential. Let's watch.
It takes hard work to create change, commitment, passion, are in familiar territory. We've reshaped human health before. Cancer, HIV, diabetes. Territories we believed insurmountable. Yet we pushed, leaped, moved, marched forward. Backed by science, we transformed outsized ideas into life-changing reality, discovering groundbreaking treatments through global collaboration. Outlooks redefined, and now humanity benefits. We all benefit. Now it's time to fix our focus on Healthspan, a groundbreaking mission with global and profound potential to accelerate life-changing scientific research and enable economic impact through investment. We possess the tools. We possess the knowledge to redefine our experience of aging. More hands, more experts, more investment, more change makers, more visionaries. And we need structures in place to foster global cooperation. Today we say, imagine the future we could build if we build it together. Are you with us?
Assalamu alaikum again. Good afternoon. I hope everybody has had a truly invigorating, educational, but importantly inspiring day to think about what we framed this morning as potentially the greatest challenge facing humanity in terms of the world, its demographics, its future needs, both economic and healthcare. However, before I continue my comments, as you heard me say this morning, as the CEO and as a leader of a very small team that is working hard to leverage as many people as partners as possible, we could not do this without the board's guidance, support, and frankly, confidence and trust. And His Royal Highness, as you heard me say this morning, Prince Mohammed bin Salman has been the inspiration. But for me personally, on a constant, relative, frequent basis, the partnership and your leadership and your guidance, Prince Abdullah, has been key as chairman of our executive committee. And for that, I want to not only recognize you, but personally thank you for all of that confidence. And I say this on behalf of the entire Hevolution team. Because when I'm stuck and I need to have a question, there's a message, Your Highness, I need some guidance. And despite all of the responsibilities of a very senior minister, I get a response. And that tells me how important you think our work is, and we appreciate it. Let me share with you and set this off by saying we started this morning by talking about and framing the size of the problem. I'm not going to repeat the numbers we recognize as a problem. We recognize the challenge, and we recognize the return on investment if we do this. There are very few countries that have embraced this at a national level yet. It's unfortunate, but we've started the journey. The work that you're seeing today happening right here in the kingdom is self-evident. I won't repeat it. There are countries like Singapore which have initiated health programs to keep their population healthy, which were available for people over the age of 60 because they want to keep aging in the times it happens as a healthy period of our lives. But they went one step further. That program, as of this year, is now open to people over the age of 40. That is recognition by a government that aging is not something that you address in your 7th decade of life. You address it in your 3rd and 4th, if not earlier decades of life, in order to make a difference for the future. And I think those are the models, and there are dozens of these actually happening at the policy level, at the government level, that we're all going to collectively learn. And this summit is about sharing those best practices, contributing them, bringing them together and saying, how do we move forward and take the best from the world and bring that together to construct. So that is going on. The movement in technology, not within medtech, but adjacent to medtech, artificial intelligence, medical devices, sensors, the ability to create real-time bioloops is a critical enabler as we think of the future, because healthcare is not episodic when you go and see a healthcare facility. Healthcare is based on feedback loops in real time as we live our lives on not only a daily basis, but by the hour as we look to the future. And as some of you know, Hevolution today signed a MOU with a Saudi company that is investing in the medtech space exactly for that. How do we take biotech, aging technology, and medtech to bring them together under one collaborative approach? And that journey now has started, and we're doing this across the world. The opportunities are not just to measure aging, but actually figure out a way to regenerate, rejuvenate, and reverse the dysfunction that has happened by aging. And you heard examples of that on this stage today, where biotech companies are using different approaches, not one approach, but different approaches to reverse through rejuvenation and regeneration of that. One company looked at it in the eye, others are looking at it in the musculoskeletal system. This is happening now. What we're proud of is we're not just innocent bystanders. And I just want to, Your Highness, take a minute and talk about our research grant program and the work that's being on. 3 years ago, when the Right Honourable Deborah Wynne Smith, who has served in the past as a senior administrative and, of course, Undersecretary of Science in the United States on more than one occasion, was kind enough to join our board in the US to bring decades of experience and come to us and say, how can we help you shape this whole mission? And Deborah and I have worked together for more than a decade, and we sat down and we said, how do we map this out? And the first thing we did was to launch a research grant program where we basically said, send us your best ideas, we will fund the best ones through independent assessment, and we call that passive funding. We weren't shaping the science, we were prioritizing the science based on the best ideas. That was the first step. I'm delighted to report we've gone one step further. After that initial phase, we started framing the question as a global organization and saying, what are the most important challenges that we have to address? And then who are the best scientists, whether in the region or internationally, that we should approach and encourage them to come and work on this challenge? But not only just fund it, but create leverage by providing some of the funding, but not all of the funding, and encourage them to obtain funding from multiple sources, because our goal was to grow the size of the pie, to grow the size of the pie of human capital, financial capital, resources, manpower to do this. We've now progressed from that very first partnership to over 20 partnerships around the world where we've helped frame the question. That has moved us from a passive investor to a shaper of the areas of focus. As we now embark to the next mission, and the next phase of our mission is we want to be participants in that research process. And we are now kicking off programs where our scientists, whether they're trained by Hevolution programs in the kingdom, abroad, wherever that talent is, to actually bring them together and to do that. One example of that is the Saudi Arabian research grant program that Hevolution kicked off last year, and with your presence, we funded the first 11 Saudi scientists, the first ever in the region, to actually start research programs in Geroscience. Well, today, we have some of the next 14 grant recipients who actually have been successful in their application to develop their research programs, adding to last year's. And some of them are in this audience, and I'm just going to take a minute, ask the lights to be dimmed, and ask those amazing young scientists who proposed their best ideas and scored in the top 10% of all the grants we received, and these were assessed completely independently in a blinded manner based on the score of the science, and they were successful in receiving our grants. So I would ask them to stand and be recognized for the amazing ideas and work that you're contributing, not only to the field, but also to the kingdom. Please stand. On behalf of Hevolution's board, thank you. On behalf of Hevolution's board, on behalf of the Hevolution team and the global ecosystem, we thank you for your efforts, for your focus, and most of all, the excitement you bring for the future, because it's your work that's going to solve this challenge. Our job is to coach you and encourage you through it. So thank you very much. Just imagine, Your Highness, 24 scientific labs across the kingdom working on this problem. Now imagine a total of 250 scientists and labs across the globe working on this challenge. And as you know, while I can't disclose, but His Royal Highness is well aware, as we look to the rest of 2025 and the grant applications and processes that we already have received for the next wave of what that future looks like, because I'm a firm believer, and as I know you are, when you put several hundred scientists collectively working in a connected manner in the world, not in any one country, but in the world, from the west to the east, to solve a common challenge, that is how you put a man on the moon. That is your moonshot. That is what it will take, because a man on the moon was not put there by a single scientist, a single individual, or a hero. It is not heroes that we are developing. It is the future of this collective wisdom that we're actually investing behind, because it's going to take a village, not a hero. It's going to take leaders to inspire that village to take this on. And that is the leadership that's going on. As I finish up, let me give you a little peek into the things that we're looking at. We have many partners here, institutions. Our very first partner was the Buck Institute, out in California, probably the longest standing, oldest and largest aging research center in the world. We had partners now in the UK. We're looking at Europe. We're looking across into Asia. We have representatives from Singapore, all of them collaborating now with us. But we can't stop there. Somebody asked me earlier, with all of this excitement, what worries you? There's three things that I'm going to challenge our audience to address. Number one, as we stand today, we do not know, we do not have the technology to measure the biological process of aging in a reproducible manner that can be duplicated, reproduced, and is predictive of the rate of aging, not just an absolute measure of aging, that also predicts response to therapy, because I know my colleagues at the FDA are going to say, great test, but how do I use it? And those are the things that keep us challenged as a team, because we need to invest behind the technology which will allow you to go into your practitioner and ideally on a wearable where you can indeed not only look at your biological age, but the rate at which it's changing, and therefore have the feedback loops to change not only behavior, but therapeutics. That is it within the moonshot of human technology today. We just need to focus on it. And we, Hevolution, are absolutely committed to that. So I want you to sit tight as we think about bringing a global community behind that initiative of how you do that. The second thing that keeps me up around this is scaling this in an equitable manner. This cannot remain the domain of a few thousand people who attend a meeting like this. This has to scale in a manner that's affordable, accessible for every human being, ideally, that needs it. And if it remains in the hands of a few, we will not be successful. How you bridge technical invention to ultimately innovation is the challenge we have, and that will take academia, government, and the private sector. It cannot be done by any one sector. Why? Because an invention is a publication. It's a patent, it's a paper, it helps the career of the inventor, rarely helps the masses. It's a great resume addition. However, if that invention is now brought into the marketplace and it touches the lives of the population and it changes their lives, it becomes an innovation. So my approach to innovation is an invention that changes the lives of people. That's when it becomes an innovation, and that is what we are trying to do by bringing the private sector. And then finally, we have to figure out how to take it down to a price point that everybody can afford. And while we always think about really expensive technologies, let me remind you that when I was young, anti-lock brakes were only the domain of Formula One cars. When I was young, computers were only the domains of corporations. When I was young, a mobile phone was only the domain of a movie star. When I was young, most of the technologies we take for granted were inaccessible because they were too expensive. And it took engineering laboratories, and it took industry to come together and bring their price down to a price point where we figured out how to scale them. We are honored, Your Highness, to be part of the movement that not only is investing in science, that not only is funding in science, not only is thinking of the ethics of all of this field, but we're also focused on the translation of this into the marketplace for the benefit of humanity. And for that is why your leadership keeps every person in my organization motivated. And I will end this by saying, I am blessed to have a wonderful team of people between here in the United States, increasingly in Europe, potentially in Europe, all of whom get things done. I have one job in life. That is to turn up and recognize their success. Thank you very much.
Dr. Khan, please stay with us for a few moments. And why don't we say just again, in the presence of His Royal Highness, a huge thank you to your extraordinary team. The work that Hevolution are doing is extraordinary. It is a huge contribution to the world. So let us recognize the many people who have brought us to this magnificent summit today. Thank you. Now, Dr. Khan, you have challenged us to make this about connection, about collaboration, sir, but also about announcements and about marking special new frameworks. And that is what I'd like you to stay just for a couple of minutes with us on the stage to do today. I think that this, what I'm going to set out now, is a framework and an announcement that we can be hugely proud of. It involves a collaborative agreement with the King Abdullah International Medical Research Center. Dr. Khan, would you mind if I said a few words about the agreement, or were you planning to?
His Royal Highness, I think, knows what that organization is.
more than close to His Royal Highness's heart, indeed. So just to set out this agreement, and it is one that we're announcing of several over the course of 2 days, a framework for collaboration in the health and research fields, including the use of the biobank, laboratories and resources available to both parties for the purposes of enhancing health, including preventing people from diseases and contributing to their treatment and extending their average healthy lifespan. So just to recap, the signatories to this collaborative agreement are, firstly, the Vice President, the Senior Vice President of Research from the Hevolution Foundation itself. Please welcome up to the stage Her Royal Highness, Princess Dr. Haya bin Khaled bin Bandar Al Saud. Come, honored guests, to our podium here. And let me welcome to the stage, with Dr. Khan in the middle, the second signatory, who I'm delighted to announce is the Chief Medical Officer of the Ministry of National Guard Health Affairs, that is Dr. Saad El-Maharij. Welcome, sir. Well, as our signatories close their folders, perhaps we will join as they swap and sign each other's. We will join again in congratulating them on what I know will be a hugely groundbreaking and powerful collaboration. Many congratulations from us all. Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Khan. Thank you, Your Royal Highness. Thank you, Dr. Saad. As they leave the stage, one of many fantastic announcements here at our summit. So as we begin our next session, we're going to start to think about going way beyond the clinic. What do those interactions look like? What does the future of medicine look like? And I'm going to ask our next panel to come up shortly, but what about if I put you, honoured guests, on the spot and asked you to have a think about what you think the scientific breakthroughs have been that will unlock the next phase of development? What do they look like? We're going to be back with that next panel conversation, and we really will see scientists alongside clinicians, alongside some of the world's most respected corporations, as we start to join the dots and think about not just how far we've come, but where we're going next. So we're going to resume our program for Your Royal Highness and for all of our honoured guests in just a couple of minutes' time. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated. We're gonna commence shortly. Thank you. حضورنا الكرام، الرجاء الجلوس في مقاعدكم. سنبدأ بعد قليل. شكراً لكم.
Well, welcome back, honoured guests, ladies and gentlemen, to the Global Healthspan Summit 2025, live here in Riyadh. And have we got a panel for you? We're taking our mission of Healthspan seriously here by packing as much as possible into 2 days, and this conversation will be no exception. Welcome, everybody. Our exam question: the future of Healthspan medicine beyond the clinic. So let me tell you who's here, and then we're going to get straight to it, because I think we're going to go for a shift of gear. So you've been warned, team. Joanna Benz sits next to me. She's the founder and CEO of the Longevity Centre Europe, and also the CEO of the International Institute of Longevity. Welcome, Joanna. Dr. Guido Cromer is a professor at the University Paris Cité. He's also research director at INSERM in France and a scientific advisor to the Hevolution Foundation. Possibly best known to our guests here, though, as the senior author of the Hallmarks of Aging. And more on that
very shortly. Dr. Nathan K. Lebrasseur, welcome, the director of the Robert and Arlene Kogod Center on Aging at the Mayo Clinic. Thank you very much indeed. Extraordinary work. We'll hear more. Shannon Nielsen is the director of longevity at Pure Health, surely known to many of us as it was born in the region. Clearly a global firm, the largest integrated healthcare network in the UAE, including hospitals, clinics, diagnostics. We know this, but I thought it would be good to remind us. By no means least, Dr. Daniel Quirk. Good afternoon to you, Chief Medical Officer and Head of Medical Affairs at Biogen. Previously, we note, the Vice President of Worldwide Medical Affairs at Bristol Myers Squibb. Why don't we give them all a warm round of applause? Welcome. That gives them a second to think, because we'd like to hear all of your voices ASAP. Daniel, if you said one thing today about interventions beyond the clinic. This is not a speech, it is the 20-second version. What do you say?
I think some of the interventions beyond the clinic, I think we're at a key inflection point where virtual healthcare is going to become the norm and not the exception. And when we think of virtual healthcare, we're talking about everything from televisit to telemonitoring and how we're going to monitor and make more impactful decisions about our patients going forward.
Right, so not the exception, the new norm. Right, Shannon.
I'll start by saying that this concept of health span is not something that's achieved. We don't arrive there. It's something that's maintained.
Yes.
And it's maintained through life by deeply understanding ourselves and building solid daily habits of health.
Daily habits, not just alone. It takes a village and all that, and we might come to those interpersonal connections as we go along. Nathan, will you rise to my challenge of a pithy thought starter for our guests?
Yeah, I think it's, we should not trivialize the significance of bringing down the barriers and the silos between experts. The conversations that we're having here around the water coolers at the coffee stop brings together people from multiple disciplines that we need to transform human health and make this change.
Powerful point, not just reuniting with former colleagues, but saying hello to the new as well. Guido, interventions beyond the clinic. How do you sum up a thought starter?
We hear all the time about sleep, exercise, diet, social interactions, stimuli. And the most difficult thing in these lifestyle changes is, of course, their duration, the compliance. And we have to be extremely inventive to find out what are the strategies to enforce compliance.
Enforce and encourage, if I could be a little softer in my edge to that. In other words, you can have the best solution in the world, but if the consumer, to use Dr. Khan's words, ignores it, we've lost. Joanne.
I would say it's not about really the fear of dying, but the joy of living.
Yes.
Especially enhancing vitality and strength and resilience.
Oh, we want so much more on that, Joanna. Enhancing that strength and resistance, but the vitality, what it means to be alive. Okay, very good. Well, we'll now vote on our favorite art. No, I'm actually going to be very unfair because I'm going to go back to that interpersonal point that at least a couple of you have made. But I thought it would be wrong not to ask about some of the scientific breakthroughs that you've seen. So I'm going to go to you, Guido, on that. Cast your eye, particularly over the last couple of years, and if you guests like to come in and build, please do. But Guido first.
So you may know me as a senior author of the Hallmarks of Aging, which is a sort of intellectual exercise that we started more than 12 years ago to ask the question, what would be the molecular and cellular processes that go astray with time that would be actionable? So they would not only accompany the aging process, but should also be experimentally modulable so that aging would be modified. Yeah. And which means that the experimental accentuation of a hallmark would accelerate aging, and which is more even difficult to achieve, the attenuation of a hallmark would decelerate or perhaps even halt and in a utopian goal, reverse the aging process.
And the number of those hallmarks that you've so far managed to identify is growing over the last couple of years. Let's zoom into an example just to really bring that to life for our guest.
So in our last version of the Hallmarks of Aging, which was published 2 years ago, we had 12 hallmarks. but this number is going to grow simply because of the accumulation of knowledge. So we have the example of extracellular changes in the matrix that are not only responsible for the wrinkles that we develop as we age, but they also occur within our body, and that can be experimentally modified in mouse experiments so far.
Yes.
To modify and, in some cases, to reduce the pace of aging.
Right. So I might come back for one. I might come back for one more, but I want others the chance. We're going to come to you, Joanna, on non-pharmacological shortly. But would others like to chip in with a breakthrough of not your own per se, but that you have noticed and recognised? Who will go? Yes.
Yeah, I think it's just absolutely remarkable that we've gone from this concept of science fiction to this being science now.
Yes.
And that's really kind of been risen to the top and become so visible in the lay press throughout different media platforms, because we've shown now, at least in model systems, that targeting these fundamental processes of aging can impact so many different diseases that on paper you would think are very different, right? You would think that the mechanisms of Alzheimer's disease are very distinct from lung or kidney fibrosis, or the pathogenesis of diabetes, or the etiology of another age-related condition. But the fact that you can target one mechanism and impact these conditions as a group is really quite remarkable. It makes us really believe that this is achievable.
Yeah, thank you, Nathan. Well, why don't we go back to a thread that's already appeared, Joanna, which is on non-pharmacological interventions. You have pioneered some of these through your centres. How are you approaching them?
Well, definitely we are, hallmarks of aging are a very, very important part of what we do. I mean, in terms of diagnostics, but also interventions that we use. Because today there's no one intervention that we can actually say that it's directly impacting longevity, but there's many of them that are impacting different aspects of hallmarks of aging. And as Dr. Sierra said before, I mean, there's a lot happening in between those hallmarks of aging, which is fundamentally very, very important also for clinics. As we're introducing new interventions, you mentioned sleep, but also diet, exercise, and beyond the medical aspects, we want to measure whether they really work, how do they work, how quickly do they work, what do they actually change, do they impact any of the biological ages? And I think for that, hallmarks of aging have been very, very, fundamental, I think, for most of the clinics, along with biological ages.
Right, and to this point, though, that if they're not taken up, if they're not enforced or adhered to, then we've lost. Where do you see particular promise in terms of interventions that work and are likely to be taken up?
Well, one of the hallmarks of aging is inflammation, and we know that inflammation has many different contexts. I mean, of course, we were talking about GLP-1, so definitely obesity, but also, there's medical and non-medical aspects. There is also a very important area of stress,
yes,
for example, that we also can measure today, and also it does impact, again, inflammation and many other of the hallmarks of aging. And today we not only measure it, but also we more and more know by observation and also by different collaboration with other clinics, which of the interventions really work.
Yes.
Like sport, but how much is enough, how much is too much,
well,
and how to personalize it.
Let's go to that then, Nathan, because what that leads us to is that idea of lifestyle interventions. So take us to your latest thinking on that.
Well, I think it's quite remarkable that when we think about the most effective ways to target the biology of aging today, lifestyle factors are fundamental, right? They're the foundation of healthy aging. And I think what we're learning, what we are learning is that the efficacy of things like exercise on so many different conditions is really because it's providing either a defense or the resilience that Dr. Sierra referenced, a resilience to those different hallmarks of aging or the effects of aging. And in addition to that, promoting repair processes to impact that process of aging. So it's just really fundamental how the mechanisms of exercise, reduced calorie intake, really do come back together on these key nodes that drive the aging process.
Yeah, and as opposed to putting a whole cohort through the same experience, where this should or could lead us, presumably, Daniel, is personalization. So take us to your your latest thoughts on how technology drives that, and feel free to bring that to life with example.
Sure. So if we start with how the day kicked off, Dr. Khan made a comment that to me was really important. We're not just talking about longevity. It's important that we remember people have to live high-quality lives and be productive members of society. So therefore, if we're going to step back and take a societal view, any discussion needs to include genetic disease and patients suffering from chronic illness as well. And just an example, and it's not just going to be a solitary scientific advance. So take antisense oligonucleotides, great advance. We know we can address patients with genetic diseases, whether it's SOD1 positive ALS or whether it's SMA, by replacing the deficient protein, right? But it's not just that, it's actually monitoring them. So if it wasn't for neurofilament light chain, we wouldn't actually know that those patients with SOD1 positive disease were actually going to respond. So our ability to predict that those patients are responding and stick with therapy. With regard to SMA, those patients who potentially are being undertreated and would need to make a decision that their treatment should be changed or potentially dose adjusted. So the biomarker becomes critically important. So how do we arrive at that? I think years ago, in other illnesses we can learn from, say, ulcerative colitis, where we only had limited therapies, corticosteroids or broad immunosuppressants, we had to make a decision by whether was the patient feeling good enough that they could function. That was our target. As we had better therapies and more therapies, we then realized good enough wasn't good enough, because chronic smoldering inflammation could lead to risk of cardiovascular disease, could increase risk of need for colectomy, malignancy, et cetera. So we needed to adjust our therapies. So that becomes the driver behind why we need adequate biomarkers that can actually not only predict disease, but also guide therapy so the right patient gets the right therapy at the right time.
Where, Daniel, do you think that's going? Because when I hear biomarkers, I think of clues. So we become the Sherlock Holmes, because in terms of technology, those clues are starting to emerge in ways we wouldn't have been able to detect even just a few years ago. So Shannon, I'll get you in on this as well, but just give us a sense of where that's moving, the sort of thing we might notice.
So that's where we're leveraging machine learning, AI, very large databases, so that we can define what are potential biomarkers, and then also what are some other surrogate biomarkers that may have high degree of sensitivity, maybe aren't specific enough, but could start to pick out that patient who might be starting to fail, and then we could use a defined biomarker that might be either more costly or more difficult to get. So be very selective in how we utilize the armamentarium of biomarkers that we currently have.
And you've got an example of that final one, because I just want us to hit a home run on that, of what we might see or look out for.
I think a great example would be just looking at something as simple as increased heart rate. Even we found during COVID that patients with increased heart rate were going to be selected more likely to have COVID. So if that's going to then guide further diagnostic and therapy and patient selection, that's an advance. But in and of itself, it's not specific enough to be useful.
Thank you, Shannon. Let's build on this.
Yeah, I think I really agree with what was said there, and I think it's good to re-look at how we term biomarkers. As an example, two of the most proven biomarkers of aging or proving longevity are VO2 max and grip strength. To your point, physical activity. These are biomarkers that are very cost-effective, can be implemented very quickly, give us real-time data, and most importantly, get people on the track of changing lifestyles. So these types of things added to our more advanced biomarkers, I think is where things are moving to.
And back to our title, Beyond the Clinic, where do those abilities to detect, for example, grip strength, to your example, where do they start to show up beyond the clinic? What are you imagining? What are you seeing?
What you're seeing in terms of the whole ecosystem is you're looking at fitness, wellness, insurance, and healthcare converging. They shouldn't be in silos. It should be one system that wraps its arms around the consumer to promote good health. So when we're looking, they shouldn't be in isolation. We should be really thinking about the data I'm collecting from my wearable and the routine I'm following at my gym is then translated back to what my physician is telling me.
Understood.
And that system is then how you create an ecosystem of longevity.
So our bikes are going to have smarter handlebars than ever before on wearables. Nathan, I'm going to get you, but I've seen a red flag, Joanna. What are you making of the potential for AI to be our companion, to be our coach, to be our helper? Or is that in itself a threat to humanity? I'm deliberately fueling the coffee conversation for later, but I'd love your latest thinking on that.
I think this is also a bit generational, and what we observe in the clinic as well. I mean, our clients like following technology, but actually they really, really need human connection, and at the end of the day, the doctor or the coach or somebody to explain it, translate it, and motivate it. There's a lot of data showing that although we know what is wrong, what is actually not helping us to live healthy, we don't take medicine, or we don't really follow what we should be following. So having some kind of somebody physical motivating us, I think it's a very important aspect.
No, indeed. Now, Nathan, you don't seem the sort to dwell on the potential downsides, but when it comes to these smart diagnostics, and particularly wearables, what should we be watching out for? Because Jana makes a very good point on that. And then Guido, please.
Yeah, I think the important part of this is a bit of mindfulness, and this is not my expertise, but when we talk to individuals contributing to our longevity clinic or other efforts, it's really being mindful about where you are today, not where you should be, and just accepting that as a starting point. People tend to get intimidated by the fact that their health dashboard may not be optimal, and they throw up their hands and say, what can I do? So that's the danger of discouraging individuals as opposed to encouraging.
Yeah, Guido, do you want to come in?
So when we talk about biomarkers, there are two different options. One is in the omics field, and one is in the field that is more medically oriented. So in the omics field, we can think about aging as a process that is driven by genes or gerogenes, by proteins that we call geroproteins, geromolecules, and so on, that we have to detect. And we can also detect the gerosuppressors in these different categories of molecules using omics technologies that range from DNA sequences to the epigenome, to the proteome, to the metabolome, to the microbiota that colonizes us. And all these omics technologies are perhaps hiding targets that we do not know about yet, and that we have to discover.
Yeah. It's like widening the aperture, taking a far more holistic view of all of the things which impact a human life.
Exactly. So we can opt for measuring this, and of course the data sets become so complex with hundreds of thousands of values per person, per time point, that they only can be deconvoluted with the help of computers, combination of real and artificial intelligence.
Right.
And in addition, beyond that omics technologies, we can think about diagnosis as it has been traditional, fitness tests in different ways, resilience tests, the measurements of the classical clinical variables, grip strength, HB1AC, all these traditional measurements that are more down to earth, that really inform about the current health state of an individual, and that then should be correlated with the omics biomarkers to yield real insights.
Yeah. So this is a powerful vision. I suppose, Shannon, especially when we start to talk about technology, about the sheer power of some of these interventions, the concern is, how do these not just become accessible to those that can afford it?
This is a really important topic. You're talking about the scaling, or what we would call the democratization of this type of medicine. And I think it's good to take a step back and realize that longevity clinics have been around for a very long time in various forms. Unfortunately, they've always been for people who can do two things: afford and understand. Because if people understand something, they're more likely to see the value. If they're likely to see the value, they will participate in this. Unfortunately, the majority of people don't understand the concepts that we're talking about healthspan and lifespan. They haven't been taught that. They don't understand the importance, and that means generally people will buy things they want, they understand, and they value. Yeah. So if we want to look at scalability, it isn't just making it affordable, it's making it understandable and affordable, which means we take two steps. One is we need to look at what do we offer in terms of services at the beginning, and how does that create value? So as an example, unfortunately, a lot of the time, longevity clinics, they offer niche services by niche doctors in niche clinics. and that means the price is very high. And we have to sort of change that paradigm and think, okay, how can we use more abundant services with more abundant doctors and more abundant clinics? And that means we need to look at, well, how do we offer these initial treatments? A few of the gentlemen mentioned about lifestyle medicine. This is a great place to start, because looking at things like sleep, exercise, nutrition, stress, environment, things that we can understand, and then we can change.
Yes.
And that's a great place to start in scalability.
It is. I wonder if any guests have had the experience that some of us have had with tracking our sleep when we wake up to say, I've had a terrible night, and it ruins our day.
Well, I think to your point about people being concerned about AI, that's a great point. Because, again, the language we like to use, instead of saying we are AI dependent, we are AI enabled.
Right.
Which means that this AI guides us.
So on all of this, because we hope, and we will meet again, will anyone in an unscripted move go as far as to make a prediction? Where is this going? As we think about interventions beyond the clinic, what do you say we will increasingly start to see? And I'm inviting pithy thoughts on that. Shannon, if you've got one straight up, and then others, please.
I do. I can see two things. An integrated ecosystem that revolves around the consumer with a health coach in their pocket, and longevity primary care doctors that manage people within the community, and the community infrastructure supports achieving health span.
Right. Now, I don't think we'll have time for anyone, so I will take offers. Joanna, that looked like it might be one.
Yes, I mean, for me, longevity in longevity clinics is not only about the medical aspect, but very much about the psychological aspect as well. And also, I think we keep forgetting very often about that biology of aging this is all very important, but actually at the end of the day, there's a huge field of psychoimmunology, for example, and we know how our mindset is driving our biology.
Can I put you on the spot there, Guido? When you think about the psychosocial, where does your imagination take you?
That's actually one of the hallmarks of aging, which is psychosocial exclusion. The individual excludes itself or herself, himself, from society, from family bonds, and is excluded. So it's a process that is very worrisome to be observed and very important not only for the social aspects that we cannot measure, but actually has a real impact on the 13 somatic hallmarks of aging that we have been defining.
An intervention that turned that loneliness or feeling of aloneness around, that would be a powerful intervention indeed. Does anyone have a 10-second one for us?
The treatment decisions based on personalized biomarkers.
Treatment decisions based on personalized biomarkers. Dan, you heard it here first at the Global Healthspan Summit. To Joanna, to Guido, to Nathan, to Shannon, and to Daniel, my very great thanks. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much.
Well, brilliant. As our guests leave the stage, we've got plenty more where that came from. Those interventions are going to get increasingly fascinating. The supporter in your pocket, or indeed on your wrist. Now, we're going to have a conversation now about going from the lab to life, translating Healthspan research into real-world initiatives. And I hope our next guest will agree. We've had a smorgasbord of them here for us this afternoon. So in two parts, we'll have a conversation, but I think initially some provocation. And we'll hear from Dr. Bandar Al-Knawi in due course. But first, someone who leads a fascinating organization out of the United Kingdom. It's called BitBio. Please welcome to the stage Dr. Mark Cotter. Okay, Mark. Cheers.
Thank you. Thank you to the organizers and your excellencies for giving me the opportunity to be here. What a wonderful day. So my background, I'm a stem cell biologist and a neurosurgeon, and I treat patients with spinal cord injuries. And that exposes me to problems around regeneration, but also there's an age-related condition called cervical myelopathy, which asks the question of how do you prevent that? And this is the journey from lab to industry. So the panel, I'll reflect a little bit on my own journey before we start the panel. We've talked about decoding lifespan, health span, and I want to start with a quote from Sidney Brenner, who reminds us that reality, biology is a software. And it's a very specific software where digital information that's encoded in our genome is translated into physical reality. If we express a gene, it becomes a protein, and the protein forms part of the structure of a cell. On the top, you can see the DNA coiled up. That's, of course, the hard drive. It contains all the information. And as a starting point, we could ask the question, what are the programs that are encoded in the DNA? So I thought at least two. One of them you can call the identity program, and the other one relevant here is the aging program. So over time, we've learned that the identity is probably a transcriptomic program. It's the set of genes that are active, and it can be instructed by what's called a core set of transcription factors. You know Yamanaka programming, we can activate 4 genes and you become a pluripotent stem cell. This can be generalized to any other cell type, and that's really what my first company, BitBio, is doing. On the sort of aging side, we're not quite certain yet, but I think the lead theory is that it's an epigenetic program. So the context of the storage system changes, and that degrades the cell. And as a stem cell biologist, I think the key to answering both questions is here. This is a human pluripotent stem cell. It can turn to any human cell type, but it also is a cell type that doesn't age. So working on the first problem, instructing cell fate, we came up with a technology platform we call OptioX, and we found it is actually possible to deterministically program pluripotent stem cell probably in any human cell type. This is how it looks like. You start with a pluripotent stem cell, and then in days, the entire set of cells in this culture turns into neurons. That's just an example. And we can do this with probably any human cell type. And that effectively gives us tools to do some research, but also a toolkit that we can use to do cell therapies. We can create, perhaps in the future, we can create organs. And this translation, where we want to treat patients with disease, is a well-trodden path. It's challenging. It requires money. We have to overcome all of these hurdles. But at least there is a path forward. The question that we are contemplating today is, how do we go about actually creating health span intervention? And this is a little bit of a stealth startup called ClockBio with a very bold aim. So again, the question I think that we want to ask here is not what's age. We thought the question that you need to ask for health span is what's youth. And you can think about a balance between the repair systems that are on in a cell. We've heard the term resilience this morning, fighting against the damage that occurs over time. When we're young, the balance is in one side, and as we age, it tips into the other side. And the core question is, how do we get it back? So the key, I think, is the youthful state in a pluripotent stem cell. And we figured nothing in biology is absolute. So there must be a way of making these stem cells old. And indeed, we found a way of sort of manipulating them so they become old. And the definition of old is they display the aging hallmarks. So these stem cells display the whole set of aging hallmarks. But because youth is a characteristic of the pluripotent stem cell, the moment we stop the intervention, they actually become young again. And they erase all the aging hallmark. And the cycle time from young to old to young is about 3 weeks. And that means this is a very scalable system. You can do what's called a perturbation screen. You can sort of turn on or off every single gene in a cell and then figure out what happens. You can see this is a pilot of 1,000 genes. It creates different cell states. But really, the whole thing makes sense when you apply what's called a transcriptomic aging clock. Now you can measure the cell age after the perturbation. And then on the left, where the blue cells are, these have remained young. And the cells on the right, the red cells, have become old after we changed the genome. So the entire set of genes that we've discovered, less than 1% of the genes, we call the rejuvenation atlas. And about a third of these genes are rejuvenation genes, so you have to turn them on to create young, youthful states. And two-thirds about seem to be aging genes. And on the left, you see, sorry, the right, you see the network that is emerging, starting from our 5 top hits. You can see pathways which become denser and more connected when we go to 15 top targets and to 30 top targets. And as you can see here, we find all the usual suspects, the mTOR signaling pathway, RNA, protein degradation pathways, etc., etc. So we think we probably, because we have measured the effect of every gene on cell age, we think we've got quite a comprehensive overview. So this is our sort of summary of the atlas, our clock. From 1 to 7, you can see there's quite a diversity of targets. 9, 10, you can see that these targets are enriched in diseases. And 11, 12 shows that there are actually drugs out there being tested or approved. And then there's another metrics. If you look at the sort of the color of the little balls, in the center, you've got the aging genes. Those are the ones that you need to inhibit in order to rejuvenate cells, and the green ones are the ones that we activate. So if you want to use common modalities, like small molecules, you really want to go for the middle, the bullseye. So as a little bit of validation that I can show you, we've taken drugs against these targets, and we treated aged neurons with that. And you can see here, each of these drugs modulate different set of aging hallmarks. And so what we think is when we combine drugs to sort of get the maximum amount of sort of effect across the aging hallmarks, that's potentially, how we can extend health span. I'm just taking one of the drugs here. This is actually an asset in phase 2-3 development. We found it can repair DNA damage, doesn't do much for epigenetics or autophagy, but really boosts mitochondria and restores cell morphology. They don't know that this is a rejuvenation drug. And I think there are many of these out there that we can use and repurpose. But this is where the challenge is. A lot of things that we need to still solve as a community. How do we validate our research? How do we overcome the challenges of implementation that we've discussed today? And of course, how do we bring stakeholders together to make this all happen and pay for it? And this is the topic of our panel, so I'm very much looking forward to them joining me on this stage. Thank you very much for joining us on this panel. Very exciting. The topic is from lab to real life, to benchside. How do we make health span interventions happen? And let's start with maybe Maha, quick introduction, and what are you excited about?
Okay, great. So good afternoon. Thank you for staying to this session. My name is Maha Al-Mzaini. I'm an or King Faisal Specialist Hospital alumni. I've been a clinical researcher for the past 27 years, and I recently moved to the Research Development and Innovation Authority to empower the research ecosystem, hopefully a tiny bit. Yes. Well, so what I'm really excited about is that to see that we're moving toward translational research, putting a lot of efforts, investments, and support, paving the way for this kind of innovation, because this aligns very well with the Kingdom's strategy. And in order for us to be the global leaders in innovation, we really need to work on and focus on the translational research. And honestly, from a personal perspective, as a scientist, I've been publishing in patent with my colleague, Dr. Khaldun. However, what was the most inspiring thing that we see in the lab is once we have a product that will serve eventually patient care, that is truly fulfilling. So, and I think seeing the move toward translational research, it's the dream to come true. Yes.
Khaldun, what are you excited about?
Thanks, Mark. So I'm a scientist by training, and I have been in the science arena for about 3 decades. So I must be passionate about science, right? But I joined Hevolution about 4 years ago, and translating the science has always been something that just wakes out of my mind and goes on in discussions I have with colleagues, etc. And Hevolution had given me the opportunity to investigate the methods we are funding science with. So I've developed this enthusiasm to transform how we fund science from models that favor incremental, slow progressing, low risk science into models that are based on agility with a focus on accelerating translation of the science. Also, I've developed an interest to look at science and how we evaluate it from a mindset of pivot fast or fail fast.
Great.
As we do this, I realized that we needed not only put out grant programs to fund research, but also to start feeding this cycle with new talent, new minds, new ideas, new energies. These are the things that I am passionate about, and these are the things that I spend my time doing, along with a great team that we have in Hevolution.
Thank you. Andy, a bit of your background and what are you excited about?
So I'm an exercise physiologist by training, a skeletal muscle biologist. So, I mean, this for me is fantastic. I've spent sort of 20 years trying to talk about muscle and no one wants to listen, whereas now Healthspan resilience is all about muscle health, and it's a critical organ for homeostasis. So it's brilliant to be in an audience where people actually care about muscle for a change.
Thank you. Dario.
So first of all, I'm also very excited to be here. Also very excited for the interactions and I'm very grateful for the opportunity. So my background, briefly, I'm a basic scientist. I'm an evolutionary computational biologist. So I study the basic mechanisms underlying health and aging across organisms in the tree of life. And I am a professor at the Friedrich Schiller University in Jena, and I direct the Leibniz Institute on Aging in Jena, Germany. What I'm very excited about is understanding what insights of basic science of aging, geroscience, can be translated into effective interventions. So I think there is also a science to be developed there in predicting, forecasting what that works in cells, in vitro, in cultures, can be applied for the betterment of human health.
Great. So the journey from the basic discovery to the application, what are the challenges that you see?
So I see sometimes conceptual challenges. So sometimes we basic biologists, we might do a hasty leap of faith in believing that if we activate a molecular pathway, as we call them, or if we find a molecule that might improve homeostasis in one particular cellular function, in one particular cell type, then that same process will translate by necessity to individual health. I think that this is a challenge to me to sort of perhaps sometimes generalizing intervention capacity.
So you need to
but
think
it's also
about
an opportunity.
multiple cell types, organs, organ system together. Okay.
Exactly. And also working in diverse teams that have that sensibility that goes at the molecular, cellular, physiological, organismal level.
Andy, what do you see as the main challenges in this field?
Well, I think, echoing that really, I think once we become reductionists, we do sometimes lose sight of the big picture.
The richness of biology.
Exactly. So, certainly from a muscle point of view, we think about strength, and fatigue and those clinical things that we kind of lose once we go to cell models. So it's how do you do a reductionist approach where you can really identify mechanisms but keep a physiological endpoint as your key readout.
Right. Okay. Haldun, we've talked about so many different challenges. What are your favorite challenges?
Yeah, a lot of challenges, but the thing that I see most complicated is the working in silos.
Yeah.
So working in silos, especially around projects that require cross-validation, across institutes and across geographies and across populations. And that manner of work, it would be hitting the Healthspan research badly if it continues as is. We know one of the major gaps in Healthspan research is the availability of robust, reliable biomarkers of aging that can be used as indications if a new intervention is doing well or not.
Yeah.
And that's what Hevolution is doing, is we're breaking that.
So biomarkers and cross-validation is a key
Biomarkers
challenge.
and cross-validation through an approach that put people all together to work toward one unified goal. Yeah.
Maha.
Yes, great question. So I think one of the most topics I would say is resources and fund allocations, funding availability that we all know that is essential to continue your work. And Hevolution, as well as Research Development Innovation Authority, they are developing different programs and funding opportunity that will suit every kind of research.
Because the problem is, of course, it takes time.
Exactly. But the good news is that we have tailored different programs according to the need and specialties of the research topic. So this is very promising grant opportunities right now. The other thing is, I would say, the communication, as Dr. Khalid, the communication, bringing people together, bringing both the private, public sectors, academia, and scientists in the same, because then you will have the breakthrough. Otherwise, working in solo, it's not going to work out. Third, but not last, is regarding the resource availability. Research Development Innovation is trying to open access, introduce a concept called open access laboratory. So anyone who has an approval, a grant, a proposal, or an IRB could submit this through the RDIA portal and will be granted access to any national laboratories within the kingdom that suits or matches its needs. So there's no excuses now for there's no equipment or there's no availability of labs. It's all accessible to everyone as long as you go through the system. And this is right now launched as a national level, but it's going to be launched soon at a global level as well.
Amazing. So again, breaking barriers, access to technology.
Exactly. Yes.
Fabulous. Andy, what are you working on? What are the challenges that you are tackling?
Yeah, I mean, I think you've hit the nail on the head. To study aging takes a long time, and to do it properly takes even longer. So, I think we're striving to keep relevance to what we're trying to do, but also have models that we can actually study quickly. So, I think the advantage for us technology-wise is that we can use model systems to, if we do it correctly, to recreate diseases of aging in humans. And for us, organoids are a really good way to do that and to recreate some
because
of the
you get sort of a little bit more complexity into this.
Absolutely. So we can take muscle biopsies from individuals and engineer mini muscles from their cells, and then we've got a platform we can actually then study numerous conditions, or we can screen different drugs, or look at
So it's
different...
scalable.
It is, and it allows you to take a step back to study something to then go back into the clinic. So
Fantastic.
if we don't have those two, then we're not able to actually advance the
Translating from
Absolutely.
for humans in vitro. Dario, what are you tackling?
What am I tackling?
Yeah, what's your sort of core interest?
Well, at the moment, we are venturing into like a sort of uncharted territory, very fascinating research into microbiome and aging. So, where we try to understand the role of the microbiome of our resident gut microbes in health and in aging. So, with all new fields of investigation, there are many challenges. Oftentimes, you don't have the tools. Oftentimes, you don't have the right questions as of yet. So, all the challenges that come with doing science in a new sort of like field of investigation, but it's also like phenomenally fun and, rewarding and potentially can have high impact as well.
I agree. I think the question is the hard bit. The answer sort of follows in some ways. So, Halu, what is sort of the mission? What does Hevolution do to address the many barriers that we've seen from funding, science, translation of science, validation of science, and of course then the later stage problems, regulation, and making it actually happen, all the way to how do we actually pay for these health span promoting therapeutics?
Quite a bit. I speak in the name of Hevolution, and many of you are familiar with what the foundation has done so far. And you heard our CEO, Dr. Mahmoud Khan, this morning mentioning how much was done in such a short time to push the research forward from the lab to life, but also to change a whole concept from focusing on longevity or lifespan and moving into health span. We put out many grants programs, and we mix the grant programs between the traditional sort of favoring for those low increment science programs to programs that are more agile, programs that support well-experienced, well-seasoned scientists, and programs that support new investigators. And we also put programs to support talent to venture into the field of aging research, pushing forward for that. And everything we do is in close proximity to our investment team to capture on how we progress, and one can be an opportunity to be pushed forward to become a startup or a biotech and invest in it. The whole model of Hevolution is based on that translation from the lab to the investment or biotech ecosystem all the way to practice. So we've done a lot, but really it is about what more we want to do. Hevolution has put together many people several times, multiple times, the stakeholders, the partners. These are the academia, the biotech, the investors, the regulatory pathway, the leaders, the decision makers, with a unified goal to find the gaps and bottlenecks and close them and help the science to progress further. And as we are talking, we have already discussed moving further, following all these meetings and discussions, such as the one we have now and tomorrow, where there will be lots of good ideas and lots of recommendations. How can we utilize all of this in the way forward? We've been discussing, for example, we want to target science in such an impactful way. What are the topics that we should be funding that we think, along with you guys, with all of you, could be the most potential science ideas that accelerate putting a drug in the market? And that's what Hevolution's strategic objective is all about.
This is really bold. Thank you, Hevolution, for having us here. And with this, I'll close the panel. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What an interesting panel, Prof. Mark, Cutter, and your esteemed panelists. Thank you so much. We appreciate your knowledge and commitment to advancing this vital field. It's clear, ladies and gentlemen, that the journey from Healthspan research into real-world interventions is one full of turns, twists, and challenges. But now, ladies and gentlemen, let's dive into something different. It's the first of our GHS town halls with investment, a key pillar of the Hevolution Foundation work and a key enabler for impact. So let's find out more. Please join me in welcoming the doctors Jens Eckstein and Yuri Kukushkin and their venture capital panel. The stage is yours. Please, a big round of applause to the esteemed panelists and the moderator. Welcome all. Doctors, the stage is yours.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So my name is Jens Eckstein. I'm one of the investment partners at Hevolution, and
my name is Yuri Kukushkin. I'm also one of the investment partners at Hevolution.
And I think this is the money panel. So because for all the things we want to do, somebody has to pay for it, and we hopefully have 4 people here who can pay something of it. So I'd like to start with introductions. So if everybody, if you can give briefly your name, the fund you're working on, whatever other short thing you want to mention. And I would also ask the question whether you actually have already done an investment in the Healthspan space. So why don't we start with you, Christoph?
Great. My name is Christoph Westphal. I run Longwood Fund. We're over $800 million in Boston, focused on biotech. And Jens was my Series A investor in Certrus. We were actually one of the first successful biotechs focused on aging, actually a successful outcome for all the investors.
Cool. Yeah, my name is Jared Rutledge. I lead investments at Starboom Capital. We're a family office at the frontier of lifespan extension, neurotechnology, and AI safety. And together with our sister nonprofit, the KAIMRC Foundation, we've been one of the largest backers of healthspan technology research in the past few years. I think as a family office, we can be very mission-driven and solution agnostic. So we invest across kind of the full solution space, from tools to diagnostics to therapeutics to devices. Yeah, we've done quite a few healthspan relevant companies. Some that come to mind are Cyclarity Therapeutics, Revel Pharmaceuticals, Cognito, Lift Biotechnologies, in a bunch of stealth projects. So we've done a few dozen. Yeah.
Teresa?
Yeah, hi, Teresa Lichtenstein. I'm an investment director at 4Bio Capital. We're a London-based fund focused on investing in advanced therapeutics, so cell and gene therapy, RNA-based therapies, non-viral approaches, and targeted therapies. Of course, we do a lot of investment in age-related diseases, but also have companies where they start their pipelines in age-related diseases and then move to healthy aging. For example, Trogenics, which is a gene therapy company with the ability to drive selective gene expression in target cells. So the lead programs will be in oncology, and the follow-on programs will be in regenerative medicine, because there the company and the technology enables specific killing of, for example, overactivated fibroblasts or senescent cells, which of course plays a key role in healthy aging, preventing such diseases such as osteoarthritis, IPF, etc.
And Shrinath Raju, I've been a biotech investor the last 24 years at various firms. Started Samsara Biocapital about 7.5, 8 years ago. I have to say that starting that fund, raising the money, advanced my aging quite a bit. So I'm here to hope that you guys can help me out and reverse that process. Anyways, we do all stages, early, late, public, private. We tend to take our goal is to take a very long-term view. So the fund is actually structured differently than a normal fund. It's an evergreen structure, which theoretically would allow us to be particularly useful for investing in companies going after health span or longevity. We have done a couple of things on the, I would say, on the Healthspan adjacent space. OrsoBio, which has a liver-focused drug, which I think will tune up the liver if it's successful, and ultimately lead to potentially chronic therapy that could be beneficial. And then one digital health company, which actually is remote patient monitoring space, which we've already shown wearables and data that we have integrated with the electronic medical record and labs can actually improve patients' blood pressure and A1C pretty dramatically just over 6 to 12 weeks.
Excellent. And with just JP Morgan Healthcare Conference, which ended up less than a month ago, I'm curious what kind of the backdrop and what kind of take-home message have you seen at JP Morgan conference, more generally in biotech and maybe something on the Healthspan as well?
You know, generally speaking, it's easier to talk about it. People talk about the weather. It was nice for a change instead of raining, and the mood was a little bit better than I expected, honestly. Having said that, as everybody probably knows here, biotech has been in. So you know, again, Christoph and I have been doing this for a very long time, right? Biotech is characterized, unfortunately, by up and down cycles. Each one tends to last 1 to 2 years. You tend to recover. This one's over 3 years. It's a real drag. It causes people to become much more conservative, to step back, to sit on their cash. And I do think actually that after going through that for a portion of 21, the latter part, particularly all of 22, all of 23, we started to come back into a little bit more positive perspective in 2024. And then, you know, RFK Jr. and all kinds of other craziness is causing people to step back a little bit more. But the overall mood still at JP Morgan was, I think, balanced. That's probably what I would say it was, is, you know, people were, I wouldn't say optimistic and feeling eager to put a lot of money to work. They're just everybody's trying to understand where the instability ultimately settles out, and we can actually get our hands around what we think is really going to happen with the FDA, with HHS, et cetera. That's obviously now, post JP Morgan, continues to be, I think, a little bit of a challenge. And so right now, I'd say the biotech mood and investing climate's a little bit challenged.
Thank you. And you know, I would be curious, Teresa, if you've seen also some differences in terms of the mood when it comes, you know, Europe versus the United States, and in general, would you agree with what Srini was saying?
Yeah, I would agree with Srini's assessment. Additionally, I think it really depended on who you spoke with. So in general, VCs, biopharma companies, biotechs were more positive. There's an expectation that we will still see very good M&A deals this year. The week started with announcements of a couple of M&As. There's also an expectation that M&As and partnerships will move earlier, so earlier in terms of clinical development, because many of the later stage assets have been partnered. But there's the expectation that it will still be an M&A first year, which for me personally is fine, but I think speaking to investment bankers, they are a bit more tempered because, of course, the expectation that 2025 will be again a very big IPO year will likely not manifest. And in terms of Europe versus the US, I don't think there were big differences, to be honest.
Great, and I'm curious, Jared, in that light, I mean, have you seen more companies actually in, you know, Healthspan longevity space compared to, you know, a few previous years, or is it more or less a steady level at this point?
Yeah. I think at the early stage, we're definitely seeing more. I went to a few lifespan extension and healthspan extension specific events, and they were always really packed with a lot more builders and also more investment than we've seen in the past. So I think there's a ton of energy at the early stage, and of course, at the late stage, everybody is excited about the GLP-1s and thinking maybe this will kind of help push things forward. I'm really hoping for leadership and vision from Novo and Lilly to kind of continue to push that side of things. So a little bit, but I think it's really concentrated in the early stages still. Yeah.
Excellent. And Christoph, maybe just the last one, and that will be a good, segue to the next topic. In terms of what you again seen around, do you see a little bit more focus on larger chronic age-related disorders, or basically it's the same as it used to be?
Yeah, I mean, your first question of JP Morgan is, it's a tale of two worlds. Big biotech has a lot of money. And you look at Regeneron, the first time they're ever going to do an earnings distribution this quarter. Alnylam, the company I started 22 years ago, is going cash flow positive. It's like a $40 billion company. So big biotech's doing great. Little biotech is in a world of hurt. And then getting to your question more directly about big indications, Novo and Lilly are totally changing pharmaceuticals right now. They're totally revolutionizing care in the sense of going direct to consumer with these drugs. I think 30 or 40% of us are going to be on these drugs someday. And yes, because of that, all of a sudden, everyone's very excited about large indications. Good question.
And picking up on Lilly and Novo, I mean, I'm actually really envious because they probably didn't know what they were getting into when they started, because they thought, we want to look for a weight reduction drug. But now what's now coming out more and more is the systemic effect, right? I mean, this has much broader benefits than we ever thought possible. And of course, that's fantastic for us because it's pretty much the thesis we are driving forward, right? I mean, you have to think about systems biology, and if you find the right levers, you can actually change overall health state in people. So given that GLP-1 is so successful, does that change a little bit in the way how you think about, therapeutics company and what kind of companies you want to start and what the programs in these companies should be? So maybe we start this way, going around.
Well, that's several great questions. First of all, Jens and I were there at the dawn of the aging revolution, and we didn't bet on GLP-1. We bet on calorie restriction and SIRT-1. Worked out great for investors. Interesting to me that GLP-1 came from other people, right? They weren't thinking about aging. But I think if all of us in this room, in 3 or 4 or 5 years, we will have proven with GLP-1s you can extend healthy lifespan. It's actually, I think, the first healthy lifespan increasing drug available. So it's going to totally change the world. It's also going to totally change the way we can think about how can we intervene in very fundamental mechanisms. If you had told me that you would take something that has an effect in the brain and all over the body, and it's perfectly safe, and it actually makes you live longer, I would have said no way. But that's exactly what a GLP-1 is. Anyhow, that's my answer.
Yeah, and I will ask Jared, in light of this, so how do you think about this change which we are advocating for from sick care to health care? Do you feel that this story really helps? And also, when you think about this shift, how do you think about biomarkers and maybe potential functional endpoints in the development of the drugs?
Yeah, it's a great question. I do think that the GLP-1 story does help us get there for sure. I mean, to Christoph's point, I think the evidence is really mounting that it really is targeting some core aging biology that the field knows somewhat, studying around insulin signaling and nutrient sensing, and really excited to see kind of additional research making its way out into the world soon. Novo's looking at Alzheimer's disease. We're seeing increased evidence in other sorts of age-related pathologies in the cardiovascular space that are fully independent of the effects on weight and on glucose control. So I think it's really exciting, and from my perspective, sort of originally training as a scientist, like one of the paradigm shifts that I hope it helps to foster is that in some senses, like everything is hard in biotech. It doesn't matter if you're going after some really tiny specialized indication or you're trying to go after the biggest thing of all, which is aging. And we know there are these levers to pull that are really central to human biology in aging. So I hope it's inspiring to people that like, oh yes, there are ways that we can really directly go after this stuff. On the biomarkers question, I do think that this remains a really challenging thing for the field, and I'm really hopeful again about the direction GLP-1s are leading, but the question of how do we really get good surrogate markers and how do we get the right endpoints on the regulatory side, that's still a major question for the field. And I think for the big pharma in the space, right, the incentives are not always great for surrogate endpoint development, right? There's a lot of risk, there's a lot of capital. You don't necessarily want other people to come in and eat your lunch and benefit off of the things that you developed. And I think on a more fundamental level, like we still haven't really settled on what are the real biomarkers that we want to use to propel the space forward. So definitely hoping that people like Lily and Novo, academic community, regulatory community will come together there and start to really make progress. And that's definitely something that we want to support. But fundamentally, I think we're still kind of in the early innings. And one of the things that we're really seeing is that as you move into the clinical trial setting, into the clinical setting, interpretability and understandability really matters for clinicians and for trialists. And so I think that that's going to be a really important piece, right? As the more esoteric you go, we have all these fancy aging clocks and methylation-based markers, and some of them look very promising, but the interpretability is not really there, and so I think it's they're kind of foreign to the trialists, to the medical establishment, and so because of that, the bar is extraordinarily high. You have to show, that you really are sensitive, you're specific, you're measuring the clinical outcomes that people really care about with very large effects, and so I think the amount of clinical validation there is really high, and it's a barrier. So I'm much more bullish on things like proteomics and metabolomics and approaches where you can get much more granular and much more sort of pathway specific. And I think there's exciting efforts there for sure. I think companies going to the clinic now should definitely have a proteomics strategy to think through. But I think we're going to see more fruitful work in that space of interpretability, and until we really have that massive clinical validation of something that's sort of more AI generated. So that's the perspective there. We definitely need more help and more innovation on the regulatory side, on the funding side to get there. So I think it remains like one of the most important and also one of the most challenging problems. So we're always looking for new solutions to it.
Srini, I mean, you have been in the business for quite some time, and I think when
what are you trying to say there?
Well, maybe that.
I look a lot older than I am. Let me just.
But you have probably seen combination therapies and non-combination therapies, and people love them or hate them. But I think with GLP-1, we see now that combination therapies will be probably something we will have to think about in Healthspan.
Yeah, I agree.
What are your thoughts there?
I agree. And just to step back for 1 second as well on GLP-1s, I think there's a number of really important lessons from that story, right? Absolutely tremendous impact, health, society, weight loss for sure, and people's mental health is part of it. But why, on one hand, it's remarkable how many different diseases, starting with the diabetes drug, going to weight loss drug, going to, now heart failure and chronic kidney disease and neurological diseases, obstructive sleep apnea, et cetera. So on one hand, it's remarkable how many of these sort of chronic diseases it's had a big effect on. On the other hand, we've known for a long time that excess weight is associated with a large number of diseases as well. Some things that make a lot of sense, like osteoarthritis, other things like certain cancers that are actually higher incidence in patients who are overweight. Why is that the case? There's some biology associated with it, but maybe it shouldn't be surprising that actually having a dramatic reduction in weight loss actually ultimately gets this benefit. But I do think the key additional learnings from GLP-1s, at least from an investor perspective, okay, Novo and Lilly were the ones who really took this forward and spent the time and money and effort and took the risk to move that forward. But why did they do it? They absolutely did not take a heart failure drug forward. They took a weight loss drug forward. First, they took a diabetes drug forward. You can measure that in 12 weeks and find out if you have an A1C benefit. Then you can measure for weight loss in 24 weeks or a year of therapy and see how much weight loss you get. That's the critical component to me. As an investor, I think health span, longevity, et cetera, incredibly important. Fundamentally, is that important? It's going to affect all of our lives? Yes. Is it a massive market opportunity? Absolutely yes. Does it have to be a long-term, safe chronic therapy? Most likely, in the vast majority of these things. That's a huge opportunity. But for an investor, even for a large company like Novo and Lilly, do you have to have some some very clear signs of important risk-reducing, value-creating data early in clinical development to actually make this make any sense? I think the answer to that is yes as well. So a drug that actually makes you live longer and happier, that's not a drug that can be developed realistically. That's not there's no regulatory path for this, and there's nobody that's going to take at risk a 5 or 10-year study just hoping that that's the outcome. You have to have something near term in terms of biomarkers or even importantly, most importantly, I think, is validated surrogate endpoints that are ideally approvable endpoints, but certainly ones that are linked to high evidence for a long-term benefit. So I think that's an important lesson for GLP-1. And then lastly, go back to your question. I know I'm not supposed to give long answers. Too bad you gave me the mic and I'm taking it. But I think the other part of your question is really important, which is combinations. And in fact, for all the benefits GLP-1s have, I'm personally not as yet convinced this is a chronic therapy. Can you actually take this, whether it's an injectable or oral, can you really take this for 5 or 10 years? I don't think people really want to. I think they want to enjoy their dinner, personally. But there is an opportunity, I think the real opportunity here, to go from GLP-1s as a weight loss, important cardiometabolic downstream effects on disease and potentially health span, take that into the next era and realistically 5, 10, 15-year therapies is to combine first with GLP-1 and then wean people off of GLP-1 and have something that actually provides baseline for weight that you get to with GLP-1s, but then maintains this sort of more positive cardiometabolic state.
Excellent. And knowing that GLP as a class initially started in type 2 diabetes, and then it was tried in obesity, and nowadays we understand all these benefits for different disorders. So Teresa, I would be very interested to know what kind of other age-related disease indications you are looking at and interested in light of healthy aging.
Yeah, of course, there's a number of them. Of course, we will continue investing in oncology. We're interested in inflammation and immunity, also infertility, which is driven by us living longer, as well as lifestyle, ophthalmology. But one I would like to highlight is neurodegenerative diseases, because that, of course, has a huge impact on healthy aging. So just as an example, dementias, there's more than 50 million people worldwide, and this is set to triple in the coming 25 years. Traditionally, this has been a very, very difficult space for investors because nothing has worked. So low probability of success, very costly and long clinical trials. So not a very good investment case. But this is starting to change. We've seen a lot of progress and breakthroughs. So, of course, in terms of breakthroughs, we've seen the anti-amyloid drugs for Alzheimer's disease. We're now seeing a bit better understanding, or we're starting to understand the underlying biology, which, of course, helps with drug development. Then development and agreement with regulators as well as pharma, so the potential buyers of our investments, on what are biomarkers, so surrogate endpoints, or endpoints that will convince a pharma to acquire. And examples there are, of course, in the anti-amyloids, but also we've seen an accelerated approval based on NFL2 for SOD1 ALS. And there's also discussions in Huntington's on surrogate endpoints. We're also starting to see precision medicine approaches, so understanding which subpopulations of an indication can benefit from a disease, from a therapy. So analogous to where oncology is today. And then finally, we're seeing paths to faster development timelines, so smaller indications where regulators are starting to accept or are more willing to give accelerated approvals based on surrogate endpoints. etc.
Yeah, I want to pick up on one thing you said, Srini, and that is, the whole idea of taking a drug possibly for Healthspan your whole life versus maybe really resetting the system. Because I think that is ultimately the goal, that we don't really have to pop drugs our whole life, but we somehow figure out a way, either a combination of drugs or a longitudinal combination where we have a sequence of drugs that actually reset the health state in the human body. Christoph, can you imagine that there is actually a commercial model for this? Or, how would we actually go about talking to payers about this? That, you start something and then depending on how it develops, and the next one comes and the next one. Is there a commercial model there?
Well, I'm going to answer two questions. First, I think calorie restriction is what everyone in this room and everyone here should do. That's the one way we're going to live longer and be healthier. And that's a lifelong pursuit.
But unhappy.
Yeah, it's a tough thing to do. So calorie restriction, or if you look at all the drugs, GLP-1s, all the rapamycin data in animals, I think it's a lifelong thing. Then I think you're asking a second question, which is, if there is a one and done thing, what is the model? And there is for genome editing, there's for gene therapy, there's for curative therapies for blindness. There is a model that says one and done, and in the United States it can cost $2 or $3 million and be paid for by insurance companies. Yes, I would like to do one and done and not get older, but I think I'm going to have to calorie restrict.
I think I find it hard to believe that there could be a one and done, but of course, I'm not as visionary and creative as other people. Maybe we can get to that. That'd be ideal, certainly. I mean, the reality with a chronic therapy is nothing comes for free, right?
Yeah.
GLP-1 again.
Yeah, there'll be side effects.
All the great stuff that happens with it, but oh, by the way, you lose a bunch of muscle mass, which is highly important metabolic organ. Oh, by the way, you go into a catabolic state and you lose some bone mass, and you have an increased risk of fracture. So, is it realistic, in fact, to have a drug that you can actually take for 15 or 20 years and not end up experiencing something you don't want? Across a large patient population, there's definitely going to be a bunch of people that experience things they don't want.
I do think there are opportunities for more regenerative approaches to be closer to the cure, closer to the one and done. I think if you're trying to do like a genomic medicine or something that's purely preventative, commercial model is very challenging. But if you can start from a state of disease and walk all the way back to a state of youthful health, then I think that is really promising. So of course, and there's a couple approaches that look like they might do that. So of course, there's cellular reprogramming.
Organ specific or whole body?
I think it depends on what you're looking at. So three that come to mind for me. One, partial reprogramming, I think maybe could fit this bill. Another, a company from our portfolio, Cyclarity Therapeutics, is working on reversing atherosclerosis and actually dissolving plaque and kind of rejuvenating the arteries. And that could be more of a one and done therapy. We have another company called Revel that's doing a similar thing for repairing extracellular matrix damage. So I think those kinds of approaches where you're really kind of repairing and rejuvenating, they could both fit the commercial model of we're attacking disease directly, but we're going all the way back to healthy. So.
Okay, great. I think we are at our time. The good news is these guys are really thinking about Healthspan. Thank you very much. That was great.
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much indeed, especially to Yuri and Jens, our mayors of Healthspan here at the Town Hall. Let's give them another big round of applause. Thank you very much indeed. I should point out at this point, those guidelines on calorie restriction, I don't think they apply to global summits, especially after 5 p.m. So that is news just in. I suppose, honoured guests, the trillion-dollar question is and remains how we unlock these health and economic benefits in a way that really turns a dream of healthy humanity into a solution. And thanks to you and the honoured guests on this stage, we're getting a whole variety of answers, and this next session is no exception to that. It's a great honour to welcome to the stage the COO of the FII Institute. Please give it up for Rakan Tarabzoni. Welcome. Very good to see you, Rakan. Welcome. Now, Rakan, let me start by embarrassing you, if I may.
Oh, okay.
I'm privileged to travel the world to some incredible events. FII stands out to me as a jewel in the crown where I know I'm going to meet extraordinary change makers. That is thanks to the work of you, your team, and a huge community. For those unfamiliar, put it in a nutshell.
Well, thank you, Ali. Well, beyond just traveling the world and doing our events, FI Institute and all our activities focuses on the impact on humanity in a very positive way that we focus on 4 main areas: health, education, sustainability, and artificial intelligence. We work on future trends of investment, future solutions that impact humanity at a large scale in a positive way, of course, on a global level. And we travel the world creating those priority summits to deliver such messages, to explore new trends in solutions and technologies or any of that sort within those 4 areas to help us.
And that's why we want your insight, because it's particularly across sectors. It's politicians, it's global corporations, it's change makers. So let's step all the way back. What do you see? I want to get into the work you've been doing at the Institute, but what do you see? We've heard a lot already today as the biggest challenges we face. If healthy humanity is our goal, set it out for us.
Well, I think from all what we've heard today, the point of getting old versus longevity is a major challenge for all mankind. Getting older, at today's lifespan is 70 years on average. It's going to go to 70 or 77 or 80 in 20 years from now. But it should not be a burden on societies from a health perspective. It should be a healthier, vital society, even if they're aging in terms of getting old, but not aging in terms of diseases and being a burden, not able to be a productive, vital person in society.
Yeah, 100%. So that sets it out very clearly. Let's zoom into a particular intervention that you've been looking at the Institute. What have you been doing?
Well, with being health, that's part of our main focus areas. We've been working on something called the Health Longevity Compass. Yeah. We've launched it back in October, 3-4 months ago in FII 8 in Riyadh. And part of that, we realized that about 30% of death causes are by heart diseases. We realized that almost 10% of issues, of health issues of people with brain-related matters that causes death, and it's even more than all cancers issues combined. People are living longer, but not necessarily living healthier. And that's something we focus on. How can we make sure that this is changed and people live longer and healthier? Of course, it will have an impact, a positive impact on your personal lifestyle, on your quality of life, on costs of health treatment for governments and policymakers, on companies, insurers across the globe. So it's a win-win across the board, and that's something we're working on, and hopefully this will make a difference and impact.
And just help us to understand, I get a very clear sense of the ingredients, but what does the work itself look like? What type is it about awareness? What type of intervention is it? What are you deploying to bring this to life?
In a nutshell, it's treatment, it's prevention versus treatment. We focus on prevention because it will cost, while it sounds like it will cost a little bit more now, on the long term it will be much less on the cost for the health insurance companies, for the medical services, health solutions, or the health ministries across the globe, and the companies itself, and the medical services. So prevention will cost you a little bit of money now, providing free checkups, for example. We're trying to engage now 100 companies to be with us to provide free checkups for their employees, at least for 100 companies, and that will create preventive solutions versus treating issues and medical issues at a later stage, which cost a lot more for the insurance, for the medical services, and for the companies.
So this is fascinating as well as a theory of change, Rakan. It's not so much about saying, what do we as a relatively small institute do? It's how do we leverage others to change the world?
Thank you for asking, actually. We're working across the globe now. FII Institute is a Saudi entity to the world, so it's not focused on Saudi or the region, but we're globally focused. One of the things we're doing now, we're actually recruited about 10 international pharmaceutical and medical companies with us, a lot of insurance companies with us. We're working on this prevention of creating free checkups for the employees within those entities that will help create healthier work environment, healthier employees, better results, better company.
Yeah.
So with that happening in place, the cost will be, the studies we've had told us that every $1 spent on prevention will save $4 on treatment and health care, which is down the line will make a difference on the government health spending, any government in the world.
So the hardest-nosed CFO sits up and listens.
Sorry?
The hard-nosed CFO is engaged.
I hope so. But actually, ministers of education, policymakers should need to help us with this governance setup so that they see the value of these prevention solutions that we're trying to provide. More or less, the companies as well, the private sector needs to see the value. Why they this is going to cost us a lot of money for now to provide free checkups, but in reality, it will save us a lot of money on the long term. And of course, sorry, one last point, the individuals, the public, having a lifestyle, or a healthier lifestyle for you and for your family will give you a much better way of getting older and growing into society. So you're not a burden on your society when you're older, you're a vital, producing, active member of society. Dr. Mahmoud Khan earlier mentioned that by 2050, 2 billion people across the globe will be over the age of 60.
It is so stark, Rakan.
Exactly.
But I know, we suspect that you're not going to just be happy putting a big idea out into the world. I want us to sharpen that call to action. What would you like to see? What message should we send from here? And I'd like you to put that in 20 seconds.
Join this movement. Help us with this direction of creating prevention systems. The Health to Society Longevity Program is out there. My team and I, they're here. Connect with us, join the activity, be it policymakers, be it companies, private sector, or government officials, or the public in terms of awareness and education, because it will make a difference, maybe not today, but in the coming years. It will help us all age with grace in a healthier lifestyle, healthier societies, where I think by 2050, 1/3 of the population will be in that segment, and we want to make sure those are vital, producing elements, and of course, cost of prevention will be much, much less than the cost of treatment on this front.
Yeah, I mean, that economic case is so clear, and we're in such a powerful position to really rally those different actors together. Rakan Tarabzoni, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you. That will really resonate. Thank you so much, Rakan.
Thank you.
Thank you. So let us continue to think now about the different types of intervention that will not only drive change, also capture imagination, potentially on a global scale. Someone that knows a thing or two about that is the person delivering this, our next message. They're chair of the board at the X Prize Foundation. Please let's hear now from the brilliant Peter Diamandis.
Welcome to the Global Healthspan Summit. My name is Peter Diamandis. I'm the founder and executive chairman of the X Prize Foundation. For the past 30 years, X Prize has been at the forefront of designing, building, and delivering game-changing impact, launching bold incentive competitions to accelerate innovation and tackle humanity's greatest challenges. Over 30 years, we've driven 30 X Prizes, about $550 million of incentive purses, driving somewhere north of $8 billion in R&D. At this very summit, 2 years ago in 2023, we announced one of our most audacious challenges yet, something near and dear to my heart, and it's X Prize Healthspan, a $101 million, 7-year global competition aimed at extending human health span and redefining how we age. This progress is fueled by global collaboration. Together with our visionary co-titled sponsor, Hevolution Foundation, thank you, Hevolution, we've mobilized resources and expertise to scale our initiative and advance our mission for healthy aging for everyone. Hevolution's steadfast support has been key to driving innovation, and together, we've already set new standards for healthspan research. The theme of this year's Global Healthspan Summit, Architecting the Future, couldn't be more aligned with our mission at the X Prize Foundation. Solving global challenges requires us to think boldly, to design future-focused solutions and embrace collaboration at a brand new level. Looking ahead, we've committed to scaling healthspan innovations worldwide, forging new partnerships, and advocating for the policy and technological breakthroughs that will shape the future of humanity. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for your support and your attention. Together, we are architecting a future of abundance, health, and longevity.
Well, thank you to Peter. Let's give him a round of applause. I think I never crossed paths with Mr. Diamandis without having my brain firing on all cylinders. So we are talking about innovation. We're talking about philanthropy. We're also talking about impact, and there are many ways to achieve that as we will continue to explore. So why don't we welcome up two very special guests to our stage. The first is somebody that works very closely with Dr. Diamandis, and that is because they are the Executive Vice President for the Health Domain of the XPRIZE Foundation. The other is a hugely renowned global businessman and philanthropist. Please welcome up to the stage Dr. Jamie Justice and Robert Rosenkrantz. Robert, welcome.
Ollie, good to be here.
Please have a seat, Jamie. Thank you for joining us. Please come in the middle here. So let's get straight into this. Thank you so much for being with us. Peter there has fired our imagination already, so I just want to get into the work that you're doing. And Robert, I know there's good crossover here with the Hevolution Foundation. Ditto, Jamie, so all will be revealed. But let's step back. Competitions as mechanisms to drive innovation and change. Help us set the scene, but I know that will take us straight into what you're doing, Jamie.
Absolutely. But before I start, I do just want to say huge thank you to Hevolution for helping to make this possible and for the invitation to be here. Yeah. So I am working now with XPRIZE, and for those that are unfamiliar, XPRIZE is a global leader in competitions, and so we lead competitions to drive innovation and leverage philanthropy to really create solutions for some of our largest global challenges, like extending health span. And so, again, a competition model is a little bit different than, say, a traditional funding program, is that instead of providing funding up front, what we do is we set audacious but achievable goals that, again, are far beyond what is possible right now. And we actually incentivize or put the funding at the point of demonstration. And so it actually requires a community of funders, investors, philanthropists to come together with the teams that are actually competing in these to achieve those goals in order to get there together as a community. So it really becomes more about a collaboration and not just a competition. And so by doing this, we can actually help teams achieve, again, things that are far beyond where we currently are. And that this is a model that has worked for XPRIZE. XPRIZE was founded by Peter Diamandis, who you all just saw on screen, and it was founded 30 years ago. And in the last 30 years, XPRIZE has launched 30 prizes across various sectors and has actually had over $500 million worth of prize purse, and that they use that prize purse to drive impact. And again, this has been really incredible impact. Actually, when they're looking at impact dollars in terms of partnerships, collaborations, investments, and funding within those various areas, is they actually have 30x, so 30 times return on the prize purse dollars. And that's really when we're talking about sort of impact for philanthropy, that's where the prize really comes in. Is that, again, it's not just giving money, it's inviting a community in, creating goals, and really launching and pursuing this. And it's a model that works. It's one that they've shown that has worked across everything from space, carbon removal, rainforest, wildfire, and now we're showing that it works for health span.
Amazing. So let's dig into that, because when our guests hear competition, we're going to be thinking, I think, prize pot, the big challenge, but also this sense of people coming together to solve a problem. So on health span, and then we'll dig into Robert's work, just sketch us out the size of the prize in both challenge and prize pot senses.
Of course, of course. So again, Healthspan, I was brought in actually as a scientist. And so my work has actually been around trying to look at therapeutics that can actually translate into doing clinical trials and beyond. And so, when I was approached first by Peter and also by Hevolution, is that they had this vision for a prize to help us really launch into the next phase of what we could potentially do for Healthspan. And so 1 year ago, we launched XPRIZE Healthspan on this stage. And it is a global competition, $101 million global competition, to change the way we think about and treat human aging. We're asking our teams to compete, and that they have to demonstrate that their therapeutic can change muscle, cognitive, and immune function in 1 year, the equivalent of what we would expect in 10, 15, or 20 years. And they have to demonstrate this by 2030. And so again, it's a very ambitious goal. Yeah. We're bringing teams from around the world to compete. We invite people to be part of it. In the year since we launched, I came out of my lab and I didn't know if this was possible. And what I can say is that it is we've had an incredible response. In the last year, we launched here. We invited different teams to participate with us, to help create those goals, to help inform us. Yes. We have incredible advisors. We brought on additional partners and sponsors and teams. We've just finished our primary registration. We had 602 global teams register for this prize.
And we can read about them. You're being very transparent about this. I get a real sense of progress when I visit
the site. Incredible.
It's amazing. So I want to pause there briefly, Jamie, because I'm going to weave in some of Robert's work, because there are very interesting crossovers. But just to land the point, the Hevolution Foundation, in terms of where does the money come from, has been an incredibly generous contributor to this X Prize.
They have actually been one of our co-title sponsors. They have been our primary source of funding for this, and we could not be here without their partnership, vision, and support. Yeah. And so it's more than just financial contribution. It actually really is that they've been a partner with us in creating, developing, and driving the initiative forward. And we're really excited to keep them on as partners, not just sponsors, for the remainder of the years.
And kudos for that partnership. Robert, give us a sense. I can't cover the full waterfront of your philanthropy over time, but take us to the Healthspan part of it. What does it involve?
Well, like Jamie, I have to start out by thanking Hevolution, because they are the partner of the Rosencrantz Foundation in this round of impetus grants. And in effect, we're trying to fund the runners in the race at which Jamie is at the finish line handing out the prize. And the way we've done this is actually, I think, quite interesting. These grants are about the same size as NIH grants. And we had 1,000 applicants. We awarded 35, there are 35 recipients. But there are some contrasts. Our application is 2 pages. The NIH application is between 50 and 100. Our turnaround time for decision is 3 weeks. Theirs is 6 to 9 months. And of the 35 winners, or 34 winners, a third of them were brand new to the aging space. So people, young investigators who came up with really original ideas. And our criteria, basically, we ask 3 things. We say, what do you want to prove? How are you going to go about proving it? And if you prove it, what actionable progress does that make for the field? We've only been at this for a little over a year, so I don't have much in the way of interim reports.
Average size of grant? Where are we talking, Robert?
$300,000 to $500,000, I'd say.
But I'm really detecting the power of that entrepreneurial simplicity, but also impatience. Yep. So don't keep these innovators waiting. Let's cut through. I also sense between you've also got an opportunity, because it is deploying capital, huge prizes, rewards, but you've also got a chance to shift the way people talk about a subject as well. So why don't we speak to that briefly? Jamie, to what extent do you detect that? And if so, what are you doing to do that?
So I think this is, again, I can only speak for my prize, but I certainly didn't get into this just to give away money. We do this to create impact. We do this to create a dialogue. And one of the things that's really great about whether it's an impetus grant or really this competition model is that we're crowdsourcing innovation. And by crowdsourcing, we really invite anyone in to participate. We set these goals, and then we remain very solution agnostic. And so very much like what I just heard is that we have teams from everywhere. An idea could come from anywhere. And so by allowing teams to be part of this process with us, they become part of the dialogue, they talk to us about it, and that we can also use that momentum of those teams to drive discussions with regulatory.
That's what I want to know, because it can't be this mysterious hidden alcove, can it? How do you then blast through
to a
Right.
wider audience.
Wow.
Well, on stages like today, I know, but how else?
And yeah, no, so this is a very big point, is that part of it is, of course, by stage, but another part of it is it's one-on-one. It's talking to teams, meeting them where they're at, trying to connect them with other partners, trying to connect them with funders, and very much getting their thoughts and their opinions together, and that we can use this to then go to regulators like the FDA or EMA, that we can begin to talk about, okay, if we're going to talk about how do you regulate therapeutics for a non-disease indication, looking at aging, looking at health span, what does that look like? And we use that momentum and groundswell from the teams where we've directed this around a prize, around a goal with the help of our advisors and partners, but it really is part of the teams to help actually make that conversation happen with us. So we're actively collaborating and dialoguing with our teams.
And the point there, as the catalyst, is the reaction continues after the removal of the catalyst. You know, there's, in a good way, there's no way back. I think, Robert, this is close to your heart. If I look at some of your other resume highlights, open to debate, we'd love a snippet on that, because pioneering things like intelligence squared, how very large numbers of change makers talk about things is dear to your heart.
So open to debate is I think I can say, the gold standard of debate in the US. Yeah. And it's given me a lot of insight into the way the public perceives initiatives like ours here. From my perspective, we're engaged in perhaps the greatest gift that science can confer on human flourishing, a 10, 15-year extension of the period where we're in full health, full command of our faculties, living a full life. It couldn't be better and more important. And yet, I know enough about public opinion to feel that public opinion is going to be against us initially.
How so?
And this, from an environmental perspective, the argument is going to be, oh, there are going to be 1.5 billion more people on the planet. That's terrible. From a social justice perspective, the criticism is going to be, oh, these are going to be very expensive interventions, and they're going to benefit richer people and maybe whiter people disproportionately. From a fiscal or economic perspective, the criticism is going to be, oh, you're going to have so many retirees relative to the number of workers, it's going to be fiscally unsustainable. And from a religious perspective or an ethical perspective, people are going to say, it's just natural for aging to occur. You're interfering with Mother Nature.
So Robert, forgive me, there's a school of thought, and we're going to run out of time. There's a school of thought which says create the conditions for these conversations to play out. There's another school of thought that says actively seek to change people's minds.
Right.
Which school?
I would say my experience tells me that human nature and public opinion is always going to favor the nameless risk over the tangible benefit. So this is not really the time to engage in that conversation.
Interesting.
To me, the time to engage in that conversation is when the science has produced tangible results that improve people's lives. That's the time to bring home the point.
Right. Jamie, very briefly, please.
Yes, and I would say that's exactly the point of doing these competition models, is that we can have the dialogue at the time that we're doing it. We don't need to voice the nameless risk. We can believe in hope. Having teams meet those goals, start the dialogue, move us forward, and innovate at the same time, that we're actually creating change in ways that we bake into the prize by making sure that the therapeutics or the interventions are accessible, are scalable, and can be delivered to all.
And I wonder, in 10 seconds each, a glimpse of what's next. And of course, it might invite future collaboration, I know. Jamie, and then Robert.
Oh my gosh, you guys, we are at the most exciting point right now. We've just gone through our primary registration. We're going to be naming our top 40 teams in May. We would love to have you there. We're going to be awarding those top 40 teams who are going to continue on to the competition. And we'll also be hosting a great investor summit and team summit. Please follow along, join us, be part of the conversation.
Thank you. That's an invitation. If
I'm just super excited about the fact that private philanthropy here can act so quickly and can embrace risk in a way that government simply cannot.
So true.
And we've seen it in some of the early examples from the impetus grants. Amazing. We have scientists at Harvard who are applying the most advanced application of artificial intelligence to cost-effective ways to rejuvenate blood. We have, here's another one. The little worm The C. elegans lives for 15 days. We have an investigator who wanted to make them live for a year. Well, we're only 260 days into the experiment, but 65% of these worms are still alive. It's a 17x expansion of lifespan and still counting.
Here's the problem. Every time I sit down with either XPRIZE Foundation or Robert Rosencrantz, I want to have longer to talk. Today is no exception. So for now, I'm going to say, Dr. Jamie Justice, Robert Rosencrantz, thank you very much indeed.
My pleasure. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Now let me evoke a beautiful multi-course thank you. Italian meal, when I say that is maybe at least a primo when it comes to cutting-edge thinking on grant making and philanthropy as well. But what next? What other techniques are in play? Why don't we give Robert and Jamie a round of applause as they leave the stage. Thank you very much indeed. What next indeed? And here at the Global Healthspan Summit, we seek not to disappoint. So we've got fresh voices, fresh perspectives, and we're going to be led on this journey into the future of grant making with someone very capable indeed at the helm. Please welcome back with her panel, my brilliant colleague, Nisha Pillay. Okay, welcome up everybody. Welcome up.
Thank you, Ollie, and hello, ladies and gentlemen, again. Wasn't that a cool discussion we just heard with Rob Rosencrantz and Jamie? And in case you're not convinced of the merits of grant making, my panel here are going to make the point even more succinctly and with great examples. I'm not going to introduce them in the beginning, but as we're going along. Let's start with Neve Perrin, who's sitting at the far end there. She is the Chief of Innovation and Strategy at the Foresight Institute, which has been going for 40 years strong and knows what it's doing in terms of sparking innovation. But for quite a long time, you haven't been giving grants. That's changed recently. Give me one reason why.
To unlock progress, I guess, more than anything else. That's our challenge.
To unlock progress?
Yes, we
and
have
what do you mean by that? That's a big word.
Well, Foresight Institute focuses on very early stage, so entrepreneurs and projects, so pre-proof of concept. And so by giving out grants...
Pre-proof of concept,
yes.
right, okay.
So very much the idea stage. So our job is to unlock and help people achieve that, whether it be get the lab space, get the materials they need.
Big sums, small sums, I'm thinking.
Small. We wish we could have big ones, but no, we offer small ones, and that's kind of actually all that our researchers need.
Okay, at the early stage. Thank you, Neve.
We've now given out...
I'm going to move it on to Dr. Khaldoon. Now, you all know Dr. Khaldoon because he was speaking a bit earlier today. Science Executive Director at the Hevolution Foundation. Grant making is clearly a big part of what Hevolution does. 200, I think, you've given out in the last few years. Give me one reason why it's important.
Well, I'm sitting there, I see Dr. Simone Sidoli right there. Right? And these innovative grants we're giving out have allowed, as he explained to me yesterday, has allowed for such an audacious, out-of-the-box idea to be looked at, reviewed, and funded, which otherwise, if we are following the government-type traditional grant funds, he might have been overlooked with his brilliant ideas. So that's why it's important.
So grants somehow managed for you to find gaps that are not being researched, is that it?
Yes, absolutely. And this goes along both ideation of the grant program, then instilling that sense of risk-taking amongst the reviewers, so we know that we are capturing the science that is outside the mainstream of science.
Capturing the science that's outside the mainstream. Let me introduce you to our third panelist, Dr. Priya Ganesh, Assistant Professor at the University of Texas Health Science Institute. And why is she here? Because she is one of the recipients, one of the lucky recipients of a Hevolution Foundation grant.
Thank you.
What difference has it made to your life?
It's very important. First of all, thank you for giving me this opportunity and for funding my project. Each project that we do is like personally like my baby. And for the baby to grow, you need funding so that we can take whatever we identify from the bench side to the community, and we do translation.
Tell us briefly what your project is, and would it not have been funded in some other way if it hadn't been for Hevolution?
It would have, but most of the fundings that we approach is more like driven towards prevention and cause of disease. And this Hevolution is very unique because it's trying to look at aging, which is not a disease that onsets on a specific time. It's like how you live your life throughout from the time you were born and what your parents has given it to you. And I think that is very unique. And if we can understand aging itself, we can prevent some of the aging-associated disease. And that's why this grant is very unique and it's
what
provided.
Dr. Priya is specifically looking at is the gut-brain axis and the links between gut health and brain health. So it's very, very pioneering kind of work. Now, I'm going to ask you guys a slightly cheeky question, if you don't mind. I've been talking to VC people in the morning, venture capitalists and investors, and they have said, well, you know, grant making can make the recipient a bit lazy. You know, how do you make sure that the money hasn't been wasted, right? So I'm going to put that to you, Neve.
I think that's an awful thing to say. Grants are so important. Without grants, a lot of people can't even start the work that they're looking to do. And grant making is often about doing huge moonshots, like trying to achieve things that don't already fit and have scale, you know? So it's really important. And then we have processes in place where there's like either milestone funding, so you have to, you know, reach a certain aspect to be able to move forward to the second stage and get some more, or, you know, there's due diligence throughout, there's advisors that review. It's, you know, it's hard work still to get the grant in the first place, but actually there's so much more leverage because, you know, we can help things happen that may not have traditionally ever been funded. And we're already seeing results in that in our AI safety grant, where we re-grant about 2 million annually. So, like, it's so important. How dare they call it lazy?
I believe you.
Yeah. Dr. Khaldoon.
I would actually at least partially agree.
Oh.
Yeah. And now, so I come from the academia, and I spent a long time in the academia, and only in the last, I would say, a decade and a half, we have started hearing about grants that are more of, you know, milestone-based grants.
Okay, and what does that mean, milestone-based?
What we talk about here for the Healthspan research is translating the research and reaching the market, right?
Yep.
And many of the grants that we have been exposed to in the academias are those what I talked about earlier, are, you know, funding science that incremental, slow, low risk. But we're talking here today about innovative grants that take more risk and encourage this sense, this feel of either pivot fast or fail fast. That's the thing that we are, you know, trying to do to get rid of that, you know, possibility of getting lazy over time, doing things that are safe, and the outcome of these things usually is publishing, sometimes even in high impact papers. The other things that we need to do is, it's not enough that we give grants to the academics to do that basic fundamental research. We need to expose them to the environment that leads to startup.
Absolutely.
And biotech, we need to make them understand the regulatory pathway-related bottlenecks.
Yeah, we're looking for results, aren't we?
Bottlenecks, to encourage them to get out of that and realize that there is an end for what they are doing, more than just, you know, perpetuating the science and asking the same questions from different angles and getting papers out.
Priya, do you feel that Hevolution Foundation is breathing down your neck?
Not really. Like, to be very honest, like the grant that I got was for 3 years. And we have to provide our progress every year to get our next year funding, and also to provide the data for getting the funding. It's a lot of work, so we are passionate about it, and there is no taking back. We are all working hard for that.
Okay, Neve, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, there are multiple like funding grant strategies, like fellowships can achieve certain aspects, prizes can achieve, there's different ways of giving out prizes where you can almost do like spray effects, or the hypothesis prize, which we're about to launch soon, and the longevity prize, which allows like access, right? These grants don't have to be, you know, we don't have to be precious about them, and more people can go out of their way, because we want entrepreneurs, we want academics, we want researchers, we want
builders
And we
to
want
make this.
diverse thinking,
Because
don't
if we don't do this, we don't build the future. And that's why we're part of the ecosystem. So there's whole roles within the ecosystem, and we all have to play our little parts in order to actually make the future today. And that's the whole point of what we do at Foresight, what you do at Hevolution, and why you're doing what you're doing.
Dr. Khaldoon, you said at the beginning that it was very important to find the researchers not being funded, right? And you mentioned Dr. Simoni sitting in the audience. Can you give me another example of diverse thinking? How is it kind of embedded into your grant-making process?
What we do as we select our reviewers, we talk to them and we tell them that Hevolution has a higher appetite for taking risk. That we are taking into account projects that otherwise may not be funded due to the review processes that set forth for decades sometimes around certain areas of science. But also we try to mix into our review panel people who come from different schools of thinking in aging science to allow for that diversity in the review process to take place, and the debate usually results in helping us to surface out ideas that are usually overlooked in traditional grant funding processes.
Great, thank you. Niamh, can you give me an example of how you embed it into your system so that you make sure that you can find unexpected and diverse sources of ideas?
I guess we're kind of lucky at Foresight in that we get a lot of applications, and they're really high quality. And after 40 years, we've now, in some of our other tracks, such as nanotechnology for molecular machines, we've now had 2 Nobel Prize winners come out. And that was a big deal, right? Because we were the first to award them their first 10,000 for that work. And when it comes to all of our programs, anyone can apply, and then we simply read them and we choose the greatest moonshot ever. And when I first joined Foresight about 2.5 years ago, we were going through the fellowship applications, and you don't get to know name, age.
Well, you screened them blind.
You're reading the work.
Okay.
And it came at the later stage. Sorry if I'm saying too much, but at the later stage, there was this gorgeous interview, and I was sitting opposite this girl, and I was like, oh my gosh, I'm going to need your mother's permission for you to even attend. She was 13 years old. And we decided at that point that it was up to us to change our program altogether, because we weren't going to stand in the way of her, getting access to our network, achieving her project. There was her project was as good as all the others who are deans, builders.
That is an amazing story. Niamh, thank you so much.
Yeah.
I'm going to give the final word to Priya. You are not 13 years old. But tell me, at this point in your career, what a difference has it made to you, receiving this grant and being able to follow this gut-brain research that you're doing?
It did help. We are progressing with a project that I proposed last year, and I will be presenting some of the work from afar in May in California. And we are hoping that we are seeing some positive data, and we are hoping to submit a larger grant. So this provides seed funding for us to grow the baby to a certain point so we can approach larger funding.
Thank you very much to all 3 of you. I am now convinced. Are you? Let's put our hands together to say big thank you to our panelists. I'm going to ask you to leave in this direction. Mohammed and I are going to occupy the stage for a few short minutes.
Great job, as always. Now we have 1 more hour, 1 more session, and we will finish the first day of Global Healthspan Summit. Tell me about you managed a couple of discussion panels now. Tell me about your insights, anything you can highlight it now.
I'll tell you some of the highlights of the day for me. Firstly, I was completely blown away by the economy minister. I couldn't believe that the economy minister was speaking to us here at a Healthspan Summit, right? And he said something that really struck me, and he said, longevity without vitality is not valuable. Yeah. And I thought, wow, that's very powerful. That's just really getting to the heart of it. You have to find the vitality to make long life worthwhile.
Do you think we are near a new breakthrough?
I can't say that, but our scientists certainly can. And our next session, I think, is going to be all about exactly that, because it's bringing together the themes for this summit, architecting the future of Healthspan. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome David Barzilai from the Geneva College of Longevity Studies.
I understand that there was an introduction of me at the beginning, so if there's a little pause here. But in the meantime, let me thank all of you for staying through this great conference we're at. I'll be walking to check on my supervisors stage right and return in a second. I promise not to bore you. Thank you for staying. Hi there. I promised I'll be back, right? I want to thank the Hevolution Foundation. I want to thank all of the organizers that went into this. I want to thank you for staying, of course. And I want to thank my mom for the gift of life. Of course, what we're really here for is about healthy longevity or health span for all of us, right? And that's what we're working towards. So this isn't about me. This isn't about you. It's not even about my mom, although I love you, Mom. So today's panel, called Intersectional Town Hall, Architecting the Future of Health Span, brings together a diverse set of voices to challenge conventional thinking on aging. I put some thought into this. I'm trying to wrap up some of the themes I was asked to kind of bring things together for the day. And the session is a forward-looking conversation, one focused on where we're heading and what it will take to get there. And we're exploring how research and innovation can transform the way we approach health span. Ultimately, this aligns with the Hevolution Foundation's vision and its mission, its commitment to accelerating scientific breakthroughs and ensuring these benefits reach everyone. My goal now is to briefly set the stage by sharing a few thoughts from my perspective as a longevity physician, a longevity precision consultant, and here to bridge from the basic science labs to all of humanity, so we have real gerotherapeutics, so we all have better health span. That's why we're here, better health for all. So I'll be briefly highlighting a few core concepts which I think bring together some of these themes. So first, a quick snapshot at some core challenges that shape our conversation. Historical underfunding has meant that aging science, particularly the broader biology of aging, hasn't received the resources it deserved. Aging's research has been underfunded because biologic aging is widely perceived as inevitable and unalterable. Most funding has gone to target specific diseases, like Alzheimer's disease, neglecting the broader biology of aging. Now, Alzheimer's disease is incredibly important. We should be supporting that more. But Alzheimer's disease, as well as other dementias, cancers, heart disease, the supermajority of chronic diseases that affects our health span and ultimately sick span for too many, aging biology underlies all of that. Philanthropy, private sector involvement, and public awareness need to expand to drive faster progress in aging science as well. So let's look at that. A critical barrier to advancing aging therapeutics is failure to classify aging as a treatable condition. Notice I said treatable condition, though sometimes I might use interchangeably with aging is a disease, as long as we can target aging, that deterioration, that process, whether or not we call it a disease, that's what we need. The FDA doesn't classify aging as a disease or targetable. And without this recognition, there are no clear regulatory pathways for the development of aging therapeutics. This in turn discourages pharmaceutical investments in therapies targeting aging mechanisms. Now, on the other hand, if we recognized this as a target, we would attract private sector investment by creating a clear regulatory pathway for drug development and regulatory approval. There are other avenues as well, some of which we'll cover, but among them, specialized pathways, such as those modeled after orphan drugs. You know, if you have an orphan drug indication, then certain bureaucracy is eliminated, steps are accelerated, but safely, resources are built. We should be designing a highway for healthy longevity. And I see us here at the Global Healthspan Summit. This is the ChatGPT moment where we can catalyze these steps together, where we and start to take these steps as a community. Now, another major issue is biomarkers, and I want to add this with extra clarity for those of you who aren't validating biomarkers, why we keep talking about this, why it's so important. You see, aging and chronic diseases progresses over decades, making it difficult to study interventions within practical time frames, whole human lifespan, right? And validated surrogate endpoints, things that measure that, are essential to efficiently evaluate and advance treatments within typical research funding limits. However, the problem is we lack validation of biomarkers, hindering both clinical trials of aging treatments and also their regulatory approval. So one approach is the proposed TAME trial use of composite biomarkers, which combines multiple aging measures into a single metric. Another promising strategy is leveraging many biomarkers, including well-validated traditional biomarkers, the laboratory tests, functional tests, and syndromes like intrinsic capacity or frailty to assess aging interventions more effectively. So bringing these to the fold, along with ones we're developing, such as omic-based and epigenetic methylation clock-based so-called aging clocks or aging rate indicators. Public trust, and this is something that really hits close to home for me. Some of you may know me as Aging Doc on X, where I post current research and discussions in longevity. I feel public trust in aging science is undermined. Aging science is undermined by pseudoscience and exaggerated anti-aging claims. These are overshadowing real advances we're making in the fields. To counter this, we must highlight evidence-based research, enforce regulations on false marketing, and highlight key scientific achievements. Proactively communicating successes builds credibility and garners support. Here at GHS, I'm trying to do my part, speaking to others in the media here, and we all should be part of this. We all should be Hevolutionaries for better health span. Talk to anyone we can, each and every one, whether or not they'll listen in the moment, but in a way that excites them, because this was so eloquently said before and originally attributed to Dean Ornish. What gets people excited, what gets people to change, and what gets our institutions to change is not the fear of dying, it's the joy of living. Now, partnering with respected educators, journalators, and influencers assures accurate information reaches broad audiences and reinforces the legitimacy of this discipline. This final slide is an important one before we have a really exciting panel touching on all the themes today and from many different perspectives, and which will engage you, the audience. So you might want to think about what questions, but not quite yet, because this is the last slide. I think one reason we're all here, and one reason that the Hevolution Foundation mission, which calls to all of us, right? Like, when an organization like the Hevolution Foundation's mission is to improve health span for all the world wants to get behind the Hevolution Foundation, say, how can I help? And something that it's helping do is there's a longevity ecosystem that's fragmented due to diverse stakeholders working in separate silos. different priorities, timeframes, and different constraints, we could achieve so much more together than divided. This includes scientists, biotech leaders, investors, and regulators. So early stage, so I think this is key, and I think the other key final issue is we need to recognize that early stage translational geroscience research faces high uncertainty, and for that reason, it's difficult to attract traditional funding. This is where we come in. To bridge the gap, we need strategic investments, like the Saudi royal government has been pioneering, and we are in each of our own ecosystems. We need private-public partnerships, philanthropic funding. We need to support high-risk research focusing on root cause interventions rather than symptom-driven treatments after the fact, whack-a-mole medicine, sick care when it's too late, which is conventional medicine. We can achieve this, and we can achieve this together. By fostering collaboration and aligning our efforts, we can overcome fragmentations and accelerate the development of innovative solutions to extend health span for each and every one of us now and tomorrow. Thank you for listening, and I'm excited to introduce our panel. We're going to dig deep now into these and other issues and explore possible solutions. So I'd like to invite the co-panelists to the stage, and I'll be co-moderating with Edie. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much, David. Fantastic wrapping up the day for us. Really pleased to see you guys here in the audience. We have assembled an all-star cast for you to ask any questions that you might have still remaining. So we're going to get the microphones are going to be around the room. If you're not in the front, come to the front. We want to make this a real conversation. And don't worry, if you don't have as many questions as we have time for, David has a ton. And these folks here also have quite a few questions. So to get a sense of the experts we have here with us, I'm going to get them to introduce themselves. Tina, we're going to start with you, and you're going to tell us who you are, what you're doing, and what you would like to be asked questions about.
Thank you so much, and so glad to be here. So yes, I'm Tina Woods. I wear a few hats. The chief hats that I'm wearing today are the founder and CEO of Collider Health, and also the executive director of the International Institute of Longevity. And really the last sort of 8-9 years or so have been really focused on system change. And how do we move effectively what we have in the Western world, which is a sick care-based model, how do we move it to prevention? And that's why I think being here and also the Middle East, it's a really interesting ground to explore this whole health and economic growth question. Because prevention has been always very difficult, but how do we incentivize and how do we motivate governments, policymakers, the investor community, the general public really to focus on prevention? Because we're now seeing the numbers, actually prevention pays. And I think if you do the numbers, you realize that actually it's a no-brainer. But we have such an issue with many parts of the world just really stuck. Okay. And so I'm trying to unblock all those blocks with the work that I do.
And you'd like to be asked questions about systems change, anything else?
System change, and I'm going to be talking tomorrow in the Innovation Lab about the human exposome, because I see all the environmental exposures that humans are faced throughout their lifetime, wider determinants of health. This is really what we need to understand health span resilience, which has been talked a lot about, and flourishing.
Okay, Dr. Morten, short intro from you, please.
Yes, my name is Morten Skybæk Knudsen. I'm an associate professor at the University of Copenhagen. That's sort of my primary role. I'm also CSO of the Healthy Longevity Clinic. I'm a chief editor of a journal and a couple of other things. But my primary work is trying to understand aging. We use mouse models, other animal models, and also humans, and develop interventions to let human people live longer, healthier. And we use a lot of large data analyses to achieve this. So we have registry data in Denmark, where I'm from, on millions of people, and where we can understand which type of molecules might impact human aging. And so we use computational approaches, AI, deep learning, to develop these interventions.
Great. So any questions on big data we can send your way. John Piggott, tell us about yourself.
So
I'm a professor of economics at the University of New South Wales in Australia. For the last 15 years, I've led a major interdisciplinary research centre focused on population ageing. My own personal research interests lie in the area of pensions and the retirement decision, so questions on that would be welcome.
Okay, any questions on pensions for our aging society, or our society with better lifespan, shall we say? Imed, tell us about yourself.
So, Imed Galouzi, I'm a professor of bioscience and the chair of Center of Excellence for Smart Health at KAUST. My main interest as a scientist is mRNA biology and how stress by changing mRNA biology inside the cell can impact aging among other physiological processes. And also, I have another interest, which is cell resilience. But from my hat as a chair of the center, we are working with a big group of scientists at KAUST to integrate technology, AI, by engineering anything wearable to collect data, to how to put that to help address big challenges such as promote healthy aging. So any question regarding education, how our scientists of the future, like I heard this morning, the discussion, how we train our scientists and doctors to understand geroscience and healthy aging
Okay,
field.
questions about education coming your way. Nathaniel, what about you?
So I'm Nathaniel. I'm running Empowering and Connected Senior Living Communities. And in senior living, we've been doing for years this idea of leveraging fundamental science, medicine to run comprehensive holistic assessment, design intervention programs, and then implement these intervention programs. And I think in the longevity reflection at this moment, we're still missing on how do we motivate people to do the things we prescribe to them. So any question you would like to ask on how we operationalize it and how we motivate people, I'm happy to answer.
Fantastic. Klaus.
Yeah, I'm a physician, but also a professor of internal medicine at Heidelberg University. Most of my time over the last 20 plus years I've spent in drug development, mostly with big pharma, but currently I'm the CEO of a small company where we try to address age-related diseases by rejuvenating the powerhouses of our cells, the mitochondria. So if you want to know about energy levels and how do we increase those to treat age-related diseases, I'm happy to answer them, but also because of my experience in big pharma, maybe you also want to ask me about how do we pay for prevention, because I think we all agree that when it comes to health span, prevention is better than treatment.
Okay, Madalena.
I'm the CEO and co-founder of Dorian Therapeutics. It's a preclinical company out of Stanford, so based in Silicon Valley. And we're working on a new technology to activate the stem cell of the tissue to actually treat the degeneration that we observe in tissue during the age-related diseases. I've been also teaching aging and longevity at Stanford Continuing Studies for a while, where I've been exposed to a number of entrepreneurs and inventors and really new technology from all around the world. So I've seen new trends coming up in Silicon Valley. So I'm happy to talk about technology transfer, about startup working on aging, and about new trends in longevity.
Thank you so much. Great. Okay, so over to the audience. And absolutely fantastic. We have already got a question there for you. Have we got a microphone we could take to you? And do say your name as well, where you've come from.
Assalamu alaikum. First, my name is Asma Shmemri. I am a program supervisor at Policy Design and Advocacy at King Khalid Foundation. First, I would like to thank you and thank Hevolution in particular for hosting this amazing event. I've been here since morning. I've heard everything, but I've been writing down this question since morning. While much of the conversation around health span and longevity focuses on physical health, there is often less attention or less attention given to the social well-being of older adults. Particularly in the terms of loneliness and stigma. Okay. What is the benefit of living longer if we would become lonely and face ageism, and most importantly, self-ageism and stigma? Yes, we can hack the physical body, but how can we hack the human behavior as we age? So how can we effectively measure and address these aspects in our research, policies, and solutions? And what role can biological and psychological research play in lowering the impact of loneliness in aging population?
Thank you.
And really cannot choose because there's so many.
So we're going to start with
yeah.
Nathaniel, because you're working with seniors who are living longer. You've got a really interesting model that you're working with, and some of the issues that is being raised, I know that you deal with on a day-to-day basis.
So first of all, you're absolutely right. I mean, traditional medicine, traditional health is a component of healthy longevity, but that's not all. And indeed, when you assess, again, longevity medicine, the way it's been designed for the past few years, relies first on a series of assessments. And these assessments need to include everything else than health, including your social network, your family network, your connections, your ability, stupid things, but sometimes you will just look at the impact of vision impairment or hearing impairment for the organic problem. But people don't assess what is the impact in terms of socialization, in terms of ability to communicate, ability to exchange information. So even when we look at healthcare from the traditional perspective, we always need to relate it to the social impact and how it prevents or encourages people to interact with the rest of the world. And loneliness, there are measures of loneliness, but I prefer to measure the more traditional happiness index or well-being index, which include this concept of how many times did you interact with someone, how did you feel today. There are more quantitative ways of measuring this happiness and this impact that we can then measure, check on the progress, and implement plans in order to make them change. So in our context in senior living, obviously, we're communities where we encourage people to interact as much as possible. For instance, we would try to avoid serving you your lunch or your dinner in your room. We will, and these are basic things, but we will encourage you to go to the restaurant and to interact with people. And all these small details that we look after one, at the end of the day, when we measure the impact every 6 months or every year, we see that it drives a positive change. And ultimately, the more people are connected, the longer and the happier and the healthier they live.
And that's proved by the science, isn't it, as well? We know that the more connections you have, the happier your life is. Tina, and then Klaus on that question, briefly.
So it's such an important question, and we now are getting more and more of the data and the science to show how crucial psychological, behavioral, and mental health sides are of this whole question of how do you actually enhance health span resilience, the ability to withstand stress in your life, and also flourishing. People have an immense need for hope, optimism. These are all things that we are now able to start to measure. You mentioned the happiness index, for example. So this is what I call the new frontier of longevity, actually, and actually it's at the heart of some of the stuff that I've been speaking about and we'll be speaking about tomorrow around the human exposome. So the human exposome is very much trying to articulate really how humans thrive in their environments, and psychosocial stress and the ability to be part of communities, all the things that we hear about in the blue zone areas, for example. At the heart of blue zones, and there's a question mark about the data and the science and robustness behind blue zones, but if you look at the key elements, it is all about people feeling connected in their communities, about feeling loved and nurtured and actually valued as an older person, for example, their wealth of knowledge, their experience that they pass on to the generations. This actually gives people a sense of purpose in their lives as well. So now I think the next frontier of the research that we need to be conducting, because we need it to influence governments and policy and investment into really creating those environments for human flourishing. So some of the cities of the future that we've been talking about are looking at this. What data do we collect? And also we need to be looking at that in terms of retrofitting environments, because we know that people are psychological beings. They're hugely impacted by their social connections. Loneliness is the biggest killer of older people. So it's the new frontier of longevity, which at the moment is underexplored. We now have the technologies to really understand it. So we need more research, because we need that research to make sure that the benefits of this understanding reach policy investment decisions to really impact everybody equally and justly.
Okay, thank you, Tina. Klaus?
Great question. So when I teach my medical students in Heidelberg, I try to go from a holistic approach, so don't focus on a single symptom of a patient, but really see the whole person. And I think we all agree that with Healthspan to be fully successful, we also have to have a holistic approach. So I think it's a great question on those aspects. How do we go about this? I was a general manager for 2 years in the UK, and people always criticize the National Health Service, mostly because it's underfunded, but they also do some innovative and great things. So for instance, a few years ago, they started to experiment with social prescribing. So a doctor could prescribe a patient to go to a self-help group, or to have someone who would go with that person for a walk for 2 or 3 times a week, to help the lonely people to get reintegrated into society, to kind of reduce that loneliness factor. I think it's a great idea. I wonder whether there are studies already to show the benefit of that. But I think it's a great question. I think we should not underestimate that aspect.
Thank you. Right, question over here. Introduce yourself, please. Microphone is just coming to you. Just here?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Hello. So my name is Didier Candel from the Belgian NGO HEALS, Healthy Life Extension Society. And first I have to admit something. In my case, I want to live 200 healthy years so that at the end I will be able to speak English without accent. Yeah, maybe 300 years then. No, seriously, I'm following this fascinating question since more than 20 years. And almost 30 years ago, the oldest woman ever died, Jeanne Calment, and nowadays the oldest woman is 4 years younger, and she will probably not live very long. And also the oldest mice in the world is probably not older now today than 20 years ago.
Right.
So we absolutely, and this is for me almost almost not possible to understand why, but we don't progress concerning the maximal lifespan of men and of animals. And concerning the test on mice...
And your question?
Yeah, concerning the test on mice, there is almost nothing going on. There is the ITP American program, there is the LEVF, Longevity Escape Velocity Foundation, who is testing on mice, but almost nothing else. So my question, especially to Morten, is when will we have real test on mice starting? And one last thing, when I was following this 20 years ago, at least when they were tested on mice, people were waiting until the mice die, so you have an idea of the longevity. Now you have tests on mice, but you don't wait until the mice die.
Let's let Morten take a stab at your question, and then after he does, I'm happy to give a brief 2 cents as a longevity physician.
Great.
Yeah, so that's a great question, Didier. I think the important question of mice, and that is truly important, but I think what is perhaps even more important is why hasn't it translated into humans, right? So the maximum lifespan in human has not really changed. That's true, but we have also not really tested anything in humans. There are programs testing stuff in mice, and there are more and more programs testing stuff in mice, and you have mentioned a few of the sort of organized programs that are testing in mice, but there's a lot of other groups that are testing interventions in mice. I think the really important question is, how can we translate that into humans? When the ITP started, actually 25 years ago, in their white paper they write that the purpose of the ITP, so the interventions testing program at the NIH, was to translate interventions so that we can test them in humans. That hasn't happened, really. So this, I think, is the biggest barrier right now, is to use our knowledge from our mouse models and then test that stuff into humans, because here we can really do change. We can really see if we can affect human lifespan. Maximum lifespan hasn't changed. We can do that in mice. We need to test if we can do it in humans also.
That's an excellent commentary by Morten, and I agree with it entirely. I would just add one additional complementary layer to that. So, by analogy, if you've read The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, they tried to answer the question to life, the universe, and everything. So they built a computer, And that computer came back as an output after waiting many generations, 42. 42 was the answer, life, the universe, and everything. So then they had to build another computer to figure out what the question is for the answer is. In a similar vein, Morten points out that we have a real gap here, right? As has been pointed out by in the audience, is the longest-lived mice. We discovered that in the 1930s, right? So that's caloric restriction, Clyde McKay's work. And in terms of longevity interventions, some variants of high-dose rapamycin or rapamycin plus acarbose in the most recent ITP with the longest-lived mice in a more validated study. So we're finding these things in other animal models. So the million-dollar question is, why not in people? And I think Morten answered that. Why not in people? We can say it might not work in people, and it might not work as well in people. That's very plausible, but we haven't really tested it. So the question behind the question, the extra nuance to Morten's response is, now that we've established we haven't tested in people, the question is why, and what can we do about that? And that's something that the Hevolution Foundation is doing now with impact investment, with venture philanthropy. Things like Aovian Pharmaceuticals that's testing mTOR inhibitors that are more mTOR1 specific. Bottom line is that fragmented system in my overview, we need to work together and have the courage as a community to not work in our silos and make that long-term investment. So I think this is the first step of testing these therapeutics, which are working in animal models and might work in us.
Thank you. There was a question just there. Yeah.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Munir Mohana. I'm a global citizen who wishes to live as long as healthy as possible. Actually, I'm a retired senior officer of the Royal Saudi Navy. My first question, if you allow me, is to Dr. Brasilia. In your presentation, you mentioned that the FDA is not confessing as aging as being a disease. And I'd like to ask you, do you believe aging is a disease, and why? And why is it the likes of you and the scientists and these distinguished panelists and others not being able to convince the FDA that it is a disease? My second quick question is, I'd like to hear from all of the panelists to choose only one, to live healthier or longer.
Which would you rather? Which would you rather live?
From seeing what my father went through in life, longer.
Okay, you'd rather live longer. All right, what about the rest of the audience?
Although my father is bedridden for the last 12 years,
okay,
but the advantage thing about this is he still has his mind.
Okay,
Thank you. He still remembers us.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So we're gonna come to you. Let's ask the audience, who would rather live healthier? And who would rather live longer? Okay, interesting. Right, why don't we come to you, and then maybe Madeleine, do you want to take a shot at that as well?
Sure. So is aging a disease? And you also asked me another question, why the FDA didn't. Okay. I'll give you the short version. I've given talks about this. But it depends on how we define disease, and it depends on how we define aging. And there are internally consistent ways for either approach. So to me, the question of whether aging is a disease is less important in terms of the label, but more important that we need a clear target that's recognized by the FDA and other important players to say, here's a target, all of these bad things are happening, age is the biggest risk factor. You know, age is a bigger risk factor for lung cancer than smoking. True. So we need to have a way so the pharmaceutical companies and investors see, I can pursue this pipeline, and at the end of the road, it'll be accepted. That's my brief version. We need to target aging-related disease, aging-related pathology. Whether or not we call it aging is less relevant. Regarding the other question you asked, even more concisely, is I'm not privy to the FDA policy, but what I know from some colleagues, because I'm involved in education and such, is at least part of it is one of the members from the audience was asking earlier about ageism. That's a huge issue, and some people don't want to be the stigma of, I have a disease. And also some scientists say, well, is it considered a disease if it's something we all have? Are you pathologizing something normal or stigmatizing, things like that? And to me, as long as we have a way of recognizing there's a biologic deterioration, then we can do that. And it's for another time, but we can discuss some avenues going after aging-related indications and expanding it. There are ways around it. But the important thing is we have groups like Hevolution. And
thank you.
Your turn.
Yeah.
Tag, you're it.
If I can add to the conversation, I also don't see the necessary is helpful to frame aging as a disease. There is a necessity to be able to develop drugs for helping with the aging, being preventive drugs or therapeutic drugs. So that's the final goal is that we want the FDA to help a company to develop drugs. So if the only way is to frame it as a disease, I understand the topic of the conversation. Otherwise, I don't see it as a useful way to frame the conversation. Because at this point, I should be able to say, okay, how many people in this room have this disease? Does it really work like that? And also, it really brings the conversation away from the fact that a lot of the age-related diseases, it's actually preventable. So if you wait until you have a disease to start the treatment, you move away the conversation from the fact that you should start early on, from childhood, to have a proper diet, for example, or exercise routine to maintain longevity across your entire life.
Professor Imad, I want to make sure we get a question to you. I was interested in when you trailed that thought about education and what we need to be teaching our future doctors, our future economists, our future leaders. What do we need to be teaching them about Healthspan? What have you learned here today that you would incorporate into that? And then we'll come back to the audience.
I think if anybody has the real answer to that question, we will be progressing very well in the aging field, like in any other global field, like when you talk about obesity or you talk about these global indication. But what I think the scientists of the future and the doctor of the future, they need to enter in their thinking the healthy aging and promote health, like Dr. Mahmoud said this morning. I think we need to become a society focusing on promoting health, less than treating disease. And from that point of view, even the question that it was asked in terms of is aging is a disease? I agree, that's a wrong question. I don't think that's... but our scientists of the future and our students need to understand these, not only the biology of aging. I think that's already in the way of being dissected, understood, and the next decades probably will give us a lot of finding, but also integrate the social aspect of aging, the bioethic of aging. So when we treat it, we be sensitive culturally in terms of, for example, you know, retirement houses are not accepted socially everywhere in the world. There are societies where the grandfather, the fathers live with their children, etc. How can we manage society in that respect? And those are public health and global health approaches that needs to be taught in the medical and science teaching. I never heard about them until a few years ago when I started thinking about these problems as a scientist, but I would have benefited a lot if I was taught in my undergrad these notions.
All right, thank you. Yes, question over there.
Good evening. I'm Professor Abdelkarim Al-Mumin, retired from King Saud University, Professor of Hematology. Actually, I have a comment, if you don't mind, because there is a confusion between the lifespan and health span. And some people think that if someone lives 70, it means we'll make him live 90. But the reality is that you can find someone who is 50 years old, but he, biologically speaking, 70. It means he will have more risk of diseases like someone who is 70. In the same time, if he's biologically 40, he will have much less risk of diseases. So I think I look very optimistic that we are really moving the whole society. So if someone is 70 and he feels like 50, he will be healthy like anybody else. And I think myself, I agree that we should look at age as disease so that we can modify it in a way to be healthier.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. So have we got another question for the audience? Yes, just there.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm a researcher and a public health advocate. I wanted to ask, I saw so many people working on health span and longevity for the first time, and I would love to be involved in research. So is there a platform where studies which are focusing on different aspects of longevity and health span, are they announced? And or do we need to connect individually with each of the people in academia? So if there is a single platform, that would make us a lot easier for us to choose from the studies where we can have some experience in this new area.
Okay, thank you. What platforms are there that exist to share these experiences? Yeah?
I mean, so there's a platform called the Longevity Education Hub, which I was part of starting for a while. I'm still part of it, but not really running it so much. And you can go to that and take courses there. But there's a lot of material online, also video material that you can dive into from various conferences. I also run a conference where there's video available on YouTube. And yeah, I think there's a lot of material that you can get.
I think it's a great question, and maybe we can ask Hevolution to fund.
Yeah.
You know, there's clinicaltrials.gov, right, where every clinical trial has to be registered. 1 year after the study is done, the results have to be posted. Why not create a similar platform, both maybe for preclinical and clinical studies that look at health span and age-related diseases, and yeah, get that funded. I think it takes someone to take the initiative and have maybe the funding to do that. So that's maybe for Hevolution to discuss.
This is an area close to my passion. Some of you may know me not from this, but as Aging Doc on X, where most aging biology labs follow my account for what's being posted in aging biology. And a lot of those studies are not so accessible, but some of it is in generally what's circulating. But I think the problem in the longevity education space is there is a lot of data, but very little cultivated, like what's really science-based. Because there are all sorts of, I'm not going to name anything making headlines, but most of what's making headlines is pseudoscience, right? So something I just wanted to add to mentioning the Longevity Education Hub, and I want to give Evelyn Bischoff and Alex Z from In Silico Medicine also credit with you for that platform, and that's free, which is fabulous. I'm also a trustee and faculty at the Geneva College of Longevity Science. I'm a non-teaching faculty, and I focus on my own clientele for that, but I do administrative work for them, and I represent them. And that for people who are interested in a deeper dive in terms of education for this, they have created the first ever executive Masters of Science in longevity science, and that is it's available on the web if you look up GCLS.
Okay, Madalena.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that there's a website where you can find all the actual biotech company working on aging and longevity, and they are staged by area, what kind of approach they have to develop these therapies. So you see actually not the basic biology, but what has been, what people are trying to translate into new therapies.
We can't let John go without a question. John, I wonder if you could talk us through, as an economist, some of the demographic trends that you've been listening to today, especially around Asia, because that's been an interesting focus. I know it's a focus of yours. Tell us what we don't know. What are we missing in this? And does it have anything to do with your other passion, pensions?
Yes, I think it does. I think that financial security is very important for healthy aging. You could redefine healthy aging as sustainable well-being in later life. And if you use those words, then financial security is a natural part of the things you need to establish that. My interest in emerging Asia really comes from the observation that, unlike the developed world, most people in emerging Asia work in the informal sector. So any kind of formal pension arrangements omit to cover them. So coverage is extremely low. And sometimes social pensions, non-contributory pensions exist, but where they do exist, the benefits are so low that they are really tokenistic. And it seems to me that for a very, well, the modeling that we have done suggests that for a low percentage of GDP, 1% of GDP, you could provide at least poverty alleviating financial security for the 80% of the population of some of these countries who are working in the informal sector. And that would contribute very much to their healthy span. It would give them security, it would give them assurance. And without that, I think it's very difficult to establish a health span that has much positive value.
The beautiful thing that, as Dean Ornish has shown, if you create a program, in this case was based on lifestyle medicine, exercise, diet, nutrition, counseling for people who've had heart attacks, these plans can pay for themselves. So economically, when you show something works, people will pay for you, just like the Cleveland Clinic has pioneered a program and saved millions for themselves and also their clients. But I think we need to look at this two ways. One, we need to look at it. There is the reduced cost of the burn disease, which is a social and emotional cost too. But also you end up with more productive members of society, which is a huge boost to society if we really can increase our health span by compressing our morbidity. Andrew Scott spoke to that. It could save us trillions. So I think it's a part of the hard work is not just developing the therapies, but proving that these interventions, including lifestyle and public health, pay for themselves.
Thank you so much. Well, I'm afraid to say we have run out of time. We've had a fantastic time with all of you. Thank you very much to my great panel. Thank you for the audience for your encouraging comments and your questions. It's been great for David and I to be with you here today. Join us all back here tomorrow at 9:30, and a big round of applause for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.